You know, I got some news anchors really mad last night when I said on live television that the United States has effectively lost the war with Iran. Now, it's a bit more nuanced than that because militarily we may have slightly achieved our goals, but that is meaningless if our end goals to defang their ability to fund proxies, defang their nuclear enrichment, and stop them from getting nukes weren't achieved. And they weren't. And the military goals are quite meaningless when Iran is actually gaining more regional leverage by gaining more control over the Strait of Hormuz. The breaking news report that I see right now is one ship has passed through the Strait of Hormuz today, and it was not a Western allied ship. We got 3 ships through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday compared to the 100 plus that we got through before the war. The Strait of Hormuz makes up about a quarter of all oil supply passing through for the world, and now it is effectively closed. We have legitimized a strategy in which Iran can choke that strait and continue to extort the world. Trump is beginning to realize that and is currently melting down on Truth Social. So I want to break down exactly why, yes, we have lost this war. I'm taking the position. I don't care if people get mad at me. I don't care if conservatives try to finger wag me or if people call me anti-America. We all know that I am anything but. If you watch this channel for any amount of time, you know that I want America to be better. I like America. I love America, in fact. I see a great version of America that's a pluralistic society where people can represent their interests in a democratic way and there is nobody oppressed by ICE, by Republicans. People can live freely. But that is not what's happening. Right now, gas prices are spiking because we have a rogue president going to war. And yes, we lost this war. I'm going to continue to say it and continue to illustrate exactly how we lost. For example, before I even hop into the military of it all, you know you've lost a war when the Pope is vaguely posting about how the wars across the globe need to be toned down. The Pope has been anti-war, I mean, his entire life, but since Trump has been launching these wars, he's been speaking out in a rather vague, but also implicitly directed at Trump manner, saying that war is bad. Just today, he sent out a series of posts. He said, God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace, which come only from the patient promotion of coexistence with dialogue among peoples. He's basically calling Trump out, saying, dude, negotiation is the key, not threatening to wipe out civilizations. He then posted, just this morning, absurd and inhuman violence is spreading ferociously through the sacred places of the Christian East, profaned by the blasphemy of war and the brutality of business, with no regard for people's lives, which are considered at most collateral damage of self-interest. But no gain can be worth the life of the weakest, children or families. No cause can justify the shedding of innocent life. He's tweeting that because the first days of the ceasefire were the deadliest Lebanon has seen since 2024. This title is just contradictory. How is it a ceasefire if our allies didn't cease firing and if the war is still going on? Very quickly, if you appreciate the no-nonsense news that we bring, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed to help us get to 2 million followers. We're going to continue to relentlessly push back and debate against these right-wing freaks so we can have a better future for America. But when it comes to the ceasefire and when it comes to the war, how can you in one breath say that America has won this war so decisively, and then in the next breath say, but the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, but Iran is still extorting the entire region and the entire globe and getting richer in doing so? Israel is out of control and immediately broke the ceasefire after repeatedly striking Lebanon and committing war crimes against hundreds of people. I mean, since the beginning of this war in Lebanon, thousands have died. Hezbollah has been striking or shooting missiles out of Lebanon, but there have been thousands of civilian deaths, and we saw hundreds more after the ceasefire was cut. So I'm sorry, I don't think it's a victory when the ceasefire didn't hold for even 3 hours. Firing is continuing. They keep calling it on the mainstream media a fragile ceasefire that is straining to hold. But then the headlines say these are the deadliest days Lebanon has seen. That doesn't sound like a ceasefire to me. We also know that Europe could face jet fuel shortages in 3 weeks.
Nice.
There is sort of a delayed supply shock, so to speak, of the Strait of Hormuz closing. The best way to illustrate this is just think there's a 30-day delay for these ships to get from the Middle East to some of our ports of entry. So even when the strait was closed, we didn't fully feel the effects. We felt some anticipatory effects. Some people were predicting it would spike, so gas price began to rise. But we haven't actually hit the point where ships are stopping coming to our ports, and that is when we will face massive, massive shortages. Donald Trump is meanwhile desperately posting on Truth Social just this morning. Quote, "The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways." What? That's contradictory. It's like, all right, the bank robber needs to realize he has no cards except for the fact that he has the entire bank held hostage. He has the keys to the vault. He has the security on lock. He's extorting everybody in the small town for their money, and he's about to steal the actual money from the safe while everybody is tied up. Other than that, he has no cards. It's like, no, those sound like some pretty decent cards to me. The Iranians are not simply using short-term extortion. They are getting richer and richer by carving a new leverage pathway, which says that they can hold basically the entire region hostage to the straits and nobody can do anything about it. They have just broken ground and realized what they can do and how much power they have. This is perhaps, in the short term, even more powerful than having enriched uranium, even more powerful than the threat of nukes or the missiles they had. The fact that they can just open or close the Strait of Hormuz at will gives them more leverage than they would have had otherwise. So yeah, they do have pretty decent cards, and this is somebody who does not like the Iranian regime. I keep having to clarify. The Iranian regime is despicable. My main foreign policy advisor and policy advisor, Micah Irfan, is Iranian American. His family is from Iran. They have been beaten, abused, imprisoned by the regime for no reason. You can look this up and just see the regime takes away the rights of people on a daily basis. So there needs to be a freeing of the Iranian people. Ideally, they liberate themselves and there's no intervention in doing so. But what Donald Trump is doing is literally handing this regime wins and more leverage on a daily basis. We can't control Israel, and Donald Trump is struggling to find an off-ramp in any way possible. He literally had to run to Pakistan to make up some fake negotiation ceasefire. Then Donald Trump agreed to the ceasefire on the 10-point terms that Iran proposed, and then claimed that he didn't even read the 10-point terms and they were different than what he thought they were. This entire war has been defined by complete incompetence from officials at the highest level, and the more that we learn about the impetus of this war, Netanyahu sitting Trump down in the Situation Room and pitching him, the more we learn that this was an undue, unjust, unnecessary, illegal, unconstitutional war. I mean, watch this clip of John Kerry, former presidential candidate, former Secretary of State to Obama, detailing how Netanyahu made the same exact pitch to them. The same pitch to the Obama administration, yet Trump was the only president dumb enough to fall for this pitch. Watch.
You've probably sat across the table from Prime Minister Netanyahu more than almost anyone else out there, and he and Israel are, of course, big factors here. There's been recent reporting, you probably saw in the New York Times, that Netanyahu was taken into the Situation where he basically pitched Trump on attacking Iran. Were you ever part of any conversations like that? I know he's made that pitches to past administrations. Were you ever a part of that? And were you surprised that he was able to convince Trump to do this?
Well, I was part of any number of conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu, conversations that took place in other countries.
Pitching the U.S. to strike Iran.
Yes, he wanted us to strike. He came to President Obama. He made a presentation to ask to strike. President Obama refused. President Biden refused. President Bush refused. The only president who has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump.
This is what I've been saying on the show for weeks now. Netanyahu has been trying to go to war for his entire adult life. The reporting has already shown, I'm glad that John Kerry is able to confirm this reporting, but the reporting showed that Netanyahu had made this pitch to many U.S. presidents. None of them fell for it except for Trump. Ed Elson points out, the fact that Trump is writing down the stock tickers while sending these tweets is insane. It's wild corruption. He's shouting out Palantir, which is Peter Thiel's company. He says Palantir Technologies, ticker PLTR, has proven to have great war-fighting capabilities and equipment. Just ask our enemies, President DJT. I hate the way he signs it in such a narcissistic manner with President DJT. Like, nobody gives a shit, number one. Number two, why is he giving a Palantir plug on his Truth Social? Number three, why is he plugging the actual stock ticker sign? He's plugging the abbreviation for the stock market entity that Palantir can be bought, the vehicle that you can buy Palantir with. He's trying to pump the stock market, manipulate the stock market. He does this time and time again while just getting us into more forever wars, getting the rich richer, getting Palantir investors richer, the Epstein class richer, without actually getting Americans more comfortable. I love you all. I'll see you in the next video. Make sure you subscribe for more breaking news, and peace out.
I think the people, it sounds very dark, but I think people in the United States have this impression that like political violence or some sort of like open, almost civil war is the worst possible outcome. But unfortunately, it's not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome is just one side gets completely exterminated by the other, which is like the direction that Trump keeps pushing in. And it sounds even silly to say, but the only reason it sounds silly is because the Republicans have done such a good job at pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and convincing them that things aren't as insane as they are.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale and welcome to the Trump Report. I'm delighted to say that I am joined by Stephen Burnell today, better known as Destiny. He is a popular YouTuber, so it's great to have him on our YouTube show. And just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on Times Radio's YouTube page, or you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. Stephen, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Stephen, since Charlie Kirk's assassination last week, there has been so much discussion and conversation about political violence in the United States. Trump has recently slammed anyone who's been hating on Charlie's death and announced that there would be major investigations into groups of interest. He said that the problem is on the left, it's not on the right, like some people like to say. It's on the right. The problem we have is on the left. So we've seen a lot of political violence on both sides of politics over years and years and years. But as of late, do you agree? Do you think it's mostly been on the left, like he says?
In the United States, at least, for the last few years, it's definitely been on the right. For whatever reason, the president of the United States just can't bring himself to just tell everybody to calm down. It is impossible for him to lower the temperature on our conversations right now. He has to invoke either the radical left Democrats or Joe Biden. I would say it's personally very disappointing, but it's what we've come to expect at this point.
What do you think of all the overall reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder?
There's kind of like a model for how to view American media that I've been pushing a lot recently, and I think people are finally starting to pick up. Other people are independently, other people that listen to me. The way that it works is anytime a bad event happens, there is this unified top-down conservative messaging apparatus that will message the exact same points on it, and they will endlessly victimize themselves. They will never take accountability for anything they say or do. And it's just this constant machine of outrage baiting and then expecting the left to kind of like bend over backwards to apologize for it, even if the shooter was right-leaning, and then they just move on to the next event. And what it basically does is it allows them to reap like an infinite amount of social reward, sympathy, political power from any tragedy, no matter what, and then never have to acknowledge their own faults or mistakes, so they never have to make any changes going forward.
Do you see this changing gun culture in the United States at all?
No.
Wow. That's what a few guests have said to me as well. But so when you have such a public assassination like this, Stephen, you would think that perhaps that would change things. But so many people say, no, absolutely not. So the thing is that it is the left that have obviously been calling for gun changes, gun regulations. Will this up their messaging at all, do you think?
That's a whole separate conversation topic. For me personally, I don't know if you see my background, but I like guns. I think guns are cool. There's a couple issues. One is the Second Amendment is hard to change because it's part of our Constitution. And then the second thing is, personally, I think that the issues that we're having right now in the United States are very much related to where the political conversations are. Every single topic is an existential issue of good versus evil. There are no chill topics in the United States anymore. Everything is about the trans people trying to take all of our kids from us, or the abortion people trying to murder all the children, or foreign wars, or trying to steal all of our money. Every single issue is existential. So when the stakes are so high, there's no room for any conversation to be had at all. And then thirdly, the types of firearms that Democrats tend to focus on, the scary black rifles with the semi-automatic functions and everything else, whatever gun regulations you would have, I think this firearm that the kid used was, I think it was like a 30-06 Mauser single-shot bolt action. Like, these would be the exact types of guns that would probably be exempt from any kind of gun restriction that you place. So I don't think that this is the gun restriction conversation, although I think there's definitely times to have those conversations. I think right now it's like this is the political violence conversation.
Yeah, and let's get into that. Do you at least acknowledge that on both sides of however you lean politically in the United States, there is an issue with not, I guess, letting the other side talk about what they think?
No. I think there's a place to have that conversation. I think Democrats for too long, at least over the past decade, have done this thing where every time an event happens, they're supposed to be the adults in the room and they're supposed to disavow every bad thing that happened, while the Republicans sit there and go, look, see, they're disavowing it. That's because it's their fault. I think the President of the United States needs to lead on this. I think that Democrats should demand that the President of the United States leads on this. I think that it is the most reasonable thing in the world to say, hey, we're totally ready to disavow everything and turn down the violence and tell people to chill, but you have to take point on this. You have to lead on this, because it's this weird backstab every time where all the Democrats come out, and they've done it again this time. You know, you've got Biden, Kamala, you've got Obama, you've got every large person in media. You just saw Dodd get fired from MSNBC for making what I don't even think was a controversial statement. And then meanwhile, on the Republican side, they want war with us. It's Civil War time. Trump has been on like 3 shows where the hosts have been teeing him up for the easiest disavowal answers ever, and he refuses to do it. The Republican president needs to take the lead on this, and if he doesn't, it's just driving us like further and further into a hole.
How do you think he should have reacted then?
I go out and I do a lot of live events. I'm a pretty divisive person. I'm a pretty bombastic person. If I watched a political opponent, a colleague, get killed on stage, and then my president came out and he started saying that people are looking for vengeance and they're all radicals and at least our radicalization is justified, I would leave the party. I'd be like, bro, you're gonna get me killed. You are unironically insane for what you're saying. Like, I feel like I'm gonna die when I go on stage next time. The fact that no Republican feels the need to call out Trump and to say like, hey bro, maybe we should like bring it down a little bit. He has no pressure on him for doing that. No conservatives pressuring him. None of the mainstream media conservatives, none of the alternative media conservatives are saying anything like this. This is just unbelievable to me. There has to be some lowering of the temperature on the other side at some point ever. There has to be that at some point.
But Stephen, is he doing that because he knows that caters to his audience?
Yeah, but that's part of the problem. I think the people, it sounds very dark, but I think people in the United States have this impression that like political violence or some sort of like open, almost civil war is the worst possible outcome. But unfortunately, it's not the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome is just one side gets completely exterminated by the other, which is like the direction that Trump keeps pushing in. And it sounds even silly to say, but the only reason it sounds silly is because the Republicans have done such a good job at pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and convincing them that things aren't as insane as they are. Without getting into every single example, you have the president is on stage refusing to disavow the Proud Boys. He just says, stand back and stand by. You've got 2 of the largest, leaders of the Proud Boys, Biggs and Ontario, are literally on Parler saying, we hear you loud and clear. You've got a whole plan they have on January 6th to break into the Capitol. You've got them on the ground executing. You've got them executing their plan. You've got them in front of a jury and then convicted of seditious conspiracy afterwards. And then you've got Donald Trump coming into office and pardoning them and every other J6er, and every Republican walks away thinking that whole event was just either the feds doing it or it didn't even really happen. Like, when you're in that level of taking no accountability for anything, nothing will change. They're just going to keep driving it more and more and more. That's just an untenable environment. Like, you can't sustain that.
Is it a Trump administration issue, or is it a Republican issue, do you think? This lack of accountability, this thing that we can get away with anything?
I think the Republicans have been building towards it for a few decades, and then I think that with Trump, I just think they had their Homelander moment where, he vaporized somebody with his eyeballs, and you kind of looked around and realized everybody was still clapping, and it was like, oh, this is kind of the party that we've built, and this is the one that we're going to be able to go forward with, and yeah.
Let's move on to what's happening this week. Stephen, Trump will arrive here in the UK tomorrow night to begin his state visit. This could be overshadowed by the fact that Peter Mandelson, who was sacked as the UK ambassador to Washington after emails surfaced showing that back in 2008 he was basically emailing Jeffrey Epstein to say that you should fight for an early release when he was originally jailed. So this sacking is basically putting the Epstein stuff back in the limelight when Trump really wouldn't want this on his trip to the UK. So do you think this will overshadow his trip and reignite the Epstein scandal over his relationship?
Nobody in America believes this. I don't know what the international viewpoint is, but the conservatives just 100% control what we talk about in the United States, and the conservatives have decided that we are done talking about Epstein, so I doubt anything much will come of it. This was one of the issues that they kind of like drummed up the most excitement and drama on coming into office. Even when they were in office, there were kind of some cringe moments. Our Attorney General handed out some binders to a bunch of influencers that came to the White House saying that these are the Epstein Files Part 1, and they drummed up a lot of excitement over this, and literally nothing came of it. And then all the Republicans just decided it's time to move on, and so we just don't really talk about it much anymore at all. So who knows? Maybe this will, but I seriously doubt it.
Well, Stephen, this is life in DC, right? A lot has happened in the week past since the Epstein birthday book was made public by the Oversight Committee. Trump, of course, denied it in the first few days when it all came to light. But he's doing that thing where a lot's happened so much that it's now a distraction. It's now on the back burner for media and for headlines. So is this Trump strategy from the White House to basically keep his schedule up, keep his appearances up, keep him in the news cycle, but for other things so that stuff like the Epstein scandal really falls?
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of disappointing, but if you spend a considerable amount of time online doing content, it's basically like I kind of analyze Trump as an influencer, basically as a YouTuber. Anytime I have friends who are going through some like very dramatic stuff, either a breakup or whatever else, they say something stupid, something happens online. I always tell people if you just keep streaming through it or you keep creating YouTube videos, basically people forget in like a week, even if it feels like the end of the world. As funny as that is, that guiding hand or principle for online content seems to apply to the President of the United States as well. He's very attention focused. There's no time to focus on any particular event or thing he did because there's always the next thing, like probably 3 to 4 days later. And yeah, it seems like he just keeps pushing forward people because the conservatives tell people to stop caring about it. The liberals don't want to keep talking about it because they don't want to be accused of having Trump derangement syndrome, so then we all just kind of move on to the next thing.
In one of your videos from a few months ago, you said that there wasn't enough outrage on the Trump and Epstein relationship and these revelations. Do you still think that?
My position on this is very boring. I'm a very non-conspiratorial person. I read the whole FBI report when it came out. I don't think there was a huge Epstein conspiracy. I don't think that there was any grand client list. The new information that's come out like a month ago basically it coincided with every single thing in that Federal Bureau of Prisons report. That he probably killed himself. There's a lot of issues with our federal prisons. That being said, if I did say that, it was probably more in relation to the idea that, one, they made a huge issue out of it. You've seen people, the deputy director of the FBI, Bongino, you've seen Kash Patel, you've seen Pam Bondi come out and say, before getting elected, after getting elected into cabinet, they're saying things like, I've talked to these guys and they know this is real and the Epstein stuff is huge. And Bondi's like, they got all these files in the Southern District of New York we just found and I've got everything on my desk now. And then absolutely nothing. It evaporated. And it's like, okay, well, you guys sold this so hard and the Republicans are the kings of seeing constellations with 2 stars. And, these guys will draw connections between, it was like one email from Podesta ordering a ton of sandwiches made them convinced that there was a child pedophile cult, rape ring that Hillary Clinton and everyone else was involved in and that Hunter Biden was involved with the reason. But they'll believe these things off of one line of text. And then meanwhile, we've got Donald Trump, who apparently is single-handedly keeping Hallmark in business with the amount of cards he's sending to this Epstein dude. And then every other, way that you can tie these two people together, could you imagine if on YouTube there was a video where Epstein was saying, oh, Joe Biden, that guy's been my best friend for 10 years. We'd never hear the end of it. But because it's Donald Trump, I don't even know if half of America knows that phone call exists. It's outrageous how much they can play into every other conspiracy and downplay everything else on their side.
So you don't think there's an Epstein client list?
Personally, I don't even think there's ever even been evidence of it. I think it was just kind of spoken into existence and people believe it. I know there are a lot of accusers, but you can put anything you want, in a civil complaint. You can say whatever you want to the media. In terms of strong evidence, I think Epstein probably had a lot of people through his island in terms of children, minors that, he sexually molested or abused. But I don't know if there's this huge blackmail list of clients or other people. I've never seen any evidence of that ever. But again, it's a controversial, boring take, yeah.
I know, and obviously when the Oversight Committee released some of the files, I think a month ago, it was quite anticlimactic, as you're making it out to be, Stephen. There wasn't really much that we didn't already know. There was about 3% of flight logs and travel data that was uninteresting. But do you think we're any closer to having some of these files that haven't been made public? Because we've seen the Oversight Committee, of course, the Democrats really eager to make these public. Because looking at the situation right now and just Trump's denials, it does, you could look at this situation and think that the White House is hiding something a little bit more sinister.
So I think, oh God, I can't believe I'm in a position where I have to defend them on this. I think that they are hiding something, but I think for good reason. When you do criminal investigations, you might go to a lot of different places, but not really find evidence of a wrongdoing. But if you were to make public every single part of a criminal investigation, it's very easy for the public to run with a particular thing, you know? Epstein was a billionaire, super influential. I'm sure there were a ton of people that shook hands with this guy. And I'm sure that my guess would be the vast majority of them didn't know that he was doing anything crazy wrong. I would be very irked if it turns out that some guy that I met, 3 years ago abused children, and then for whatever reason the FBI published all their files on it, and then people saw, wow, Stephen met this guy at at some event, and they shook hands and they spoke for a little bit. It's like, okay, I'm not affiliated with this guy at all. Like, why is my name out here publicly now? So I can understand them not wanting to release it for that. That would be like the good intention thing. I think that Trump probably did meet with this guy quite a bit. There was that leak that the FBI was told to scrub his name from everything before publishing anything. So my guess is, listen, I'm Trump's #1 hater, okay? You will never find somebody who hates Trump more than me. I promise. I swear to God on that. But I feel like if Trump was involved in some ultra nefarious way, I feel like we would have heard about it by now. The idea that would be secret for so long just seems pretty unbelievable to me. But I bet there's a lot of flight logs and communications and stuff that he just doesn't want out there because he knows people will run with it, yeah.
Of course, and the problem with this Epstein files is that, you could take one thing and run with it, and that's not just about Donald Trump, that's about numerous millionaires who had interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, and we can really jump to conclusions, even though it might not be anything nefarious. But say these Epstein files, extra files, are released by the committee, and they do show meetings or even encounters that Donald Trump had with Jeffrey Epstein, but it doesn't prove that he did anything incriminating, it doesn't prove that he knew what Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were doing. What happens to Trump? Because that makes it look like he's at least been lying about any sort of relationship he had.
The Republicans possessed the, I don't remember which Infinity Stone it was, the Reality Stone or whatever. Reality is whatever they want it to be. I don't think it matters. Trump can lie about anything. There might be 7 Republicans that leave the party if they find out that he lied about something. I think the rest would be upset that he didn't choose their kid. The Republican Party in the United States is absolutely unhinged. I don't know if you have an idea how horrible it is over here right now, but they can speak whatever they want into existence. The fact that Trump might have been lying about something, this guy changes. It's impossible to put into words how. For example, there was an interview that Trump gave outside of an airplane or a helicopter, because apparently half of his interviews are with a screaming helicopter airplane in the background, where he's talking to the media and he just says, there's a thing you would never say. This is a thing you would take the fifth on. They ask him about, I think it was a girl who killed herself, I want to say this year or last year, related to Epstein. They ask him about this girl, was it true that Jeffrey Epstein was taking people from Mar-a-Lago? And Trump starts the answer like Kanye, I'm not going to say anything about that. I don't want to say anything in particular. And then by the end of the sentence, he's like, yeah, he was taking girls from Mar-a-Lago, and he took one, and we told him, hey, you gotta cut this out. And when he took a second one, we decided to ban him. And I was like, Jesus Christ, why would you even admit this? But this didn't get any airplay, no media, nobody cared. It's just it's insane. And he even says the name of the girl who recently died. He was like, I think she came from the Mar-a-Lago spa or whatever. I was like, that's insane. Why would you say this openly? But yeah, nobody cares over here. No.
He was talking about Virginia Giuffre, and he was talking about how Epstein had been poaching staff from Mar-a-Lago, and that was one of the reasons why they had a falling out. And it was a real shock revelation because it was said in such a nonchalant manner when he'd said he'd had really no interaction, then said, oh, wait, no, I had to stop him from poaching all my staff from Mar-a-Lago because it was the greatest hotel and blah, blah, blah. But let me rephrase my question, Stephen. How do you think, not so much Republican Party members, but how do you think Americans will react if it comes out that he was blatantly lying and that he did have more to do with Epstein, even if it's not criminal?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll care. It's hard to say. If you would have asked anybody a year ago, they would say that Epstein was one of the largest cornerstones of American cultural interest, I would say, about the president and everything else. And it really has fallen off a cliff over the past month or so. We just don't talk about it anymore. Especially who's to say how many other media events might happen between now and December 31st. Before even the end of the year.
You're right. I mean, there's so much to pack into his calendar that this will get swept away. But I mean, a guest that came on this show with my colleague the other day, he said that if it comes out that these files were real and that Trump did have an affiliation, a relationship with Epstein, more of a relationship that he's ever led on, that he would resign.
That's that whoever it is should continue their career in comedy, because that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. There's no world where Trump ever resigns from the presidency. That would just never, ever happen. This guy was at the Walter Reed Hospital for 4 days, like almost dying of COVID, and he didn't hand over the keys to Pence at the time. Like, there's no world where Trump ever resigns. They would have to drag him out of the White House, literally kicking and screaming.
Or change the Constitution if he wants another 4 years. But let's move on to kind of what's been happening between Russia and Donald Trump. Trump said on Sunday he finally acknowledged that Russia was the aggressor in the war. He told reporters that 8,000 soldiers have died this week from both countries, some from Russia, but when you're the aggressor, you lose more. Now, obviously, Stephen, it's hard to predict Trump's his, I guess, allegiance to which country he swings in roundabouts, but it seems right now he's on Ukraine's side and he's finally acknowledged that Putin has been taking him for a ride. Do you think that he knows that?
It's possible. I always said that if Ukrainians were serious about winning the war, they just need to build giant statues of Trump on the front lines and like record them 24/7, because if any of them get blown up by Putin, that would be the thing that would invigorate him to get more involved. Trump, at the end of the day, I don't think he's like a Russian asset or guided by some crazy conspiracy. I think he's an insanely fragile, narcissistic kind of personality type. And I think that getting played by Putin over and over and over again, I think is probably making him feel stupid and feel kind of like abused. And so, he'll at least give lip service to the Ukrainian side. Now, will he ever actually, spring for supporting anything? I don't know. It takes more political will. And I don't know. I have no idea where his mind is at on that. I do know that he could literally speak into existence a fully armed Ukraine tomorrow if he were to take a side on it, because I think Democrats are generally willing to go along with it, and Republicans will literally follow Trump to the end of the earth. But I don't know. Yeah, his mind changes every day on stuff depending on who the last person he spoke to was.
Well, we've been waiting for these sanctions to come to light. Obviously, we haven't really had much updates since the Alaska summit. It really fell flat. We've had no discussion from Putin whether he's actually going to meet Zelensky. He's ignored that as well. And then he went to China and flaunted his relationship with North Korea and China. So, but then he said over the weekend that he's ready to do major sanctions on Russia. But once NATO countries agree to do the same, and once the NATO countries that are still buying Russian oil stop, so that's Turkey, Slovakia, and Hungary. But it's been back and forth for these sanctions for a while now, Stephen. Do you think it's likely that Trump will actually be a man of his word and implement these?
Trump is like I don't know if you've ever had like a flaky friend. This is absolutely me. Where you ask a friend like, hey, do you want to hang out on Friday? And the friend is like, Friday, that would be fun. And you're like, okay, cool. Do you want to meet me at like whatever restaurant? It's like, I've been there before. I think it's pretty good. And you're like, okay, cool. Am I going to see you there? And it's like, depending on how late, I might be able to show up. Right? Like Trump is like that guy. Will anything happen? I have no idea. I don't know if if you guys have picked up on it yet. We figured this out in America. Trump is always on like this infinite 2-week time delay where, things will happen in 2 weeks, and a couple weeks we'll see what happens. I've heard we've gone back and forth on these tariffs with everybody so many times. And, apparently Zelensky and Putin are perpetually a couple weeks away from figuring out some deal. I have no idea if this will be the time he does. One of the things that makes it so difficult to predict for Trump is that politics, especially international politics, are very complicated, and the man's mind is very simple. So he doesn't have like a grand vision or a grand like ideology guiding him. It's really just whoever pissed him off last. And so it's hard to predict at any point in time where things are going. He kind of prefers the status quo, I think, because Ukraine is likely on the losing side of this war, and he doesn't want to back anybody that doesn't seem like a clear and obvious winner. I think that's why he throws his weight behind Israel so much, because it's easier, because it's not like, there's not as much risk that they might lose on that side. But, I mean, if Putin keeps upping attacks and it looks really bad for him and he feels like he's getting slighted, who knows? Maybe he does involve himself more.
Do you think he's doubting his abilities to get a deal over the line at the least?
Trump's self-perception is very hard for me to understand. I don't know what he thinks of himself. It's very hard. I would say in his position, it's very obvious that we call him a deal maker and everything in the United States, but he really is not at all. Like, if you ask anybody, what deals does Trump make? He doesn't really make any of them. There was one deal that he could kind of maybe brag about, but not really. We had this big trade agreement between us, Mexico, and Canada called NAFTA, and he kind of changed that to the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreement, but now he's blowing all of that up with tariffs. So I don't know if he actually thinks he's a good deal maker and he can make these or not. I think he was a better TV star when he was on The Apprentice. That seems to be the role that he excels in. And right now, that's still true. He's in front of the camera. But in terms of crafting any actual deals, it's been, what was it, 90 days and 90 deals in 90 days. And right now we're I think, at 0 in however many days. So, who knows?
He does love the camera, and he does love being in front of the media. But Stephen Burnell, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's all coming out today. The Wall Street Journal not only released an article today, they're getting sued as well for this.
Maybe I gotta use the right room.
article about Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. It's explosive. It's about a letter Trump sent to Epstein with supposedly a drawing of a naked woman by Trump, along with a little poem which talks about a wonderful secret that Jeffrey Epstein and Trump share. We will go through all the evidence because there's a lot to this. You are very silly if you jump to conclusions on a story this big with this wide of implications. Let's set the stage because we're going to take our time going through this. The president's behavior during the run-up to this Epstein file leak has been absolutely strange.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff.
You know, these files were
This is like truly the greatest example, I guess, of can he actually mindfuck his entire cult? Can he really piss on your leg and tell you it's raining? This is the ultimate example of him being able to do that.
made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
Even his supporters.
And then the testing of like, can I really just say random shit? Like Comey and Obama made up, like Obama? How far back are we going? Like, are we gonna start to blame Bill Clinton on this or what?
In there, because there's a lot of phony stuff.
You know, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
Even his supporters are like, well, why is he acting this way? It's so weird. All of a sudden it goes from the files exist to they don't exist to they're a hoax actually, and there's a bunch of phony stuff in there. This article, if true, explains a lot of the strange behavior. And we don't know if there's more that's going to come out, if this is all there is, but I'm going to go through the main allegation, and I will call it an allegation because Trump is definitely going to sue over this. He's already said as much. So here's basically...
And now we've seen he has filed the lawsuit in whatever Florida district, maybe hoping to get Eileen Cannon, I guess, as a judge, because he filed it in the Southern District of Florida. Is it my district? Is this what it's called? The U.S. United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. I think he's already filed the lawsuit in this district.
The story. Supposedly, Ghislaine Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's associates for a 2003 birthday album. It was for his 50th birthday. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested, are among the documents examined by the Department of Justice officials. So there are birthday letters to Epstein that supposedly have been seen by the DOJ. They have them in their files. And the one from Trump supposedly has a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The Wall Street Journal goes on to say it's not clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein. Voiceover. There's more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was me the last time I saw you. And the final line is, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Obviously, that is an insane thing to write to what later would be found out to be one of the world's most prolific but there's also two lines in there which are horrendous. One,
Prolific pedophiles. What a title.
and enigmas never age. That's just a strange line. It's a very incriminating sounding line. We don't know what it means exactly. Then also we see, may every day be another wonderful secret. Of course, this all written inside the outline of a naked woman kind of tells you what secret they may be talking about there. Now we're going to go over Trump's response, and then of course all the...
You know what? You know what I just realized? I condemn the Wall Street Journal for the publication of this. I think that the Wall Street Journal should have published this story and claimed that it was a letter from Bill Clinton. And I think that they should have let people run with it for 48 hours to have the whole conservative media get their hits in. And then they should have switched in 2 days after collecting 1 billion clips and then revealed that it was from Donald Trump. I think that's what they should have done with this.
Evidence, all the denials, what you may want to know before making up your mind. Like I said, this is not a story where you're going to want to snap to judgment. Even now, I think there's still a lot we need to see. But I want to go over Trump's response. He gave an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, and he denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. Quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published the article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else." What do we make of this? Before we jump into the evidence, before we jump into all the reactions, both public and of the people involved, let's just talk about what this could mean. The denial puts Trump in a very particular position, because if it later comes out and turns out to be true, it's worth saying the Wall Street Journal did not publish a photo of the letter, which everyone's been asking for. There are a lot of reasons not to publish it. Maybe your source didn't allow it, but that's a huge part that could come out that changes the whole landscape of this, right? If it comes out, it's very devastating because you wouldn't lie about something like this if you thought it was no big deal, right? The denial actually implies a lot of bad things about what the letter could mean. If you weren't worried about a story like this, if you thought the letter was nothing, you wouldn't deny it. You would just give no comment. You certainly wouldn't give an interview. So now we're gonna talk about the reactions of the people involved, because it's worth saying.
I don't necessarily agree with that logic. The issue is that because these guys have played into conspiracy so fucking hard, like Like, they make it sound like anything that's even tangentially related to anything is 100% proof that you are part of some grand conspiracy. Look at the Hunter Biden shit forever. Like, you set yourself up for this. Like, this is your own fault.
Saying Trump is not the only letter mentioned in here, and I think that's really important because in a story like this, you want to look to what could be corroborating evidence. So, Alan Dershowitz is cited in the piece having written a letter that included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine with mock headlines of who was Jack the Ripper, was it Jeffrey Epstein? Alan, a former lawyer for Epstein, does not deny this. He says, it's been a long time, and I don't recall the content of what I may have written. Lex Wexner also supposedly had a letter in there. He declined to comment. Supposedly his letter was, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is, after the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breast. And then we have a former assistant who was not cited, who sent Jeffrey a letter, oh, Jeffrey of Jeffrey, everyone loves you, fun in the sun, fun just for fun. Pretty innocuous. And then, of course, we have Donald Trump, who denies, of course, the whole thing. So we have some non-denials, some people who just didn't respond, and then we have Trump. Trump's the only one who's firmly denying this letter so far, with him doubling down on Truth Social, saying, it's not my words, it's not the way I talk, also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, and he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did, and now I'm going to sue him in his third-rate newspaper. Now, a couple comments quick on that. One, the Wall Street Journal is not a third-rate newspaper. It's also not a super left-leaning newspaper. Not that that should matter in journalism, but I know people's media...
I'll give him credit or whatever, because I don't know how much media stuff he covers, but to say that the Wall Street Journal is not a super left-leaning newspaper is not even close to accurate. The Wall Street Journal is considered right-leaning. Now, it's not as right-leaning as Fox, but if you were to ask anybody who does media or who follows media, are there any good, like, right-leaning publications, or who is, like, right-leaning publications? The Wall Street Journal is, like, your staple, like, center-right. They're not, like, a full-on crazy MAGA outlet, but that is your center-right publication. Everybody considers the Wall Street Journal to be, like, a center-right publication. Not, like, center-left, not, like, kind of far-left, but, like, that is a solidly center-right publication.
Media literacy, that stuff kind of tip off their signals. It's unlikely they're going to publish something they know they're going to get sued for unless they have something. And so here's where I want to talk about a little bit of the circumstantial stuff. So Trump obviously states, I don't draw pictures, but turns out that's kind of not true. So in a book called Never Give Up, Trump wrote, each year I donate an autographed doodle to the Doodle for Hunger auction at Tavern on the Green. It's a great event. And sure enough, publicly you can find several doodles that Donald Trump has done. Most of these are of skylines, architecture. None of these are of women. Still, it's strange to say I don't draw pictures when you very clearly draw pictures and they appear to be in thick marker, which is what you were accused of drawing them in. Now, none of that means anything, but it just reminds me a little bit of the Prince Andrew denial. I don't know if you guys remember.
Wait, is that Prince Andrew? Why does he look so similar to... Are these guys all the same person?
Remember the sweat denial. A big part of the interview with Prince Andrew was the denial that he couldn't have done anything bad because he couldn't sweat. So this supposedly falsified Virginia Giuffre's whole story.
I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
So yeah, that was kind of this claim, like, hey, this couldn't be true because I don't do X, but actually we see that Prince Andrew actually does sweat. And
Based King! We found your fingerprints all over the scene of the crime. Actually, I had a medical condition in those 2 months where my body actually had no natural human oils, so actually it would have been impossible for me to leave fingerprints. It's actually not possible, so I don't know whose you found or what you found, but clearly they were planted there.
in the same way, it's not perfect proof, but you really shouldn't say you don't draw pictures when being accused of drawing thick black marker pictures when you definitely draw pictures sometimes. I mean, it's just, and it's public. I mean, that's just kind of just an obvious, devastating hole in your whole argument. Now, again, I've got to say, this is just the basics. We do not have the letter, okay? I'm relying on the Wall Street Journal's reporting on this, and we're corroborating with different pieces of public evidence. Ultimately, we need to see if this was actually in the Epstein files. But there are some other stuff, too, that we can look to corroborate this story. So we can look at the bookbinder. So, in the Wall Street Journal report, we see a very specific and interesting corroboration. It says, the book was put together by the New York City bookbinder Herbert Weitz, according to people involved with the process. Weitz listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. So here, we have a chance to corroborate externally. Of course, it's not a full corroboration, but we have a chance to look to see, was it actually on his website, right? So if we go to the archive, we see in 2003 at weitzcoleman.com, we see a client list, and we see Jeffrey Epstein is listed on it with a different spelling of Jeffrey, I should note. And this says, people for whom we have bound up books and albums. This is another piece of circumstantial evidence that makes it hard to believe it's just fully made up. Now, you can believe something in the middle. You can believe that the letter exists, and the Wall Street Journal saw it, and somebody invented it, right? Like, there are a lot of options here. But the idea that, okay, the Wall Street Journal is just fully inventing this story. They're releasing something with literally no evidence. They're just fabricating it all. But citing all these different people, citing third-party stuff that you can fact-check publicly, that's a piece of evidence to think about. Now, we're going to talk about the public reactions to this. We have Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, saying the Wall Street Journal published a hatchet job with a fake birthday letter that's supposedly from 2003. This is like the Steele dossier that kickstarted the Russia hoax all over again. The Wall Street Journal refused to show us the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession when we asked them to verify the alleged document they're basing their entire fake story on. Then you have Dan Wolkin saying the amount of people who think publications, the scope of the Wall Street Journal, just put explosive stuff out about a public figure without well-established authentication procedures and running it through a team of lawyers know literally nothing about journalism. victim. Charlie Kirk says this is not how Trump talks at all. I don't believe it, referring to the actual letter's content. Specifically, people picked up on the idea that Trump says enigma in the writing of it. In fact, Trump writing at all, some people find that hard to believe. JD Vance says, forgive my language, but this story is completely
My president is retarded. He doesn't know words like that. That's a great defense to go with, yeah.
The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed of publishing it. Where's the letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Of course, then you have a response to that where somebody says, Carson's an enigma to me. This is clearly debunking the idea that the word enigma is not in Trump's vocabulary.
Video.
Now Carson's an enigma to me.
So that clearly debunks the idea that he couldn't have written this because enigma wasn't in his vocabulary. It actually is. So from where I'm sitting, the letter is odd. But it also is in line with some of these other letters from people like Lex Wexner. It's also in line with some of the doodles that Trump has publicly made. And it is also in line with Trump's recent odd behavior with the Epstein files, where he keeps setting up the idea that there's this big hoax coming, that there's phony stuff in there. And that actually is the most persuasive piece of evidence, Trump's own behavior in this weird meltdown, more than anything which has convinced me. Because on the one hand, there are some things which would tilt in the favor of it not being Trump, right? The very fact that it's a letter. The prose of the letter is a bit strange. And then you also have the fact that, okay, if the DOJ had this during the Biden years, why didn't it come out, right? So that's all pretty compelling until...
Wait, the DOJ... This didn't come from the DOJ, did it? I forget. On the Wall Street Journal, didn't they just source like other people who might have had it? Was this sourced from the DOJ? Also, I don't know why the DOJ would necessarily even release something like this. It's not like this is evidence necessarily of a crime or anything like that, right?
You once again just look at the way Trump has been behaving. I think it strongly suggests that Trump saw something in the Epstein files, was debriefed on something that he was worried about. Whether it was this letter or something else, I don't know. But clearly there's something in those files that he was concerned about being involved with. I think we need a full declassification of these files, except for the CSAM and victims. Now, to the declassifying comment, Donald Trump, based on this, has posted, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked AG Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam should end right now. And Pam Bondi has said, President Trump, we are ready to move on the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. I think that ultimately it needs to be every...
Remember, for the 20th time, if this was a Democrat, they would be insisting on a special counsel, right? Biden had to appoint a special counsel for his documents shit. There was a special counsel that was held over from Trump's term to investigate Hunter Biden. Remember that. If this was a Democrat, there would be a special counsel 1 trillion%. But since it's Trump, there will never be one. Yeah.
Everything or nothing. You can't give a little bit at this point. With the level of allegations being leveled against our president, that he would send pretty incriminating letters to the world's most notorious file. Now, again, before he was arrested the first time, right? But given the letter's contents, given that they're doing so much, they're going to be suing the Wall Street Journal over this, to deny it, I think if it turns out to be true, is devastating. I mean, totally devastating and horrific, and no one should defend it if it's true. And that's what we need to find out at this point. So I think the answer is clearly that yes, I would love the Wall Street Journal to release this photo if they have it in their possession, if they can release it from their source. And I would love for the DOJ to declassify the actual relevant pieces of this whole thing, because the absolutely central piece of evidence in this whole story are these letters, which are in a leather-bound album and supposedly in the DOJ's possession. That's clearly not...
Oh, it does say that, wait. Are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. Oh, so maybe they looked at it, but it's hard to say if they actually took this into evidence, or they should have like copies of pictures of it or something, I would imagine, preserved somewhere. But...
The story are these letters, which are in a leather-bound album and supposedly in the DOJ's possession. That's clearly not going to be a grand jury transcript. That's going to be one of the pieces of evidence they collected from Epstein or Maxwell, and so that is a different category altogether. So I think given that, it's hard to see this as anything other than a distraction from what is actually relevant here, which is, does this album exist, yes or no? Show us the evidence, right? Show us the physical evidence. Instead, this is just going to get people riled up because it's an Epstein release, but it's guaranteed by definition not to have the evidence one way or another. A transcript is not going to have a piece of physical evidence. And we need to demand answers on that, because either it exists or it doesn't. And if it does exist, that's a huge problem. If it doesn't, for the Wall Street Journal, that's a huge problem. And I'm really not sure which we are going to get first. All I know is that if you are looking for...
I mean, like, who has more credibility, the Wall Street Journal or the entire Trump administration? That's an easy one. The Wall Street Journal has way more credibility, so I mean...
The outside, I would highly recommend that you don't just dismiss things based on a quick, hot Twitter take. There's a lot to this story that is corroborating, and also we need more evidence on before we can really make up their mind. I see a lot of people have just already written it off as completely true or completely false. I think they're not thinking through the implications of, if this is true, how really crazy it would be if we live in that world. And then also the people who are dismissing it as false right away, you're not really thinking through, like, you might be defending right? That is one of the outcomes that could be true here. We don't know, and again, even if it is true, we don't know what is meant by things like, may every day be another wonderful secret. When calling Jeffrey Epstein a pal, we wouldn't know what that meant, but yeah, it's just stunning. So this report, you absolutely have to watch it. We're gonna have a lot more in the coming days to try to validate it or falsify it, and we'll see which one happens first. And yeah, that's pretty much all I'm prepared to say at this moment.
Back in my day, the government told better lies. True. What do you think of the letter? Do you think it's real, the Trump one? I mean, it seems like it is. It seems like it fits. I don't know. There's nothing in it that makes me think like, oh my God, this must be fake, no? It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday in Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal, famously a far-left publication. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago. According to people who have reviewed the pages, it's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. The letter was, Trump tried to say, I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. Apparently, Trump did sell pictures that he'd drawn before, so. The whole letter was voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. And then it says, it's like a screenplay letter or whatever. Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Wow. Keep in mind that, like, all of fucking QAnon was spun off of... It wasn't cheese pizza. What the f was it? It's not a caustic. Oh God, what was the name? The guy, where they were like, Podesta. Podesta... What was it? The Podesta email that started QAnon. Destiny, is it possible that he paid someone to do that and forgot that he did? No, he probably wrote this letter, but obviously he doesn't want to be associated with anything related to Epstein, so now he's like denying and he's super ass-pained about all of it. Yeah, it was some order for like 1,000 pizzas or 1,000 hot dogs or whatever, and people were like, oh my God, hot dogs, pizzas, it's fucking child porn, or not child porn, children. This is coded language for children. All of QAnon started off of those stupid fucking Podesta emails where people try to interpret it as like, oh my God, this social event they're talking about is actually like the satanic blood purification ritual where they sacrifice children. Like, I wish I had a picture of the emails. God, these are so fucking stupid. Trump is gearing up for a lawsuit. Truly, he needs to just take the Destiny advice and just stream through it. Just keep doing your shit, whatever the fuck, you know, people are gonna be mad for a little bit, but they will forget, they will move on. People do eventually, they will, especially your sycophantic cult. Just keep on memeing, keep on pushing. Yeah, just do that. But if he sues them, it's gonna be brought up in the news over and over and over again for so long. So I feel like it would be a stupid thing to do. Isn't Wall Street Journal going to cuck out and settle? Why would they cuck out and settle? They know that they're going to get sued for this, so why would they settle? Why would they even publish this if they were just planning on settling right now? Someone at Fox must have hit the emergency switch because now they're airing a Biden blunder mix. Forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bullshit. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is this letter? Would you be shocked to learn that they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? I'll be introducing legislation to end the House of Representatives subscription contract with the Wall Street Journal. Americans shouldn't be paying for disgusting and filthy rags. I've also directed my entire staff to delete their taxpayer-funded Wall Street Journal accounts. So you're admitting now that it was all taxpayer-funded Wall Street Journal accounts? Like, why were we paying for it to begin with? Great question. I'm the new guy. Just got here 3 months ago.
It's obviously some who will not be covering big developments like Comey's daughter and her comments today. I mean, Trump told MAGA to be quiet about Jeffrey Epstein. Fox News obeyed. Fox News falling in line with Trump's Epstein plea, but will the rest of MAGA media comply? We'll play a little bit. This is Rob Schmidt addressing all of this on his show here on Newsmax last night.
Again, this is what MAGA voters voted for. A government for the people, where the rich and the powerful get the same justice as the rest of us. You may have noticed the Epstein story was almost nowhere to be found, though, on Fox News these last couple of days. After months of very consistent coverage, it's pretty obvious that a lot of people don't really know what to do with this. There's a lot of people that are very scared because it's clear that the White House didn't want this to be a subject, but Trump's base, his supporters and base, care about it.
Wow. I mean, Hogan, there is...
Trump announced a lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal. That's the President of the United States suing media publications for making, for publishing mean stuff about him. Totally normal, totally okay, totally not weird. Definitely no chilling effect on speech there. Fuck, I hate that. Okay, sure, I need to unplug. I gotta go back to video games. The Trump administration ordered FBI agents investigating the Epstein files to flag any mentions of Trump, according to Senate Judiciary Committee. My office was told that these personnel were instructed to flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned. Notably, in 2002, Mr. Trump said of Epstein, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the minor side." Oh yeah. Just yesterday, it was reported that the department previously reviewed a leather-bound album comprised of dozens of letters.
Mr. President, why not go further than just unsealing the... Mr. President, did you send that letter? Release the full file.
Based.
American President Trump, the American people want to know about the Epstein list. Can you elaborate on that, please? God damn it. Fuck. Why do y'all keep bringing... Okay, Obama.
True.
What does that have to do with anything?
That was my boom.
Joe Biden is old.
Old as fuck.
So are you.
Auto pen. Auto pen. Gotta bring up the auto pen.
9/11 was bad.
Yeah,
Ooh, it was bad. Yeah.
I feel like Trump doesn't know what's
Basically,
happening.
now that we can forget about that. No, we still want to know about the list and whose names were on it. Like now. Kamala Harris.
What about that's not
on the list?
What?
Democrats are bad.
Damn right they are.
Right. We still want to know about the list and the names on them. Yo, when are you guys gonna realize I don't have your best interests at heart because I'm rich and you're not?
What?
There's no way he just said that. 9/11 was bad, though.
Hey, I agree with that.
Yeah,
That was bad.
Agree on
That
that.
was terrible.
Even Democrats can agree on that. That shit was awful, right? DEI. You're losing me. I mean, the list doesn't exist.
No, that's not. I think our president might be lying to us.
The list, Democrats created the list.
I thought you said the list doesn't exist.
No. Fuck it, I'm gonna just throw this one out there. North Korea?
No.
So 2015. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go back to the drawing board with this one. The Democrats are commies. I'm going. Yeah, we'll
He's
come
mine.
back.
Let me.
We'll reconvene.
Mine.
Trump's "I'm not involved with Jeffrey Epstein" t-shirt has a lot of people asking questions already answered by his t-shirt. And the funny thing about that meme is that it was originally literally about human trafficking. But the long and short of it is that the MAGA movement may have finally taken a stand against the Trump administration.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covered.
Fuck. I feel like a lot of these people don't understand the current political climate. Like, Tucker Carlson is a Russian simp. This guy hates the United States now. He's basically become Julian Assange 2.0. I don't like it when people are citing, Kyla made this mistake yesterday too when she cited Candace Owens. Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are not like traditional MAGA people. They'll kind of overlap when it's convenient to do so, but they're not like card-carrying MAGA. They just hate the United States and they'll jump on MAGA when it's convenient, but otherwise they are like fully in their own fucking world. Like Candace Owens, I was gonna say Candace Owens is like an odd one out in the Daily Wire, but that's not true. She's not even in the Daily Wire anymore. Yeah.
Movement may have finally taken a stand against the Trump.
Is Charlie Kirk MAGA? Yes, Charlie Kirk is solidly suck MAGA, 100%, yes.
Administration.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes.
But back in 2024, candidate Trump made some promises about releasing these so-called Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. During his most recent presidential campaign, Trump said that he would have, quote, no problem looking into the Epstein client list.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
The current political climate is in agreement with your opinion about Trump regarding these files. Stop missing the forest for the trees. Take the win.
You guys are so short-sighted and f***ing retarded because you guys will say stupid shit. It's such a bad way to operate through the world. It's actually so retarded. Is you see something and you're like, well, if it works right now, then I can agree with it. No, you f***ing moron. Correct the small errors now so you're not making forced huge errors later. Just get your f***ing facts right. How is that a hard thing to expect from somebody? Yeah, these people are critical of Trump. That's good. Celebrate that. That's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to make a whole bunch of unforced errors. Why? Why get stuff wrong? It's so retarded. Holy shit.
Current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes.
But back in 2024,
that's not a huge error that legal is making. I just wish that more people would be a little bit aware of where the political divides are right now. That's it. Jesus.
Candidate Trump made some promises about releasing these so-called Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah. During his most recent presidential campaign, Trump said that he would have, quote, no problem looking into the Epstein client list.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Then Attorney General Pam Bondi told everyone that Epstein's legendary client list was right.
That 50-minute interview was so fucking... Ugh.
There on her desk, except it wasn't. Pam Bondi released a 2-page memo saying that actually Epstein did just kill himself. There's no secret client list, and there are no more documents that are going to be released. And everyone believed her, and that was the end of the story. No, I'm just kidding. Trump supporters weren't having it at all. Even Trump's reliable buddies over at Fox News aren't buying the narrative.
Why do you say he's become the deep state?
What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles?
And Trump took to Truth Social to post a long screed proclaiming how great Bondi is and telling everyone to, quote, not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Except that a whole bunch of people care a whole lot about Epstein.
Make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
And now we live in a world where Congress's resident Jewish space laser enthusiast Marjorie Taylor Greene and Silicon Valley progressive Ro Khanna might finally agree on something. And meanwhile, while all this was playing out in the media, the Trump Department of Justice finally acted on Ghislaine Maxwell's plea for the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction after months of delay. Oh, and now Donald Trump is threatening to sue, quote, the ass off of Rupert Murdoch. He's furious because the Wall Street Journal published a story last night about Trump sending Jeffrey Epstein a handwritten birthday card in 2003 where Trump hand drew sketches of a naked woman.
The fuck?
And then made his signature mimic pubic hair, and which Trump ends the letter with, quote, happy birthday and may every day be another wonderful secret. So suffice to say, there is a lot going on here, both in the media, in the government, and in the courts, and a lot of suspicious timing with how the Trump administration is playing this, and baffling statements from Trump himself. So as the MAGA world implodes, let's take a step back and talk about how we got here, what the Epstein files actually are, and what they are not. And make no mistake about it, apart from all of the fabricated conspiracy theories, the Epstein saga does point to an actual real-life conspiracy that spits in the face of anyone who cares about equal justice and the rule of law in this country. But from the very beginning, everything that touched Jeffrey Epstein reeked of corruption. In 1996, Maria Farmer, an artist in her mid-20s, reported to the NYPD and the FBI that Epstein and his associate, British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, had violently sexually assaulted her while she was visiting his property in upstate New York. Farmer claims that she also warned the FBI that Epstein and Maxwell had committed multiple serious sex crimes against girls, including her minor sister, that Epstein stole nude and partially nude photos of 2 of her minor sisters, and that he possessed child pornography. But neither law enforcement agency followed up on Farmer.
Wait, what? Epstein stole nude and partially nude photos of 2 of her minor sisters. What does that mean? Why do these photos exist? Wait, what? Okay.
That Epstein stole nude and partially nude photos of 2 of her minor sisters, and that
maybe we should do a full Epstein thing next and go over his story from start to finish.
He possessed child pornography. But neither law enforcement agency followed up on Farmer's complaint. And nearly a decade later, in March of 2005, a woman reported to the Palm Beach police that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been molested by a wealthy man.
Yeah, it could be childhood nudity. Because like if you take, like I think the actual intention of the picture matters. Like if you have like a picture of a baby in a bathtub or whatever, that doesn't count as like child porn. But if you were to upload it to like Baby Jerkers R Us or something, then they could charge you with child porn for the exact same picture. I think it depends there.
In subsequent police interviews, the girl confirmed that she'd been recruited by a female classmate, also an undergrad, who had done sexual favors for Epstein in exchange for money. That classmate apparently took the 14-year-old complainant to Epstein's house, where his staff escorted her to his bedroom. Epstein appeared in nothing but a towel and told her to undress and then massage him, and during that massage, he sexually abused her. Now, the unnamed complainant came from a rough background. The underage classmate who recruited her had recently been sexually assaulted before she met Epstein, and this would become a pattern for Epstein. He preyed on girls from poor, violent, and troubled backgrounds, sexually abused them in exchange for money, and then paid them to recruit similarly troubled girls for him to abuse. Now, when Palm Beach detective Joe Ricari began conducting witness interviews, Epstein was quickly tipped off by one of the potential witnesses. Epstein then hired his own private investigators who sought out victims and witnesses, often before they were even contacted by the police. Detective Ricari still managed to identify 17 victims, all in the 14 to 20 age range, and all of which recounted a similar fact pattern of the original 14-year-old victim. Recruit identified 17 victims, all in the 14 to 20 age range, often before they were even contacted by the police. Detective Ricari still managed to identify 17 victims, all in the 14 to 20 age range, and all of which recounted a similar fact pattern of the original 14-year-old victim. Jesus. Recruitment by another girl or woman, ostensibly to give Epstein massages in exchange for money, being told to undress, and then being sexually assaulted or groped, being paid for the massage and sexual interaction, and being offered compensation to find future victims. Now, based based on the overwhelming testimony, Detective Carey provided the state's attorney's office with probable cause affidavit drafts for felony sexual offenses for Epstein and 2 of his female recruiters. His attorney Barry Kreischer, though, declined to talk to any victims or parents and decided 17 witnesses just wasn't enough to make a case. So Kreischer offered Epstein a sweet plea deal. When Epstein rejected that, Kreischer made the highly unusual choice to take the matter to a grand jury. Typically, a state's attorney would simply charge and arrest the accused. But during the grand jury proceedings, the prosecutor, Lana Belahovlik, invited only 2 victims to testify before the grand jury. And
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, for the next 2 weeks, you should definitely cover Epstein. Like, it's such a big story right now, and you'll get...
I don't care about viewers, especially the types of viewers you find from this, and 2, like, I have a feeling that it's going to be, anytime stuff like this is way less sensational than people want it to be, people just say that I'm a contrarian and nobody actually gives a fuck about any of the actual evidence anyway, and then it's just like, what the fuck is even the point, right? Like, if I covered the JFK shooting shit, and I came to the conclusion, like, yeah, JFK almost certainly wasn't, like, there was no big conspiracy around this, and people just get ass painted, and then they're like, whatever, it's just, like, not even worth the time. And like, what?
I mean, no, his story is very interesting if you look into it, like, regardless of, like, the conspiracy stuff. Like, you're right, like, that it's not as, like, conspiratorial as people make it out to be, but there still is some stuff there to look into for sure. Like, his background is, like, sus, to say the least, but... I mean, I think it would be interesting.
Maybe after, okay, maybe, you know what, maybe after COVID stuff, maybe we'll do it, okay?
I think now is the perfect time to strike, though, because, like, everyone is speaking about it.
Yeah,
and,
but no
like,
one knows anything
similar...
about it. It's not like now is the perfect time to jump into a thing that, like, nobody knows anything about. Everybody has, like, the most retarded ideas about, like, what's, like, why.
There's plenty of stuff out there, though. Like, this has been a story for many, many years. Like, he was investigated back then, like, in 2006 or whatever. Like, there's so much out there to talk about. Like...
Oh, okay.
And the transcripts are all going to be released soon. But...
Oh, there you go. Well, after the transcripts are released, so we can dive into it, so I have something to go over, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
And it appears that Belahovlik actively undermined her own witnesses by peppering the girls with questions about unsavory social media posts and even accusing a 15-year-old victim of being a prostitute. And the state's attorney's office was also in close communication with Epstein's defense attorney.
Did you already do this last year? No, I just went over his, like, suicide and stuff related to that, but I didn't dive into his background or anything.
And in fact, it was Epstein's attorneys who provided the prosecutors with the underage girls' questionable social media posts, which the prosecutors then used to bully their own underage witnesses. And in the end, the grand jury returned only a single charge, felony solicitation of prostitution, which said nothing about the girls being underage. Now, if you're infuriated by this, you're not the only one. Detective Ricari's boss, Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder, one of the few good guys in the sordid story, was also furious enough at the state's attorney's actions that he sent a scathing letter.
The same thing could be said about Israel. Well, but Israel and history and the region and all that, that's like a rich world of information that I think is super interesting and tells us like how regions develop, how the world developed. This is just an interesting thing, even without any debates. I think learning about that was interesting. Learning the background on a single guy's life, that everybody has injected a conspiracy into every single part of this guy's existence, sounds like the most boring and annoying fucking thing in the universe to go over. Like learning all of Epstein's background will enrich my life exactly 0%. But maybe I will after the COVID stuff.
To Kreischer stating, quote, after giving this much thought and consideration, I must urge you to examine the unusual course that your office's handling of this matter has taken and consider if good and sufficient reason exists to require your disqualification from the prosecution of these cases. Detective Ricari also took the extraordinary step of going to the FBI to ask them to prosecute the case since the state's attorney had done such a poor job. But the feds agreed to launch their own investigation. One can only speculate that this was because they already had a file on the guy from 1996 and probably wanted to save face, but we'll never know. But the FBI's reinvestigation turned up evidence of additional victims, including 34 confirmed minors. And the victims reported the same fact pattern of massages and sexual abuse. The feds found pictures of many of Epstein's victims in his house, as well as plenty of other corroborating evidence tying him to numerous underage victims.
The actual harem.
And armed with this mountain of evidence, the feds sharpened their lawyers' war axes and offered Epstein a slap on the wrist plea deal that should have made national headlines as a travesty of justice, but it did not. Now, back in 2007, we didn't have the tools we have today to get a bird's eye view of how the Epstein slap on the wrist spread throughout the media and public sentiment. At best, a Google trend history reveals that the search term Jeffrey Epstein peaked at 100 searches and was mostly confined to users in New York. But when you use modern technology, you can see the massive political earthquake over Epstein term Jeffrey Epstein peaked at 100 searches and was mostly confined to users.
I don't think this is just 100 searches, right? Isn't this like graphing interest over time? So like if something has very, very low interest and then it gets a lot of interest, but that a lot of interest is still low compared to like all the other prior interests, it'll still be 100. I think this is just graphed on a 0 to 100 for this is the most interest it ever had.
In New York. But when you use modern technology, you can see the massive political earthquake over Epstein in real time. We can see that there have been 372 stories about Epstein in the last 3 months, with 46% of the coverage coming from right-leaning sources, 24% coming from the center, and 30% coming from the left. And if you take a closer look at specific stories like the reporting from Wired that revealed editing in the security camera video of the night that Epstein died, you see a fascinating breakdown of how attitudes across political divides are rapidly changing. This story was only covered by about 50 sources, with 40% of the coverage coming from the right. On the left, sources mostly frame the missing footage as critical minutes that point to a larger cover-up and possible conspiracy. On the right, sources largely agreed with the left that the missing footage was critical, and were even more likely to embrace the yet unverified as of this recording claims that there exists even more missing footage. In the center, sources sources typically focused on the problematic nature of the missing footage, but were not as likely to point to a cover-up. Now, headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source, which is why I use today's sponsor, Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. They've been a long-time supporter of this channel and independent journalism at large. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations.
Wow.
Now, one of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. And also love their blind spot feed, which shows you stories that are unreported by either side of the political spectrum. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed. So click now or I will see you in court. But let's get back to 2007, when Jeffrey Epstein was offered the sweetheart plea bargain deal of the century. In June of 2007, the local U.S. Attorney's Office, under the leadership of Alex Acosta, issued a 53-page indictment against Epstein. Now, negotiations for a plea deal began with Epstein's all-star legal team. Ken Starr, famous for serving as independent counsel during the impeachment of
the Clinton shit.
Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, famous for lots of stuff, and Jay Lefkowitz, a partner at Kirkland & Ellis, the same law firm where Acosta was previously a partner. And after a lot of cozy meetings with defense attorneys at hotels over breakfast, Acosta offered Epstein a remarkable deal. Epstein could plead guilty to state charges, 1 count of solicitation of prostitution and 1 count of solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18. He would be sentenced to 8 months in jail following a year of house arrest and be adjudicated as a convicted sex offender who must register twice a year in Florida. And that was it. That was the penalty for sexually abusing at least 34 underage girls in a systematic, calculating way for years. And even then, Epstein only spent his evenings in Florida jail. During the day, he was permitted work release at his swanky office building. Now, Acosta's deal with Epstein included several other gifts fit for a king of Wall Street, an agreement that the victims would not be notified, a promise that the deal would be kept under seal, and an agreement to dismiss all grand jury subpoenas. And Epstein's all-star legal team also managed to secure one more extraordinary victory, a non-prosecution agreement which allowed Epstein and his co-conspirators to avoid federal sex trafficking charges. Now, we've covered this before, but this plea deal was extraordinary for several reasons. First, 18 U.S.C. 3771, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, gives victims the right to be apprised of the developments in criminal proceedings, the right to be present at public proceedings, and the right to be heard related to plea deals, sentencing, and other key developments. Now, the prosecutors not only bypassed any notification of the victims, but they actively lied to the victims, sending them a letter months after the plea deal had already been signed, urging patience while the prosecution, quote, conducts a thorough investigation. Now, bypassing this law at the request of a serial sex abuser's attorneys was an extraordinary move by Acosta's part. Now, second, Acosta's agreement with Epstein not only prevented future prosecutions of Epstein, but also future prosecutions of his 4 named co-conspirators and an open-ended category of, quote, any potential co-conspirators. Another extraordinary gift. Now, both of these aspects of the agreement are legally important, but we'll get to that in a second. Now, the Miami Herald really blew the lid off of this entire story and reported that the plea deal may have been affected by Epstein's role as a witness in the 2008 securities fraud case against Bear Stearns executives. Now, ironically, those executives were later acquitted, along with pretty much anyone else who played a direct role in blowing up our economy. Now, we don't know for sure, but it looks like prosecutors threw a couple dozen underage girls under the bus in order to get some ineffective testimony about the cheating finance execs who tanked the world economy. So Jeffrey Epstein served 13 months of nighttime imprisonment, spent his days at his swanky office, and apparently even continued to have women flown out to Palm Beach to have sex with him in exchange for money. And a few potential violations of the house arrest were documented in the state's attorney's files, but no one took action. And after his 13 months were up,
Can't he find vulnerable girls like in Palm Beach? I don't understand why they're flying from a whole other place. It feels like it's so much more work than it needs to be.
Epstein seemed to return to his ordinary life of sexual predation. And faced with some additional law enforcement scrutiny, he purchased 2 private islands off the coast of the U.S. Virgin Islands in 2010 and 2016, respectively, where he then had even more leverage over his victims. In a later lawsuit, one of his victims revealed that in an act of desperation, she tried to swim off the island to escape him. But Epstein and his co-conspirators located her and then took her passport in an attempt to keep her captive. Another victim alleged that when she tried to escape the private island, Epstein and his co-conspirators returned her to his house and suggested physical restraint or harm if she failed to cooperate. And meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta went on to be appointed as Trump's Secretary of Labor.
On behalf of the President of the United States, it's my honor to welcome you all today to the office of the Vice President here at the White House complex for a very important moment in the life of this administration and in our national life, as I administer the oath of office to the 27th Secretary of Labor for the United States of America, Alexander Acosta.
Where is Epstein's island like? What is this like part of the U.S. or part of like a territory or part of a?
And all the bad guys lived happily ever after. Until
I was usually asleep before we landed, so I don't remember where it was.
Two scrappy reporters, a few more heroes in the story, started looking into this. Julie K. Brown, an investigative reporter at the Miami Herald, and Miami Herald videographer Emily Michaud began investigating Epstein in early 2017, about the same time as Acosta was being nominated as Secretary of Labor by Donald Trump in his first term. And they uncovered 80 potential victims as young as 13 and 14 years old when the abuse occurred, and conducted video and written interviews with 8 survivors, the most important heroes in the story, who bravely agreed to tell their stories. And the Miami Herald's investigation ultimately led to Acosta's resignation from his Secretary of Labor role, and finally to a real criminal indictment against Jeffrey Epstein. So on July 6, 2019, federal prosecutors in New York got a second chance to prosecute Epstein. And unlike Bill O'Reilly, you're probably smart enough to figure out that since this is 2019, this is still the Trump administration. Epstein was arrested at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, reportedly a hub of his sex trafficking network, and under 18 U.S.C. 1591, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York charged him with sex trafficking and sex trafficking conspiracy related to the abuse of dozens of minor girls at his properties in Palm Beach and New York. Now, the Southern District of New York's charges weren't double jeopardy because in Acosta's original case, Epstein only pled to state-level charges, and the 2019 indictment included only federal charges. Acosta's plea agreement with Epstein, though, would have likely become a thornier issue. But the U.S. attorneys never had to address that because on August 10, 2019, Epstein was found dead in his cell. A medical examiner's report ruled it a suicide by hanging. So obviously that ended the criminal prosecution against him, but it did not stop the legal fallout. Now, Maria Farmer and several other Epstein victims victims alleged the involvement of Epstein's longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell. Victims accused Maxwell of recruiting them, manipulating and gaslighting them by normalizing Epstein's predatory behavior, and even of sexually abusing them herself. And the Department of Justice's investigation corroborated this, finding that Maxwell and Epstein identified vulnerable girls, typically from single-mother households and difficult financial circumstances. Maxwell then helped Epstein entice and recruit the girls as young as 14 to visit Epstein's Palm Beach residence to be sexually abused by him. Maxwell also encouraged victims to travel to Epstein's other properties, knowing that they would be sexually abused there, and she helped pay victims for the sex acts and for recruiting other additional girls to be similarly abused by Epstein. And on December 29, 2021, Maxwell was found guilty of conspiracy to...
Hold on, not everybody that was at Epstein's island, okay? We didn't all do bad things, okay? Just because there's a picture of me being here or not, okay, has nothing to do with anything that happened there, okay? So, calm down, all right?
Entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal sex acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal sex acts, sex trafficking conspiracy, and sex trafficking of a minor. Now, numerous powerful men and female co-conspirators have been named in connection with Epstein's sex crimes, but Maxwell remains the only person in the United States who was ever actually convicted of sex crimes related to the Epstein abuses. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison. But Maxwell may still evade justice thanks to Acosta's plea agreement with Epstein. In a 2023 appeal to the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, Maxwell argued that because Acosta's immunity deal with Epstein included an unnamed list of co-conspirators, and because Acosta didn't expressly limit the agreement to the Southern District of Florida, she should be included and should be immune. The DOJ has counter-argued that, quote, the phrase United States in a plea agreement like this is just a generic reference to the U.S. Attorney's Office that enters into the agreement and is not on its own enough to establish an affirmative appearance. The DOJ also argued that Maxwell has no right to invoke the protections of the agreement because she wasn't a signatory to the agreement and hadn't sufficiently argued its protections were conferred onto her. Now, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed Maxwell's conviction, but in April 2025, Maxwell filed a petition for writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court, asking the court to find that Acosta's sweetheart deal applied to her as well. Maxwell argued that there's a circuit split as to whether a promise on behalf of the United States or the government by a United States Attorney's Office in one district is binding upon offices in other districts. Now, confronted with this challenge, the Trump DOJ did nothing for 3 months, but mere days after Trump's meltdown on Truth Social, Trump's DOJ filed a conveniently timed response to Maxwell's petition for writ of certiorari, arguing that the plea deal did not apply to her. And the DOJ contended that, quote, at the time the NPA was negotiated, DOJ policy barred U.S. attorneys from entering into non-prosecution agreements that bound other districts unless they obtained the approval of those districts or the criminal division. And it would be strange if one rogue district attorney could bind the entire U.S. government from ever filing charges against Epstein or his co-conspirators without ever consulting headquarters. But as of the recording of this video, the court hasn't decided whether it will hear Maxwell's case or not. And meanwhile, the many civil actions against Epstein's estate and associates continue. And for everyone out there hungry for names to be named, well, we have some good news. Thanks to how our justice system works, lots of names have been named in the civil cases. These are the true Epstein files, and we've gone through them, so you don't have to. One of the bravest and most vocal survivors was Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Giuffre was involved as a pseudonymous plaintiff in one of the first batch of civil lawsuits against Epstein in 2009. In 2011, she revealed her identity as a survivor of abuse by Epstein and Maxwell. And she went on to file several lawsuits, including one against England's Prince Andrew for sexual abuse when she was 16 and 17, which resulted in an undisclosed settlement. In depositions and public statements, Giuffre has claimed many times that Maxwell recruited and groomed her for sexual abuse. Maxwell vehemently denied this and publicly called Giuffre a liar, and in response, Giuffre filed a defamation lawsuit against Maxwell. The case settled in 2017, but the case generated reams of documents, including depositions, pictures, communications, and a vast trove of other evidence. These and other documentary evidence generated in other civil and criminal cases are the real Epstein files, and in early 2024, the court in Giuffre versus Maxwell ordered the unsealing of many of these documents. These documents had previously been sealed to protect the identities of many of Epstein's victims who still have not publicly identified themselves. Many of the documents contain not just names, but also identifying information about people's backgrounds, personal details that can be used to re-identify victims, and court documents are often sealed in cases involving sexual abuse, especially the sexual abuse of minors, because the documents can contain exceptionally private and troubling details which, especially in a post-internet world, could affect the victim's safety. Indeed, in their depositions, several of Epstein's victims said that after their identities became public, they feared for their safety. But the documents in the Giuffre case were unsealed because there was an exceptionally strong public interest in the case and because Giuffre herself had argued that they should be unsealed. Maxwell's legal team argued vehemently against the unsealing of the documents, despite the fact that Maxwell had already been convicted years before. But this highlights a key tension in the case, the balance between the victim's need for privacy and the public's need to hold Epstein's co-conspirators accountable. And this tension is particularly strong in the Epstein case because many of the girls involved were not only victims themselves, but were also paid to recruit future victims. Even still, many redactions were applied to protect the identities of victims who have still never publicly identified themselves.
You still think Epstein is a lone actor? Well, no, I mean, I guess Ghislaine was his, like, go-to or whatever. But the question isn't whether or not people help him. The question is whether there's, like, a pedophile blackmail billionaire rig or whatever, right? That's the big claim.
Themselves and feared for their safety if they were named. And many prominent people were also named in the unsealed documents, but they had all been previously identified as Epstein associates. Giuffre's unsealed deposition detailed several times that Epstein directed her as a minor to have sex with prominent men, including Epstein's attorney, Alan Dershowitz, former Governor Bill Richardson, former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell, CEO Les Wexner, Prince Andrew, MIT scientist Marvin Minsky, hotel company heir Thomas Pritzker, and billionaire Glenn Dubin. And all these men, except Minsky, who died in 2016 before Giuffre's allegations against him were public, had denied these charges and none have been criminally charged. And the accusation against Dershowitz was particularly contentious. He and Giuffre both sued each other for defamation, agreeing in 2022 to settle their lawsuits against each other. And immediately after the settlement, Giuffre released a public statement saying that she, quote, may have made a mistake in identifying Mr. Dershowitz, but she later clarified that she, quote, did not and would never exonerate Mr. Dershowitz. The Giuffre's case was one of the many against Epstein and his associates. And companies tied to Epstein, including JP Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, and Barclays, have all...
Okay, word.
Yes, I do disagree with the whole Epstein thing, absolutely.
Give me your strongest piece of evidence that he was killed.
Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's changed my mind quite a lot on... I didn't think about it that way, but yeah, that makes sense.
Why do you think it's not sus that he broke his neck at all with that tiny ass cell with like 4 feet of drop? All right, yeah, no, it seems pretty plausible that he killed himself.
Hello.
I gotta debate you, Steve.
What are we doing? On what?
The Epstein stuff.
We recreated Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage. You can get the raw file on Patreon to explore it yourself, and let's jump into it. Line number 5, you're gonna get a video of the cell.
True.
And you're gonna get the video of the cell, and you're gonna see for yourself.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I've marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
There's a video of him. No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit. But that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official
Thought it was
report
like 2 weeks
says that
earlier.
recording should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this event.
Well, I think all the cameras were working. Was it called the APU? That doesn't sound right. Or something. I think all the cameras were working, but the recorder wasn't working for, I think, about half the cameras in the whole prison. Not it was in, I think, or it was the whole, however many cameras were routed into that thing.
And we should have been able to get
Was it SHU?
that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claim the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
It was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3, there's nothing unlucky about it because we were told directly that the footage we were going to get showed there was no one there but Epstein.
You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after
I think he means like in the cell, right?
lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in.
Like, what's the theory here? That a guy walked up, killed him, nobody else on that cell line says anything about it? There's no... Obviously, there's no evidence of this, right? No DNA or anything else.
And in slow motion, again, several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are...
What do you think happened? He killed himself. He already tried to do it one time. This guy's life is over. They've got him dead to rights, I'm pretty sure, on everything. He already had one sweetheart deal. Like, the dude is probably just... He killed himself. So the autopsy said, that's what everybody else there said. That's... Like, there's just no other... You would have to concoct a very... The problem is there's literally zero evidence that he was killed by anybody else. So you have to concoct a story that can account for the fact that every single piece of evidence was obscured or hidden or not recorded, and that every single person who would have seen this guy, for some reason, didn't say anything about it to anybody ever and lied to every investigator, or... But it's just, it's too fantastic. It's just too much.
were housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the two prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with him lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God. but they did not do that. Instead, they appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after.
Do you remember all the conspiracies around his clothing and his thyroid bone? Yeah, some guy tried to say that, or some woman, I think, said that, like, when people kill themselves, this bone never breaks or something. So it was obviously a murder, even though there's zero other forensic evidence to insinuate that there was a murder, right? There's no defensive wounds, there's no other DNA collected, there's no other types of injuries around the neck would imply that. But then some guy countered, and I think we even looked up, there's like a study that shows that like in 60% of suicide by hanging or whatever, people break this bone. It was just a bullshit. It was just a lie.
What?
After lockdown, and you also have guard.
Anything else, or?
Remember all the conspiracies around his clothing and his thyroid bone? Yeah, some guy tried to say that, or some woman, I think, said that, like, when people kill themselves, this bone never breaks or something. So it was obviously a murder, even though there's zero other forensic evidence to insinuate that there was a murder, right? There's no defensive wounds, there's no other DNA collected, there's no other types of injuries around the neck would imply that. But then some guy countered, and I think we even looked up, there's like a study that shows that like in 60% of suicide by hanging or whatever, people break this bone. It was just a bullshit. It was just a lie.
After lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage, so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
hell
So, yeah,
was
I don't
my
think I need to
camera
explain why this
fucking-
is one of the most.
He was open about
How
wanting
long
to
was
live
it like
forever.
that?
If he had one sweetheart deal, couldn't he have
that's
gotten another? Asmongold level logic broing. It's too odd of a case. Do you see like how?
I'm sorry, I was spacing the fuck
The
out.
OIG report, and so it's just inmates shown on.
All the conspiracies around his clothing and his thyroid bone. This bone never breaks, right? There's no defensive wounds. There's no other DNA collected. There's no other types of injuries around the neck would imply that. But then some guy countered, and I think we even looked up, there's like a study that shows that like in 60% of suicide by hanging or whatever, people break this bone. It was just a bullshit. It was just a lie.
After lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage, so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most.
He was open about wanting to live forever. If he had one sweetheart deal, couldn't he have gotten another? Asmongold level logic broing. It's too odd of a case. Do you see like how retarded you sound right now? He was open up wanting to live forever. What does that have to do with anything? He probably didn't want to live in prison forever. He had one sweetheart deal. Couldn't he have gotten another one? I feel like definitionally, sweetheart deals are usually like one-time things. If you f up over and over again, you're probably mega no. And then you said it's too odd of a case. It's not really that odd at all. I think the issue is people think it's way more odd than it actually is. When you read how many deaths happen in federal prisons, and then when you see how this particular prison was, it becomes a lot less odd.
Brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute.
I don't believe any of that. It sounds to me like they just stitched together files, but I mean, I don't know the exact thing they're referring to here, but when we read it, because when you read through, because I think we read this Wired article, it was like, it looked like it had been edited at least twice or whatever, and it was, my guess is they probably dumps like files because they're video files and they're huge or whatever. They probably just stitched them together using Final Cut.
Forensic analysts who
Like the idea that there was some kind of sophisticated video editing going on here, I have none.
spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS.
I believe there were some cuts with some missing time. Apparently there's like a minute missing at 11:59. Apparently the government said that the government claimed that the camera reboots or something, or the save file happens or something in that minute. But then apparently they've also said they do have that minute of footage. I have no idea.
News, the FBI, and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
And that brings us to the final point, the final biggest lie of all, and that's a direct quote from the DOJ memo about what the footage even shows. And it says this, quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because
Well, it's not really, but...
Our whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the staircase, you'll find that you can't see him at all. He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they already admitted in a previous Epstein report saying that this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view of the L tier stairway. So it's not a full view. You can't see everything. And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the camera.
But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell. Our replication of the prison shows the same conclusion. If we have Maxwell walking from the SHU entrance to Epstein's cell, we can't see him from this camera angle, even though if we make the walls transparent, obviously we can see him. But in the raw footage, we'd have no way of knowing if somebody walked this direction. This painstaking recreation of the special housing unit bed, the top 5 lies from our government about Jeffrey Epstein. 1, we didn't get a video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We got a camera, they can't see it. 2, there wasn't just one camera, there were 11. 3, the footage shows way more than just Epstein. 4, we didn't get raw footage, we got modified footage. And lastly, there are blind spots on this camera. I mean, it's just perfectly clear, and the government has previously admitted it. This, of course, doesn't mean, I have to say, that Epstein definitively himself, but the government is only adding fuel to the fire when they put out statements that are directly contradicted by their own video. The best you can say is this is either extreme levels of negligence or deliberate incompetence to cover things up. The most honest thing you can say at this point is that
all the Russian oligarchs jumped from windows too. They killed themselves. No evidence to the contrary. Don't be conspiracy theorists. Hey! If you want to fight about it. Oh, look at all these disagreeers in here. Destiny, you using a lack of evidence as reasoning is flawed, as MK Ultra was almost pathetic. What do you mean lack of evidence is flawed? You need evidence to make a claim! What?
Don't you miss the old days when I could come in here and we could make people start with a vowel and end with a vowel?
Why, do I need to go back to playing Factorio? Is that what you're saying?
Just saying, you know, a little bit of going back to basics could be good, you know?
What was this, man?
Blue collar liberal. I only want people who disagree on the Epstein thing. What are you here for? What are you in that room for?
Oh, I did not mean to join this room.
Okay, yeah. So I do disagree with you, but I don't really have the facts. So it would be totally just like a vibe-based disagreement. So I don't know if anybody's interested in hearing that.
Well, at least you're honest. All right, well, good job. That you guys had your chance, and you've sacrificed it. Now it's gone.
Why would you try to even prove against it when it's destroying Republicans in the first place? Why not take the opposite side and be like, wow, I think something really did happen. Why are you trying to make their life easier?
Because it's not. There's still a really good angle of attack, and it's that these guys ran on saying they had Epstein shit, and then they've hidden Trump's association with it, and so they should release everything as a result of that. But as soon as you start making these weird conspiratorial deal with the devils of like, oh, there was a real conspiracy, everybody's retarded, and they all believe it, a whole bunch of other retarded conspiracies too, and they never come back from it.
Well, hold on. DGG has always been about like the arguing against the crazy shit. Like, can you say why this thing is wrong and people have no reason to do it? You have a bunch of people that bent themselves completely into a pretzel thinking that the Epstein file exists. Make them come in here and say, why is it not matter now? Why would you take the other side?
I don't take the other side. I think it does matter. I think that they should release everything they have, and the administration deserves to get on this issue. But I think most people still genuinely believe there's like a client list and there's some huge conspiracy to have him killed or whatever.
Yeah, they do, and we should
not allow that. What do you want, hockey player?
I have to tutor this kid in 10 minutes, so it's unlucky timing.
Don't worry, I can school you in 5. What do you need?
Yes, I do disagree with the whole Epstein thing, absolutely.
Give me your strongest piece of evidence that he was killed. The single strongest piece of evidence that something nefarious happened.
Evidence Epstein was killed?
Or the strongest piece of
plenty
evidence.
of it.
Okay, yeah, give me the one strongest. Don't name some irrelevant shit and then I push back. You're like, okay, well, that doesn't matter. Give me the strongest piece of evidence.
Okay, so the neck fractures. The autopsy revealed fractures in his neck, right? There was a broken hyoid bone in Epstein's neck. And these can occur in hangings, but they are way more common in cases of strangulation. Did you look at this? Did you look at his autopsy whatsoever?
Yes, I did. So the fact that it's just that one bone and there's no other part of the suicide that makes it look like it was a murder, there's no defensive wounds, there's no other marks on the body whatsoever, would highly undercut the idea that just because that particular bone is broken, that's indicative of him being murdered.
Did you look at Michael Baden's independent pathology review by any chance?
No, what does it contradict from what I just said?
He argued that the neck injuries were extremely unusual in suicidal
Even if it
hangings.
was extremely unusual, doesn't matter. There's still no evidence for anything else. And even if it, and also I don't know if it was unusual because when I looked at the hyoid bone shit and other people commenting on it, they all said that it seems to be the fact that that bone does break pretty commonly. But like it would be more unusual that he was murdered and there was just that one extra neck.
I mean,
bone
what do you mean
broken.
when you say you want conclusive evidence?
I didn't
Like,
say
do you really
conclusive.
not think it's-
Wait. Did I say conclusive at all here? Did I ever use that word a single time?
Well, I mean, if you're here like saying that, you know, it probably didn't happen and stuff like that, I mean, do you really think that the guards just happened to fall asleep when they snuck into a cell and strangled him to death on behalf of, I'm not going to say on behalf of who?
I think the guards were, I think the graveyard shift guards were just sleeping and being lazy. Yes. Like apparently they had been for a long time. Yeah.
Really? So you think the guards just happened to fall asleep, the camera malfunctioned, two non-functioning cameras actually.
Apparently over half the cameras were not recording. The cameras were, it's not that the cameras were malfunctioning, it's that the recorder wasn't on, but.
Also, why did they not?
I mean, I'm not going to say no names, but a couple of friends I have fell asleep at jobs and shit, like fucking, I don't think it's that out of the possibilities that they maybe, like, yeah, fell asleep, because, like, if nothing ever is going on, like, fucking, why not? Like, yeah, it might be your job to not fall asleep and whatever, but I mean, people break rules and shit, like.
Photograph his position, the position of his body upon discovery.
Okay, hold on. So besides all of these weird, like, what about this and what about, do you have any, so you have no evidence whatsoever. Do you at least admit that you have no evidence whatsoever that he was actually killed, right?
I mean, if you were to take this to trial and you have it in front of a jury, they don't have like hard conclusive evidence that someone killed someone a lot of the time, right? They just use like, you know, they listen to the story and stuff and they say, yeah, there's no way this could have happened.
Sure.
Like
Okay, give me the story. What's the story? What happened? Tell me what you think is most likely what happened.
So the story is that, you know, both guards were just asleep.
No. Give me what you think happened. What do you think happened?
Both guards?
I don't want to say what I think happened.
Why?
I'm going to get in trouble if I say what I think happened.
Why would we get in trouble? Are you going to advocate for somebody to die?
No. I just, you know, his view is contested by official medical findings. I think that, you know.
Why would you think somebody's going to come after you?
No. Why would anyone come after me for viewing my opinion on what happened in the Epstein case?
Then why can't you just say what you think happened?
Yeah, what?
Well, I think I don't want to say who the people that may or may not be responsible.
The Jews?
You know.
Trump?
No. It's nothing like that at all. No. But like, I'm just wondering if you looked into Michael Baden's arguments.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna chase down every single conspiracy theorist's like take on some. This is such a waste of time. Just give me the strongest piece of evidence. Was he the one that did the autopsy?
Yeah. Well, he did one. No, he looked into the. He's not the one who did the autopsy.
Okay, just curious.
But
If I
he
look
is
into
a
this
pathologist.
Michael Baden dude or whatever, and I dig through this for the next 30 minutes, and I find out that most of what he says is bullshit, how much would this move the needle on your opinion on the Epstein thing?
They would move it quite a bit. It's pretty much all I have, aside from the guards falling asleep and then just their handling of the files and stuff. But I'm guessing that Pam Bondi's just a retard and doesn't know how to communicate properly, and that's why she said she had the files on her desk.
Okay, what's this guy's name? How do you spell it? Michael
Baden, so B-A-D-E-N. Name and then the first name. Cool. It really was the unusual fracture pattern that was noted in the autopsy. Right?
Do you
So
think
they
that it would
noted
be more unusual for an unusual I'll read this guy's stuff, but like, don't you think it would be more unusual that a guy was murdered with absolutely no other signs of a struggle at all?
Yeah, I think that would be a lot more unusual. Yeah.
Then shouldn't this evidence cut against? Why would this evidence be in favor then?
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I guess when you look at it from that sort of perspective, it is probably more unusual that this unusual thing happened in the autopsy as opposed to someone coming in and killing him. So what's your evidence that he didn't die? Sorry, that he didn't get murdered?
Well, that's a positive claim that you would have to support. I guess my positive claim is that he killed himself. My evidence that he killed himself is that apparently he already tried one time, so it seems like he was suicidal. He has every reason to kill himself, like the motive and everything makes sense. He has the means and the opportunity. He has the stuff he needs in his cell to do it. He has the opportunity to do it. And then all of the forensic evidence seems to agree that he killed himself. And I can't find any other alternative hypotheses that seem even remotely credible.
So again, you're basically doing what I'm doing, right? You're looking at the pattern of events that occurred and saying it's more probable that this happened, but you don't have like any single piece of conclusive evidence. Right?
Hold on. You use that word again, conclusive. I've never asked you for conclusive evidence. I'm asking for a single piece. Why does every conservative do this? I ask for just one piece, and they're like, you want to prove 100%. I'm not asking you to conclusively prove. I'm just looking for your strongest one piece of evidence.
The unusual bone fractures would be the strongest piece of evidence that there is that he did not hang himself, right? Especially because the drop is short. It doesn't make sense. You know, in a jail cell, the drop is going to be short. It would not make sense he had those bone fractures if he hung himself. They are much more common in manual strangulation because the direct pressure of hands or crushes the hyoid and surrounding cartilage.
How could you ever? I'm just trying to think. How could you ever? Like, let's say that I grant.
I was about to freak out and be like, no one fucking seen that dude, but there's 2 bots and only me and that dude. So, whatever.
That it's a 95 to 5 thing. So it's quite rare. 1 out of 20 chance of that thing breaking, right?
Right.
How could I possibly explain a strangulation with no other marks of a struggle?
Well, that's why it's suggestive and not conclusive, right? So
no, stop saying that. Hello? What? What are you? You're about to tutor somebody? I'm not asking for anything conclusive.
Yeah,
we're being inductive.
We're
just being inductive. Sure, we're being inductive. We're being inductive here. We're just trying to figure out probabilistically. Okay, so I can accept. Sure, maybe it's rare that that particular hanging pattern would occur. It's not impossible, right? But then my next question is, what are the chances that a particular strangulation would happen with absolutely zero other forensic, like, markings of a murder?
I mean, I don't know the exact percentage, but I assume there's a very low chance that he got strangled, but then there were no bruises. Yeah, I'd say more than 90% of them would have some sort of external injury.
Okay.
So yes, it's very...
We also would have to say that all of the forensic evidence of another guy entering the cell, all of that must have been destroyed, right? So any fingerprints, any hair, any other types of him going in or out of the prison, all of that information was deleted or was destroyed, and nobody else in that cell block was willing to testify or say that somebody came in and killed him as well, right?
Okay, so I mean, if I were to ask you to, you know, play the other side, what do you think the strongest piece of evidence is that he did get murdered? Like, what would you say?
I don't know, under the influence of drugs or some other psychotic disease that inhibits your ability from seeing reality? What do you mean? There's no evidence.
Okay, so they drugged him and then strangled him, like, softly. They didn't have to leave any injuries. They just, like, basically cut off his airflow after they drugged him. Don't you think that's pretty likely? I don't think that's anything crazy.
With what drug? Who drugged him? Like, so somebody's involved in drugging him. He got drugged. He went to his cell. He fell asleep, and then somebody, if they lightly strangled him like that, then why would there be any broken bones that only show up during, like, murders or whatever?
Well, they maybe use like a sedative, like, you know, diazepam. They could have used.
Don't those things tend to show up in toxicology reports?
I'm sure there's some that don't.
Also, there still would have had to have been somebody to go in and kill him, and nobody else in that cell block reported seeing anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the cell block was really isolated, right? And then the cameras were off as well, and the guards were asleep, all pretty conveniently. So, I mean, what do you think the chances are of all of that happening in, like, a given prison?
Higher than whatever story you're suggesting.
Really? I mean, people have done shit like this in the past, right? You know, the
Didn't
US
he
government
literally already try to kill himself?
Why
one
is it that
time?
like when someone tells you have to ask yourself this? Why is it that when someone tells you that the CIA did some insane, coveted, like out of this world operation in like the 60s or 70s, you'll believe it? But if someone tells you it's currently happening, you have a very, very hard time believing it.
It's a different time, and they were doing different things back then.
Yeah,
Right.
well, don't they have the capability to do more things like that are?
I think right now, unfortunately, I think the saddest thing, if you're a man, okay, and you grow up, and like all men do, and I refuse to believe anybody different, okay, all men fantasize about pulling off the perfect heist, okay? We watch Ocean's 11.
I do.
Yeah, and it's based, okay?
I don't even
and you know
know
what? You could
Ocean's
do that
11 is.
up until like 1999, okay? But now there's 70 trillion fucking cameras everywhere, okay? Now satellites can point to the sidewalk and suck your cum off the sidewalk and DNA fingerprint identify you, okay? Matched against like 70 million databases, half of which you don't even know your DNA's in. It seems like there's so, like, everybody's got a fucking cell phone, everybody's got a fucking camera, everything is fucking recording in random places all over the place. It just seems like it's, like, the idea of getting away with something like this, especially given every other fucking thing is leaked from this administration or just been said openly. Like, I'm not gonna say Epstein being killed is not impossible, but here's the biggest problem, okay? The biggest problem is that any story or anybody powerful enough to do this story, I feel like would have never allowed him to have been arrested. And was he convicted in the first place? They would have just
yeah, he was convicted
he
of
was
like
convicted.
prostitution.
Then I feel like, yeah, then why wouldn't they have just killed him at any other time earlier in this process? Why would they wait till he gets to a fucking federal prison where there's a billion cameras and everything else? I feel like there would have been a million other times to disappear him without anybody ever, you know, being none the wiser.
In a prison where you turn the cameras off, they also removed his cellmate hours before his death. You know about that, right? So they left him alone for the first time in weeks. Do you think it was a
I don't think that was the first time. I think he'd been without a cellmate for a little bit.
No, that was the first time he was left alone. In weeks.
I could check.
Yeah, he was indeed removed hours before his death, leaving him alone for the first time in weeks. This is the AI overview.
Oh.
His removal.
Okay. That
is
could be the
part of
case.
events that
Wait, but that could be the case. But do you believe that he also had already tried to kill himself?
Tried to kill himself?
Because wouldn't that also comport with the story of, wow, the first time he's left on his own, he
Is that
tries
like
to kill himself
confirmed?
again?
Did he also try to kill himself? Did he genuinely try to kill himself? Is that confirmed?
I mean, wasn't that before? Yeah, this is part of the conspiracy story, right? That he should have already been on suicide watch because he'd already tried to kill himself once. This is like part of the big story.
Yeah, but he had like an actual legitimate suicide attempt, like the cord snapped or something and it failed, or they're just saying he put on suicide watch because he was alive. Or did he have like an actual suicide attempt?
You know what? I got nothing else going on today. So you know what? I got nothing else going on today. So you know what? Let me just fucking like fuck it.
Yeah, so let me just summarize it before I go tutor this kid. The fractures, the jail coincidence, so there's the cellmate that was removed, the 2 cameras, and then the compromised crime scene as well. There was no photography of the body, right? They didn't follow the standard protocol for photographing the body, right? And there was also inconsistent reports on the position of the body as well, so that's the last one.
Yeah, but like none of this
Okay,
is
so-
evidence that he was killed, right? Like,
Yeah,
like,
no
hold on,
one
wait,
really
help me,
has-
wait.
unless
I
there's
need
like
you-
a
wait, wait,
DNA
I need you to
test,
talk
no
me.
one's
I need you to help me. I need you to help me break through. I need you to help me talk to your brain, okay? You're doing a thing where you're saying, "Isn't this weird? Isn't this weird? Isn't this weird?" But none of it cuts in either direction, right?
It's not just that isn't this weird. I find it like you know, if there's like a siren, it's a really loud, really bright red siren. The fact that his cellmate was removed for the first time hours prior to his death, you know, that's not like a conventionally retarded. Like, isn't it weird? This guy died after taking the vax. No, this is like a really big thing. You know, I would say it's not just an isn't this weird. Like the fact that his cellmate was removed.
Nobody else?
He never.
Wait. Was anybody else awake on his cell block when he died, or there were other people in his cell block, right? It wasn't just like a lone fucking cell, right?
So I don't know if anyone else was awake on a cell block, if like, you know, Jerome or something was awake at the time he was strangled to death. But his cellmate was removed the evening before, which left him alone. And the cell block reported hearing nothing unusual. Yeah, so that's what they basically said. They know no commotion overnight until the morning discovery. So yeah, no one heard anything, even if they were. Yeah, people were awake, but no one heard anything. Which again, it's consistent with like, you know, sedating him, maybe putting fentanyl to kind of make him drowsy. You ever
Wait,
taken,
but
like,
how would somebody have gotten in or out if nobody?
Oh,
Wouldn't that be
Nobody
consistent with
heard
him?
any-
Wouldn't that just be consistent with him like killing himself? Fuck, where's my fucking note on this? Sorry, hold on. Wouldn't that just be consistent with him committing suicide?
Yeah, I'm sure they, articulate it in a way where it looks like he committed suicide, pretty heavily. But like, don't you think? I mean, do you think it's just like weird that his cellmate was removed hours before his death?
No,
And that they
because
didn't
wouldn't he
follow the
wait to
standard
wouldn't he
protocol
wait?
for
Wouldn't he wait one at a time? Wouldn't he wait to kill himself until he was alone?
Why? He's afraid his roommate would like stop him or something from killing himself?
Yeah. If you were in prison
his
with
body up
somebody
so
and
he
your
doesn't-
cellmate kills himself, you don't think you'd get in major fucking trouble for that? No?
Well, if it's Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, yeah, yes, I would help them. Yes, if they're hanging in front of me. Like,
Right, well, if
dangling,
it's anybody, right?
yeah, I would.
What are you getting?
I mean, yes, yeah, that does make sense, but you could throw it back the other way. Like, if they're gonna kill him, they would do it when the guy leaves the cell. But there were also inconsistent reports on the position of the body. Right, they didn't follow standard protocol for a crime scene like that, or,
Do you think that the guards might have been doing this to cover their ass?
the guards?
Mhm.
Yeah, the guards who actually did eat it.
The guards that what? That would do this to cover their ass?
No, I don't think so. Are you implying it's like probable that the guards would like move the body around or something? Or
No. Not that they moved, but that they would fuck up protocol a little because the guards clearly fucked up, right? This guy was a suicide risk. If you assume the official story is true, then the guards fucked up hard. They lied about doing their regular checks. They allowed this guy to be alone in a cell when they shouldn't have, and he had things in that cell that he wasn't supposed to have either, like pens and I think the bed sheets or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I have under
Oh,
discovery,
I
because I
see.
wrote, guards discovered body at 6:30 a.m. He was found in a kneeling position with a strip of bed sheet wrapped around his neck. He was believed to have been dead for 2 hours when found. They failed to revive him with CPR. He was transferred to New York Downtown Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 6:39 a.m. The removal of his body was in violation of protocol. There was a lack of photographs taken of body.
Yeah, there was a guard who described it as legs out in front of him, his buttocks about an inch off the floor, with the orange noose around his neck tied to the bunk above.
Sure, but like,
right?
so like, wait. Here's a question. If I wanted to make this a murder, right?
Yeah.
If the story was absolutely perfect, wouldn't that just be more evidence that it was a murder? Because you could just say, oh, well, look, like, obviously it was staged because everybody's reporting the exact same story. Everybody's, found him in the exact perfect position to be suicide. So it was obviously a murder. The only reason I'm asking this is because if I follow your story where you're saying that people are giving different reports of like what happened, if he was murdered, why would they give different reports of what happened? Like, how does that cut in favor of that anyway? It feels like you're just trying to make every piece of evidence fit, right? Like, let's assume your story is true and he was murdered by somebody. What would explain the guards reporting different things or not following procedure and taking photographs of the body?
So I think like the first few minutes after discovery are critical, right? So the guards moved Epstein's body immediately to attempt resuscitation or whatever, instead of photographing and securing the scene. So that's probably why his probably why there were different counts of the position.
Sure, but I'm saying that that piece of evidence right there, that could cut either way, right? That doesn't necessarily mean one thing or another, no?
Yeah, I guess if he hungs himself, someone discovers the body, he runs to call for help. The other guy, like, I don't know, attempts to revive him, and then the body gets moved.
Okay.
But yeah, that could apply both ways.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's a big confusion. But if he did kill himself, the guards still failed massively. They skipped checks, they fell asleep, and they falsified logs. Were any of them, like, prosecuted or...
I don't know if what they did was criminal, but
any of
at
that?
the very least they lost their jobs and everything. But like there was, fuck, doesn't he have this Atlantic article? I'm not gonna have it.
Also, the guards could be, trying to protect themselves, right, with the inconsistent reporting.
Yeah, I agree with that. But if the only reason they would try to protect themselves is because they fucked up, which points to an accident, right?
Yeah, like, they're supposed to check on a cell every 30 minutes. They fell asleep or were surfing the internet or whatever, and then falsified logs. So Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So, well, what do you think is more likely? I guess you still think it's more likely that he was just hanging himself?
Yeah, I mean, everything seems to fit there, right? They're lazy guards. They're breaking protocol. They broke protocol when they found a dead guy. They tried to CPR him and everything else because they knew that they fucked up hard. Like, other fuck-ups had already been reported in the jail because there were other inmates that reported seeing Epstein with things he wasn't supposed to have. I think other inmates reported that Epstein would tell the prison guards, oh, I know people who are going to sue you guys or whatever. So they gave him shit that he wasn't supposed to, like, I think, like, bed sheets and pens, I think, were the two things that I feel like I remember.
Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's changed my mind quite a lot on... I didn't think about it that way. But yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I have to go tutor this kid. Math, but it was nice talking to you.
Okay, have fun.
a good rest of the stream.
Fuck. There was a really good article, it might have been in The Atlantic, and it lists like 50 different people who die in federal prisons in weird circumstances. Why not just have them post bail? You can't post bail if you're convicted, retard. Good one. Oh, was this article? 32 short stories about death in prison. It sucks because like these prisons have like issues, but people think there's like some extra special fuck up here, when in reality our federal prisons are just kind of fucked up. Jonathan Magby, a paraplegic in a wheelchair who needed 24-hour care, was arrested for marijuana possession in D.C. in 2008. He required a ventilator to breathe when he slept. The jail didn't have the facilities to care for him, so he died in jail. Terrell Thomas died of dehydration and is still in Milwaukee after jailers turned off the water to his cell for 7 days. Jesus. The jail was under the leadership of then-Sheriff David Clark. Darren Rainey was an inmate in South Florida. Guards put him in a shower stall, locked the door, and turned on the hot water. Then they taunted him, saying, "How do you like your shower?" He died. The witnesses said he looked like a boiled lobster. Authorities declined to charge the guards. They said the skin peeling off Rainey's body must have been slippage caused by attempts to revive him. David Osias Ramirez, like Epstein, was accused of sexually abusing minors. While he was in custody, nominally under the care of jail guards, his cellmate drowned him in a toilet. Kenneth Dahlstra killed himself in the Ionia County Jail in Michigan by drinking water for 2 hours until he died. He was on suicide watch. A guard told him to stop drinking water, but he did not. I'm gonna drink this water until I die, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. I feel like it's insanely hardcore. Why? Okay, hold on. Who is this fucking guy? I'm gonna assume this is taken out of context. You put ribs in the oven at 200 degrees for 4 hours and they fall off the bone. Your body is on your skeleton at 98.6 degrees for 7 years and nothing. For that, Dr. Michael, this has to be like out of context. I'm assuming this is... has to be a meme or not a real quote. I don't believe this. Okay, stop. Oh, I even have the Baden guy in here. On October 30th, 2019, Baden issued a report stating that Epstein's neck injuries due to all the broken bones were more consistent with homicide. Baden claimed that over 1,000 jail hangings, none of them had 3 fractures. I think we looked that up and that was just not correct. But, okay. A forensic pathologist hired by Jeffrey Epstein's family said he believes Epstein's autopsy suggests homicide rather than suicide, but New York City's chief medical examiner stands by her conclusion that Epstein died by hanging himself. Michael Baden is a private pathologist. Pathologist. What does that mean? What does a pathologist do? Study diseases? Or pathology? Or what? A pathologist is a medical doctor with specialized training to study medical conditions using human tissue, blood, pee, and other body fluids. They provide essential insight and information to help diagnose and treat conditions, monitor them, and provide prognoses. Through research, they can better diagnose diseases of all types. They gather information by looking at tissue samples, cells, and body fluid under a microscope. Okay, maybe they're most likely to be like a forensic pathologist. There you go. This expert investigates and evaluates cases of sudden, suspicious, and violent death, as well as other classes of death according to the law. Okay, so he's a private pathologist who was briefly the chief medical examiner for New York City in the late 1970s, before going on to become a celebrity forensic witness. He has weighed in on scores of high-profile cases, including as a defense witness for O.J. Simpson. Baden told Fox News on Wednesday that he believes the evidence points to homicide rather than suicide, in Epstein's death because of 3 fractures of Epstein's hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage. Injuries he says are more indicative of homicidal strangulation than suicide. Do they ever ask him to account for the lack of any other injury? Stop! Okay, what do we got? Okay. Homicidal strangulation, then suicidal hanging. He noted that the 66-year-old Epstein had 2 fractures on the left and right sides of his larynx, specifically the thyroid cartilage or Adam's apple, as well as 1 fracture on the left hyoid bone above the Adam's apple, Baden told Fox News. Those 3 fractures are extremely unusual in suicidal hangings and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. While there's not enough information to be conclusive yet, the 3 fractures were rare, said Baden, whose probed cases involve other celebrities. I've not seen in 50 years where that occurred in a suicidal hanging. Baden, who's examined more than 20,000 bodies and hosted HBO's Autopsy, explained that if a person weighed 120 pounds and their head weighed 10 pounds, there would be 110 pounds of pressure on the neck of the jaw during a hanging. But if someone put a hand around a person's neck and squeezed, that could double or even triple the pressure on the neck. First of all, wasn't Epstein like 6 feet plus? Like 200 plus pounds? Epstein age. Why did I look this up? Epstein. Oh, sorry. Height. Approximately between 6 and 6'1". Do we have like? Is there like a stats anywhere like on his prison intake sheet?
Jesus.
If it looks like a homicide and breaks like a homicide, what? No, but it doesn't look like a homicide. You're wrong. You're just wrong. This is the one thing that this guy's bringing up. I don't even think this thing is true. Even if everything was true from what he's saying here, it would still be more likely that he hung himself. But I don't even think this claim is true. Okay, anthropological analysis of trauma in throat, bone, and cartilage, a review. Weren't the bed sheets he hung himself with specifically designed to avoid suicide attempts? No, I thought I read in the report, in the FBI, no, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, the FBP report, I thought that it was reported that he wasn't supposed to have those sheets at all, that he got them from the guards and he wasn't supposed to. Okay, so Epstein was 6 feet tall, 180 pounds.
Oh, wrong fucking button. Even if he did kill himself, could you maybe possibly say that the guards were given the order to just let him kill himself? No.
Apparently. Okay. See detection of trauma. Clinical treatment causes. Throat trauma can result in fracture of the hyoid bone and thyroid and cricoid cartilage and or bone of these 3 structures. The hyoid and the, is it hyoid or is it hyoid? And thyroid are most commonly affected. Sharma et al. Studied deaths due to constriction of the neck, finding hyoid, fracture in 21% of cases, and thyroid cartilage fracture in 17%. Fracture was also more likely in individuals of advanced age. Studied deaths due to constriction of the neck. Is this suicide or homicide? Injuries to neck structures and deaths due to constriction of the neck with a special reference to hanging. Asphyxial deaths due to constriction of the neck being common in all parts of the world. Prospective studies and different setups to examine the profile of neck structure. Injuries are needed so as to differentiate the suicidal or homicidal nature of such deaths with a greater certainty. What do these people want? What do you want? No Samu.
So you're saying that you're giving all these reasons, and this, I just think it's more likely that there's like a lot of people that are disagreeing just due to the fact that it's such an unusual situation, and I think that's something we should be paying attention to, isn't it?
I mean, suicide is already a pretty unusual situation, right?
is there not like a way that somebody could have like talked to him and like threatened him or something? Like, did Epstein
Kind
have,
of
like,
also
family
say
or
murder
something?
is unusual.
I mean, it could have been, but has there been any evidence of this presented at all?
Probably not. No, but
Okay. I mean, it's possible aliens visited him too, right? I know that's less likely.
yeah, probably.
But I mean, like, there's, I mean, like, yeah, I could surmise like a million different ways where it's possible, right?
I suppose, yeah. I don't know. I just think the fact that there's even any sort of deniability is, I don't know. I just think Republicans are chewing themselves out for this, and not that we should just agree that this was like a conspiracy, but like I just don't really see the benefit to just fighting on this, you know, unless you know, you think it's entertaining.
5% of prisoners commit suicide in federal jail? Bro, there's no way that number is true. Chill. That means for every 1,000 prisoners, 20 kill themselves every year, or what? Or at total? Stop. Sorry, there was someone in chat. Okay, I just wait. Okay, so wait, so what's your argument? You just said it's weird.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have it.
5% per day. They all disappear after 20 days. Fractured hyoid bones have been a subject of scrutiny long before the Epstein case, as the indication of neck trauma has been associated with both strangulation and hanging. Can I look up, like... Okay, well, hold on. This is highly sus. I don't know why he would use this example of if a person weighed 110 pounds or 120 pounds when we know Epstein's weight. That starts this whatever thing off really poorly, but there were also hemorrhages in Epstein's eyes that were common in homicidal strangulation and uncommon, though not unheard of, in suicidal hangings. Forensic pathologist said the prominent hemorrhage in the soft tissue of the neck next to the fractures is evidence of a fresh neck compression that could have caused the death.
City, a lot of the
to the elites, to
Is this?
colleges, all sorts of what powerful.
they have a moment.
I
Very
knew
nice.
a bunch of people.
Baden stressed his independent study was not complete. The investigation is not complete until all the information has come in. What did he even end up saying? Or does he have like a final opinion on it? Check stream disagreements. Why? There's a bunch of random retards in there who are just there to fucking jerk off. What? Wooten has perms to come up here. I don't know why he would do that. What do you want?
Okay. Why do you think it's not sus that he broke his neck at all with that tiny ass cell with like 4 feet of fucking drop and he's 6 foot tall dude? Like what?
4 feet. Listen, force equals mass times acceleration in Newtonian mechanics, okay?
Why do you think they invented gallows? Look at the history of hanging. They weren't breaking their necks enough, so they had to like make taller gallows to make sure they broke their necks. And this guy's breaking his neck in 3 places with 4 feet.
The guy's also tall and he fucking weighs, 190 pounds or 180 pounds or whatever. And he's old.
Like to get the velocity to break your neck in 3 places, like he'd have to like throw himself like dolphin dive off the bed and then somehow avoid his feet touching the ground to like it's ridiculous.
How much okay. How much more ridiculous would it have been that somebody else snuck in and strangled him with nobody else noticing and no other injuries on his body at all?
A lot more. But it's still ridiculous that he broke his neck in 3 places with that tiny ass drop. Like it.
Wait, hold on. Do you even know what the chances are of breaking these necks if you just like hang yourself off of a 4 foot drop? Or are you just assuming with absolutely no information whatsoever on this?
I think typically in these scenarios when there's no like.
Typically, how many suicided bodies have you seen that have hung themselves, motherfucker? What do you mean typically?
Do I have to see them personally?
Or have a paper on it or anything? You read about it? Yeah, well, link me what you read. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that have hung themselves.
Just from what I've read about hanging in general, it's like typically you need a really, really good drop.
Okay. Expert Wikipedia here says that the standard drop was between 4 and 6 feet.
Yeah, of free fall, of total free fall, not from like a confined fucking set, like a cell with no space to actually like, you know.
Couldn't he have just
Like if your
rolled off
feet
the? Couldn't he
still
just
aren't
rolled
touching
off
the
the?
ground.
Couldn't he? Well, first of all, you could have just rolled off the.
You wouldn't get any momentum doing that, and
You
also
get
his whole
momentum
body
as
would
you
just
approach-
swing up under him.
You
Like his
get-
body would just swing under him and just brace his fall. He'd have to have like the willpower of a fucking monk.
Could his bone not have broken after like hanging there for a little bit?
I don't think so. That sounds not plausible. It seems like bone breaking usually like a sudden snap thing, you know. That's why they had him drop 6 feet of total free fall, just gaining speed that whole time. And even then, some people still didn't break their necks, and the gallows had to sit through their suffering death.
Okay, can you give me any information about this besides like your personal opinion?
No, I just came in here with my personal opinion.
Okay, I'm curious. Do you think this cuts in favor of your theory or against your theory?
That I didn't bring any evidence?
Wait, actually, you know what? Hold on. How did he fucking die?
What do you mean?
Did he die because he snapped his neck and his lungs and everything stopped working, or did he die because he was strangled, or because like of cut off to oxygen or blood to the head?
You think he sat there and strangled himself to death, just like hovering his feet off the ground, and broke his neck just wriggling around?
Well, okay, hold on. So I don't actually think he didn't quote unquote break his neck, right? The only bones that broke were these smaller bones in his neck, number one. And number two, I think he did die of just strangulation. He didn't like snap a vertebrae or something.
Okay, so if he died of strangulation, then why the broken bones? Like, was he?
They were
was he
small
just
bones. They
wriggling
just
the whole
break.
time?
They're small, tiny bones, and there's a 180-pound man with a thing around his neck just hanging there. It's not, I don't think your neck normally supports a lot of your weight like that. No.
By the way, Mr.
Then wait, how the fuck do I have two? Wait, what? Oh, I was still in discard item. Duh.
Newton said to turn your plant around. He doesn't like the way.
Good. I hope he turns it around.
If he's just sitting there in his cell with the weight of his body in a sheet, slowly strangling himself, like, which is it? Was I don't know, was he violently thrashing to kill himself? Was he so eager to kill himself?
Why would you have to? You wouldn't have to violently thrash.
You think 3 bones would just break just by kind of gently easing into a noose?
Why? He had a bunk, right? He could have went on the second bunk and then just let his whole body drop.
You're not gently easing into it. You don't normally suspend your whole weight off your neck. No?
I'm pretty sure I could suspend myself with my neck right now and not break 3 bones.
Try it. Just kidding. Don't do that.
Necks are stronger than you think, dude.
Why do you keep saying necks are stronger than you think? We're not talking about your vertebrae.
I never said that before. That was the first time I said that.
Well, no, but you keep saying like break his neck.
Well, yeah, he had 3 broken bones now.
Yeah, but like
that implies
smaller
violence.
loser bones, weak bones.
Yeah, sure, but it still implies some level of violence, not just sitting
There was
there
some level of violence. He's literally dead, so there must be some level of violence, no?
If he died via strangulation, not necessarily. If he had that much willpower to sit there and let himself strangle to death.
The fuck is this stupid fucking bone? Apparently this hyoid bone breaks
in a lot of hangings, but I don't know if there's like a, if they list the drops. This is from
They
2010.
made a whole invention for this. They literally invented the gallows just so they didn't.
Yeah,
have to
they
sit
didn't
through
have
people
gallows in
suffering.
his prison cell.
No, I know, but they made people made an invention so that people would die quicker, so it's not so fucking agonizing to look at. Like, and they decided that 6 feet of full free fall.
Yeah, but you're probably designing for a slightly different reason, right? Like these people also probably didn't want to die.
Sure, but the fact is that they didn't. Like, people weren't dying just by, they weren't dying quick anyways.
People didn't die ever? Like, what was even the percentage?
No, they invented the gallows to break the neck.
Yeah, but like, weren't they trying to snap like your whole fucking vertebrae there? Like, weren't they trying to actually like if you got dropped from a gallows and then you hit the bottom of that free fall, even if they cut your rope right after, weren't those people dead?
Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah, but this wasn't him breaking his like vertebrae, like snapping his spine.
Yeah, so if he just literally just zenned out, okay? If he just had a zen moment and just sat there with all his body weight on his fucking neck until he died, why the fuck did he break bones? Was he thrashing the whole time? It seems sus.
Well, could it not have just been a lot of pressure on it over a few hours and then eventually it breaks?
I don't think bones work like that.
What do you mean they don't work like that?
I mean, they're not just going to suddenly fail from stress unless, I don't know.
You don't think that, like, you can't, like, put pressure on a bone and then, like, wait, like, 5 or 10 seconds or over time, eventually it'll snap?
If all things are unchanged, if they weren't broken to begin with, I don't think they'd become broken, no.
First of all, I think that can happen. Also, what if he had bonitis?
Maybe.
Fucking got him. Just kidding. Hold on. Fractures of hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage and suicidal hanging. Objective: to analyze frequency of hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage fractures by suicidal hanging in Thai people, and compare the different methods of visualizing for those fractures. This is a very small study, and it's published in. I don't know how trustworthy this is. This says
BRB.
5 of the 20 males broke their hyoid bone here, but I don't know if we know how far they threw themselves.
I guarantee you, of those 20 males, not a single one of them was just zenning out and fucking killing
Why are you
themselves
saying
like a monk.
guaranteed when you have no idea?
Because it's not a thing that happens very often.
You don't know
People have
how
the
often
willpower
it
to kill
happens. You
themselves.
have no first-hand experience, and it sounds like you haven't read anything about people killing themselves by hanging themselves. I don't know why you would just assume that it's like so intuitively obvious.
People puss out the same way they puss out when they jump off bridges. Like, I didn't actually want to do this.
Well, but this guy probably actually did want to do this, no?
Sure, but actually being about to die and following through with it is like a monk-like zen that's not easily attainable.
What about the fact that this guy already tried to kill himself one time? Do you think that's just not true? Or
no, I don't know.
So okay, so he tried to kill himself once, so doesn't it make sense he would try to kill himself a second time?
Was it in short succession? Was this like wait, so he had already tried to kill himself and the guards were sleeping? Was it recent or like?
I believe it was fairly recent. Hold on. Okay. Issued on July 30th after Epstein was removed from suicide watch and psychological observation following a possible attempted suicide by him on July 23rd. Yeah, I think he tried to kill himself on July 23rd. Is that when it happened? Oh, yeah.
When did he actually die?
He actually killed himself on August 10th.
You said July 23rd?
Mm-hmm.
And that was also he tried to hang himself?
Yes. At approximately 1:27 a.m., SHU staff hears noises coming from Epstein's cell. Epstein's cellmate, inmate 1, says that Epstein has attempted to hang himself. SHU staff observes Epstein lying on the floor with a piece of orange cloth around his neck. Epstein initially tells MCC New York staff that his cellmate tried to kill him. Epstein's cellmate, inmate 1, tells MCC New York staff that while he was asleep, he felt something hit his legs, and when he turned on the light, he saw Epstein with a string around his neck and called the guards. Epstein is transferred out of the SHU and placed on suicide watch in a cell near the psych department and health services unit. Later that morning, health services unit personnel conduct a medical assessment and observe that Epstein has a red mark 2/3 of the way around the front and side of his neck. The BOP assesses Epstein for risk of suicide and determines that he should remain on suicide watch. Okay. So he tried to kill himself already by
If you were being extra conspiratorial, would that not just be like a failed attempt of assassination?
How?
Because Epstein claimed the guy killed him or tried to kill him. Like what
How
motive
could
would
the
he
guy?
have to say
How
that?
you're telling me they put a guy in the cell to kill him and the guy failed to kill him? Why would he call the guards?
What the other guy?
That's trying
Is
to
he the
kill
one who
him.
Called? They heard noises. He said,
They said they heard noises coming from the cell, and then the cellmate says that he was calling the guards. Is there more details about this? He says that while he was asleep, he felt something hit his legs, and when he turned on the light, he saw Epstein with a.
That's kind of a stupid argument because if they were supposed to look the other way, why would they like go investigate if there's noise or what the fuck ever? But
string around his neck and called the guards. When interviewed by the OIG, there's a footnote. Another inmate housed in the same SHU tier, inmate 2, at the time of the July 23rd incident, said he heard inmate 1 call for assistance and that inmate 1 later told him that Epstein had tried to kill himself by hanging himself on the bunk bed ladder.
Let me Google.
What Google?
Small bones.
Okay. Okay, I'm reading a ChatGPT thing.
All right, yeah, no, it seems pretty plausible that he killed himself.
So the bones that were broken with the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage. Neck fractures and hanging happened because the ligature, bed sheet in Epstein's case, tightened around the neck and force from the body's weight compressed the airway and surrounding structures. In younger people, the hyoid and laryngeal cartilages are flexible and rarely break in suicidal hangings, but after age 40 to 50, they calcify and become brittle. Epstein was 66, making him more prone to those fractures.
Partial suspension hangings, kneeling, leaning forward, etc. still generate enough pressure at the focal point of the ligature to fracture these ossified structures, and the oblique angle of the bedsheet tied to the bunk would have concentrated pressure on specific parts of the neck, increasing fracture likelihood. So forensic textbooks note that hyoid and thyroid cartilage fractures are more common in manual strangulation. That's why their presence in this case raised questions. They're not incompatible with suicidal hangings, especially in older men. Studies
Why
show
are there
that up
bruises
to...
on the back of his neck?
Are there? Where?
Yeah. I'll link in general, I guess.
Wait, where is this supposedly being linked?
General, my dude.
I hate Discord. I don't know how to use it. I'm a fucking retard. Hold on. I'm looking.
If he really was just leaning forward, then why is like the top back of his neck discolored?
I mean, doesn't this look pretty consistent with... There was a thing tied, like the very back...
If he has bruising in the back of his neck, you could say like he was fucking up here with this around his neck, and then he dropped, and depending on how he dropped, more pressure and shit like came onto the back, and then wouldn't that cause like more bruising and shit? Like, I don't know.
Of his neck, there's no bruising at all. It's just like on the back sides or whatever. No, wouldn't this be where we would have expected, like especially looking at the front, right, where the tied sheet would have gone back there?
There seems to be discoloration the whole way around. No.
No.
Like.
Well, I don't know if it would work, but why wouldn't he also maybe just kind of like tie himself up and then just let his body weight just bring him down? I don't know how tall his like torso was, so maybe it wasn't possible even if he were to like sit down, maybe, but
You see the whiter parts, like where the blood.
The whiter parts just look like creases in his skin or whatever. Like the red, all the red and black parts are the trauma, right? Like look at the front of his neck. Like that's like that's hardcore trauma. And then the one on the back, the sides looks like bruising, slight bruising, not as severe as the front. But there on the very back of the neck, there's not any at all, unless you count those white lines. But like, look, those white lines like run down his back almost, right? Or there's like multiple crisscrossing lines, like right under his hairline. These look like they're just like folds in like an old guy's skin, basically. Well,
yeah, maybe he killed himself, but I still think it's sus.
Of course it's sus. He killed himself. That's not supposed to happen, right?
It seems like it was a violent death.
What?
It just seems like it's a really violent death. And
wait, what makes it seem really violent? There were no other marks on his body.
Broken bones and marks. I don't know.
Broken bones? It was too
wriggling a lot.
It was a small bone and some cartilage.
Yeah. But if he was just like lowering himself onto a cloth.
I don't know if he was just calmly patient. He might have just fallen to his knees or whatever. I don't know how exactly he did it, but I mean, like, whatever story I make here to say that it's kind of weird that those are broken, which you still say that and you're just taking that for granted because you have no evidence whatsoever that these bones don't ordinarily break when adult men try to hang themselves. How is it possible that there are no other defensive marks on his entire body?
Like, let's just even if we assume that there was a fucking a literal the most outlandish thing. Okay, so like there's a CIA guy or a fucking Mossad guy, and they let him in the prison, and they're in the cell with him, and they're like, oh hey Epstein, how's it going? He turns around, they fucking they neck him, and then just do the over the shoulder fucking sack of potatoes hanging. He wouldn't have any other marks.
How would he not have marks from fighting back against a guy? What do you mean?
How would you be fighting back if he's getting like over the shoulder sack of potatoes hung?
What is over the shoulder sack of potatoes hung mean? I don't know what that means.
Okay, let me show you. Okay, I'll find an image of it. Like, think of a guy holding a sack of potatoes. Okay.
That actually is kind of the main thing that kind of turned me around on the whole if he killed himself or not, because if he was murdered, don't you think maybe he would have like had other markings of like fighting back and shit? But
You know, he's like hunched over and like yanking on the fucking sack.
Hunched. Okay, yeah.
Like he's leveraging the sack. You know, the same way that you would if you had a rope around some guy's neck, and then you turn his back to your back, and then you lean down. He's up off the ground. There's nothing he can do. There's no fighting back.
So one, I don't know if the injuries would be as consistent because I don't know if the rope would come from the top like that. Number one, but number two, you don't think he wouldn't be able to try and fight back at all ever? Like this would have required him to be standing straight, staring away, not hear somebody enter his cell. The guy enters the cell. He gets a perfect.
No. I'm not talking about getting snuck up on. I'm talking about like pleasantries like, oh hey, I've seen I'm visiting you for the 7th time for some like that's just what happens because I'm allowed to do that because I'm in Mossad and fucking CIA, and he turns around and then bingo bongo, rope around the neck, potato sack. Curl, he gets fucked, and there's no signs of fighting back.
Okay, one. So I don't know if there's ever been a kill like this ever with no sense of fighting back whatsoever. Number one, okay, because keep in mind then as he kills Epstein, he can't drop him on the floor. He needs a clean catch, so he has this guy passed out in like 4 or 5 seconds. Like it has to be one catch. It can't like slip at all because there'd be multiple marks. Nobody else in the prison reported seeing this guy.
We're assuming that this is like a literal like CIA or Mossad guy. So yeah, it'd be pretty clean and professional. Like one go.
But nobody else.
This is the best case scenario for the conspiracy.
Okay, when you say like a good guy who kills people, I don't think their goal when they're the Mossad people are killing people is to like assassinate people inside prisons and make it look like suicide. They don't usually put bombs in their pets and explode their assholes next to them. But also like, well, hold on. If this guy tried to kill himself once before, wouldn't it make more sense just to like wait and chill and let him do it again? Like, wouldn't we expect him to try to kill himself again? Like, wouldn't that make the most sense?
Again, you're assuming that other prison cellmate wasn't just another Mossad agent.
So they sent the first one sucked and he couldn't even kill him right, but the second one was the upper class.
Yeah, they had to send in the real professional. They can't rely on just a rando fucking inmate to do the job.
Okay. And why didn't anybody else see or hear that guy? Because he was in a box creeping through the...
Yeah, got me there. I don't know. Maybe because they were sleeping.
Okay.
All right. I don't have a real argument.
Okay. Do you admit that it's more likely that he probably just killed himself?
It is more likely, yeah.
Okay. I love you.
Love you.
Wait, did he actually say it back? No shot.
Yeah.
Love you.
Aw, that's so nice. Oh shit. Whenever I've ever heard Destiny say "I love you" to someone, they never say it back because they're pussy like that. Everything's falling apart. This dude is a fucking dum-dum. Stupid bitch. Stupid bitch-ass motherfucker. Fucking suck a fat one, moron.
Okay, I'm just curious. Can we find out, was anybody else on his cell block when he died? Because then at least we could have a theory where like maybe somebody snuck in and killed him and nobody else could have possibly seen it because he was all alone in his nearby inmate heard nothing when Epstein died. Bruce Barquette, who represents Nicholas Tartaglione. Oh, jeez. The SHU staff and 3 interviewed inmates with a direct line of sight to Epstein's cell door on the night of his death stated that no one entered or exited Epstein's cell after the SHU staff returned Epstein to his cell on August 9th. As noted, the surveillance camera in the SHU area where Epstein was housed was live streaming movement in the hallway outside of Epstein's cell. Although the camera was not recording the captured video, the camera was in plain view of the inmates, and therefore inmates would have been aware that any hallway movements, including into or out of Epstein's cell, could be monitored by BOP staff, even if unbeknownst to them, the DVR system was not recording the live stream at that time. As the OIG has noted in numerous prior reports, BOP staff and inmates are aware of where prison cameras are located and often engage in wrongdoing in locations where they know cameras are not located. Wow. Not good, guys. Okay, never mind. This is just as boring as when I looked into it last. There is no evidence that anything else happened. I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you want me to say. Okay? He killed himself. It's bad. It's not good. Talk about this. Well, hi, what's up, buddy?
Hello?
Hello.
I gotta debate you, Steve.
What
Can
are we
you hear me?
on what? No, I'm not doing it.
The
Oh.
Epstein stuff.
What about it?
Okay. I just want to know, where are you coming from in it? You think it's not fishy at all and he just 100% didn't kill himself? There's 0% chance, or where are you at?
How engaged am I right now? Is this real or is this memes?
I'm curious because I probably think that more. Hold on.
I think the chances of there being some nefarious activity at play are less than 10%. The chances that some external person actually killed him is like less than 0.01%. I think that the best
0.01.
Yeah, the best type of explanation maybe is that people were pressured to let him kill himself, maybe. But the issue is there's literally no evidence of that whatsoever, anywhere at all.
True.
And the official story just makes sense in every conceivable way. So it's hard to, yeah.
Do you find it like fishy that there's literally 0 cameras that actually show the whole fucking like way up, and all of them just like quote unquote like kind of coincidentally like aren't working or anything like that?
Well, I mean, like, but a lot of cameras weren't working for a little bit. But I mean, is it fishy? I mean, I guess maybe, but not.
I'm not on like the Epstein 100% killed himself. There's no other explanation train. I'm more on the, well, this is one of the weird conspiracy theories that like I could actually see of it kind of coming out that like, okay, yeah, like they like let him kill himself in like the cell. I don't know. I've been watching the Voidzilla videos, and I heard that you watched them as well.
Yeah, I know he buys into it, but the issue is that
into it, yeah.
that there's just 0 positive evidence at all. There's just a bunch of like, there's a couple of like, isn't it kind of weird thing?
Mm-hmm.
But there's no evidence whatsoever of any external person.
Evidence.
Also, the 3 other people that were like in his cell block, nobody heard or saw anything.
Yeah, one of the new things that I guess I learned was like, I guess both of the fucking people who were on watch got like reprimanded or got charged with something.
I don't know if they got charged with something, but they found out that they were not reporting a lot of shit, and a lot of people were saying that. And I think this has happened in the past as well, where like for federal prisons, people just get, because the guards are lazy or whatever the fuck, they're not well funded, or like people are saying that like it's impossible to believe that a lot of cameras were not recording because this recorder was broken. But like yesterday, I read that 95% of housing units in Florida prisons don't have air conditioner. So I mean, like that doesn't even seem like the least believable thing, like, or the most unbelievable thing. Like,
yeah, I would say for me, it's kind of like it's fishy for sure, but I don't think we're ever gonna get any concrete evidence of like, yeah, I was the person who was orchestrated to go and fucking kill Epstein.
Well, it's not even that. Like, there's not even one. It feels like the lab leak theory for COVID. There's not even like one consistent, coherent story. Like, give me like what's like the strongest version of Epstein killed him or something bad happened. Give me like what's the strongest version of that story?
Isn't the strongest version kind of that the story kind of keeps changing? Like, over and over and over again.
Well, the story is changing kind of now because the people here are fucking retarded. But like the Trump admin is retarded. But like if you read that, because I read this when it came out a few years ago, the Federal Bureau of Prisons report. If you read that report, nothing, from what I'm aware of, nothing has changed since that report came out.
That report is like 100% like still the same.
Yeah, because I
continuously, but
said,
the Trump admin
because I corrected myself because I was like, oh shit, okay, well something is majorly different because Bondi said, or it was Kash Patel said, that we have footage outside of his cell. And I said, okay, well that would be significantly different because in that Federal Bureau of Prisons report, they said that the only footage they had was across the room pointing over. But then when we actually watched the footage, that was the camera they had. So Patel and Bondi are literally just fucking retarded. Or lying, or both. It's almost certainly some combination of both. But as far as I'm aware, when I read that report a couple of years ago, or maybe 2 or 3 years ago, literally, oh no, I think it was last year, but literally nothing has changed from that report, nothing at all.
I haven't read that report or seen it, so I would like if you can send it to me or someone in chat can just post it, I'll read it. But that actually does kind of clue me in a little bit more of like, okay, this makes sense. There's a report that hasn't changed at all, and it's just the Trump administration continually being fucking garbage.
Yeah, because if you follow what they've said, then the story has changed a lot, and there's like a minute missing of whatever footage, and they're just and the FBI is doing weird shit. Like, I don't know, it's retarded. Also, the fact that Epstein literally did try to kill himself like a couple weeks beforehand, and then he was on suicide watch, and then they took him off suicide watch, which they probably shouldn't have. That was stupid. But like these people had been disciplined for a lot of shit. Like they fucked up a lot. Like Epstein killed himself with things he wasn't even supposed to have. I don't believe he was supposed to even have those things in his cell. And other people were saying, like other inmates were complaining that like Epstein was kind of getting like special treatment.
Well, duh. Was the is like the Ghislaine
Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
Is that interesting to you at all? That she was now moved from like a prison to like a lower security prison? Or no?
Yeah, but like the issue now is that like every single thing I said before about trusting a lot of these institutions, I have to completely 180 on it because Trump is literally rigging all of these institutions as hard as he can. Now I would argue that there's way more evidence that Trump is doing it, but it requires people to be familiar with the leadership structures and the statements that leaders have actually said, and nobody knows any of this stuff. Not you necessarily, but just like nobody has any idea. But like the administration, this administration has taken unprecedented steps to destroy all of these supposedly independent federal executive agencies. So they believe in something. We used to talk about this as a meme, but like Trump actually believes in this. It's called the unitary executive theory. And what President Trump believes, he doesn't know the words for it, and what other people hyped him up on is the idea that the President of the United States controls directly every single branch in the executive branch of government.
Oh yeah, that's retarded.
Sure, but that's what Trump believes. So whereas before, Biden is sitting in the cuck chair while Merrick Garland directs her and other bulls to fuck both Biden and his son and anybody else he wants to, because Biden believes in separation between the attorney general and his roles and Biden himself. Donald Trump will just he's on TV saying, I directed Pam Bondi to do this. I told Pam Bondi to do that. Bondi's good. She listens to me all the time. And when he came in the first time, he tried to get rid of Jeff Sessions. He tried to get rid of Comey. He didn't like Mueller. He was trying to get rid of Mueller, right? So there's a huge difference. But yeah, so like everything that they're saying now it seems legitimately like they are trying to rig it as hard as they can. Like at this point, I would almost not believe anything Ghislaine Maxwell says, because Bondi and them literally are going in to try to get the sweetest deal they can from her in order to try to attack the Dems with it. And I think there's ample evidence to assess that. So
Apparently she already has perjury on her record, which would call into question anything she's gonna fucking tell them.
I mean, you would hope it would have to be independently corroborated some other way.
You would hope.
But my guess is going to be if she had anything, she would have already given this in the attempt to get some kind of plea deal or whatever else. It'd be my guess. But
do you think Trump will try for a third term?
I don't know. It's literally the only answer to this is going to be how old he feels. Because if he's running down and he's feeling old and he doesn't want to do it, then maybe he won't. But
if he isn't, you think he would?
If Trump was 10 years younger, he would. 1,000,000,000%, yeah.
How old is he now? He's like 76, 78?
Try again. I think he's isn't he like 82 or 83?
Trump age 79.
Fuck you. 79.
So he's gonna be 81 when he's supposed to get out of office. Jesus fucking Christ.
I think 82, but yeah.
Obama's only 64.
He's a whippersnapper.
Get him back in. Okay, I'm gonna read this report. That was pretty much all I had. Hope you're doing well, and I'm interested in whatever stream topic you're talking about.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, buddy.
Yep.
Fucking loser. I hate that fucking Traitorous prick. Piece of shit. Motherfucker.
Jesus.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. In response, Epstein told MA3 not to worry, and that he's not going to kill himself right now. He's going to wait and see how Destiny responds to his $5 million demand, and then he'll decide after the holidays.
Could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the set?
Yeah, sure. If I
Could I just interrupt for a
Sure.
second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
He did work for...
Like, none of this is, like, serious. This is just all deeply... I don't know what am I even supposed to say. So now we move on from this? Like, do you understand that Trump has the power to dispel any conspiracy theory that he ever wants? Like, he just has to speak it out of existence and it'll be gone forever?
Well, I woke up this morning and turned my phone on, and there were hundreds of text messages saying, oh my God, the DOJ just put out a letter that I know you've all seen now, saying there is no Epstein client list, there never was any blackmail operation, Epstein himself, and the investigation's closed. So everybody wants to know what I think. Well, I know what's going on. And so I'll tell you. Trump had two ways to go with all of this. He could prosecute all of these incredibly prominent people, household names, or they could use the information to blackmail the deep state. I've done deep research, have a lot of contacts, and know Trump's MO. And he's not into kids, he's not into being peed on, and Russian hotels, all that was lies. We now know from the CIA and Brennan and the very crew running the Epstein operation. But the reason that you are seeing this deep six is because the CIA with the Mossad and MI6 was running Epstein, and it was an official U.S. government operation, multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups, not just for the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously P. Diddy and the rest of it. So this is the swamp winning. The question is Trump's DOJ actually using this to control the deep state? Or are they just so overwhelmed by it, they are tapping out? Because, let me explain logic here. And all obvious inside sources,
I love this schizo.
FBI whistleblowers.
I love him so much.
Boyle and others.
Hilarious.
Seraphin, all of this that was first unfolding 5 months ago when they were supposed to, have this 14 terabytes. They'd sent it out to the FBI field offices for investigation. And Pam Bondi went on Fox a bunch of times. So did the U.S. attorneys from New Jersey, and said, oh yeah, we've seen it, hundreds of new victims and video.
Since you think he killed himself, do you believe the DOJ statement yesterday? Yeah, I think if you read the federal prisons report, I think it's pretty compelling. I mean, he almost certainly killed himself. I think the state of that prison was in a pretty sad state of affairs. I think that it's, yeah.
All this horrible stuff. Hundreds of new victims are going to be released.
God damn it.
You wouldn't say all that if you were planning to cover up from the beginning. So something has changed along the way, and it all points towards this being used to black.
That's not what the statement said yesterday? What's the statement yesterday? Coffeezill's running with the missing minute narrative? I haven't heard about this at all yet.
Well, the deep state. I'm not endorsing it.
I don't know. I don't even know what the statement was. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they put up a statement I wouldn't agree with, but I would check.
I think clearly this is what Musk learned about a few months ago and looked like he aged, 10 years overnight. Looked completely freaked out. And then I think the conscience had to come out and say what he said. I mean, even people like Cat Turd, who is just the quintessence.
Do you think there is a list and that it matters anyway? No, I don't believe there's a list. The list is there. There is a huge obsession with people like Candace Owens or conservatives. There's an obsession that there is like a cabal of wealthy, elite, satanic, child blood drinking files that are all on some massive list, and the Diddy party stuff was all like, you know, the Clintons and everybody coming in, the file billionaires. Apparently, once you hit a certain threshold of money, I'm not there yet, I'll tell you what, if I ever get there though, once you hit a certain threshold of money, you just have to start kids, and then you end up on some Epstein list, and everybody's like obsessed. Everybody's like obsessed with this narrative, this theory. Somebody said before that there was like a 12-year-old girl that supposedly had been like sexually abused by Epstein. Was that actually true? I feel like I asked for a court thing on that. Was that actually true? Did that actually happen, or?
Essential, will not question anything. And the Trump administration is completely freaked out now. I mean, no one is buying this. Patrick McDavid.
Next research arc needs to be Epstein. I did Epstein. I set aside like a week for it, but then we read the federal prisons report, and it was like, oh, me, dude. The thing is, there's just like so many of the problem is that once you learn all of the facts,
Dude,
it's like way less compelling.
The fuck is everyone
I'm not
else
gonna redo this whole thing, but like the most damning piece of evidence is like the fact that the camera was turned off outside of his cell, like right before he supposedly killed himself. Right, that's like one of the weirdest things. But then when you read that, like, recorded video evidence for August 9th and 10th for the SHU area where Epstein was housed was only available from one prison security camera due to a malfunction of MCC New York digital video recorder system that occurred on July 29th, 2019. While the prison's cameras continue to provide live video feeds, recordings were made for only about half the cameras. Like half the cameras in this place were I think there had already been a work order put in. Like this place was just, this prison had so much going on with it. There were so many issues. This place is just, and the idea, and once you learn like how everything was, it's just, I just think the circumstantial evidence here is just way less compelling. And as much as people don't like to hear it, I guess, like there's the main story is very compelling. An old dude who is incredibly wealthy, probably not that many years left to live, got mega busted on some, you know, kitty shit. Like this guy's life is over. Like, he probably just want to himself, you know? None of the autopsies showed any convincing or compelling evidence of a struggle or of anybody else killing him. One woman tried to argue about some ligature snap or whatever, which ended up being bullshit. So like the autopsy is pretty consistent with like everything. Just it's like it makes sense. Well, I guess he wasn't that old, to be fair. I thought he was a little older, 66, but I think he was like criminally. I think pretty sure he was.
Downs of it all. Jack Posobiec said, "Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell is in it."
You never researched the trafficking claims. The most fantastical claims were made by a BPD queen and has never been claimed in court that Epstein trafficked minors for other people. Oh, I just had never seen evidence of that. Like this whole like Ghislaine, whatever Maxwell, like the client, I don't even know if those are real accusations. I've never seen anything. People can say whatever they want on social media. I know this personally now. But when it comes time to like say something in front of a court, you've seen this in my court case. You saw this with Giuliani and all the Trump election cases, or not election fraud, when talking to a judge. It's just a totally different ball game when you have to actually start talking to the police, talking to court versus the random shit you can say on social media. Somebody talked about how him getting off for the crimes in like 2003 or something might be weird. It might be. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. But there's a whole list of reasons why people can get off on certain crimes that are unsatisfying to people because you just don't know how the criminal justice system works in general. We have a very, very, very high standard for criminal conviction, and like cutting deals and stuff is not uncommon, especially with crimes related to sex, unfortunately. But
innocent because she was found guilty of sex trafficking. So how do you say there's no, trafficking or blackmail?
Get him up while I shock them all.
Absolute
oh my god!
On its face, and it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. Trump is doing a lot of good, and obviously. Deep State's trying to destroy me for supporting him. It's been hell. And a lot of good.
Did Ghislaine do, I don't know, I should learn, do anything? Why is she locked up? I don't know. What was she charged with? I thought didn't she just help find people to, I thought she just helped find people for Epstein to, like Epstein would be like, go get me some chick from New York City to come and do a rub and tug. And Ghislaine or whatever would go and find some girl sometimes, I think one was 17 or something. This is what I saw. Oh, she participated in the sex? Was that the case? I thought that she was the one who went and fetched
where do
people
I
sometimes.
rescue them? Fuck,
okay,
over
they
there.
charged her with 6 federal crimes, including enticement of minors, sex trafficking of children, and perjury. Okay, yeah. This sounds right. Oh, and this is between 94 and 97. Oh, and the youngest was 14, not 17, for what she was charged with. Were all of these people to Epstein or to other people as well? How did Epstein make his money? I don't know. How did... Like, people want to... There's like... I don't know how to explain this. This is like the conspiracy theorist, like, goalpost run, where you take a person with like 100 facts about their life, and then if you can't explain every single fact of their life, that must mean that their conspiracy is true. And it's like, I don't know. Does there have to be a cabal or conspiracy for there to be a list and some blackmail?
God, I hate that mission so much.
I mean, if there's literally no evidence for it, it's kind of hard to... I mean, what am I supposed to say? Like,
Good's happening. I'll say this. This is very, very painful and nauseating. I'm actually physically nauseated.
If the camera didn't work, what footage did they release?
That's 3 hours since I got
I don't know. I haven't seen. Well, look. I mean, maybe it's in here. Oh, 10-hour Epstein video.
When I saw the information, I've talked about the different scenarios here.
That's boring. I'm not care about this. Epstein footage missing 1 minute. Is there a link to the full footage? Okay, so this is funny enough. If you actually read the original report,
Okay, drill sergeant.
This would actually be very strange, because in the original FBI, or not the FBI, it's not FBI, it's like federal prisons. I thought that this footage didn't exist. They said they didn't have footage of the doors to his cell. They only had footage from like across the hall or something. That's not his cell? Oh, wait. If his cell is across the room, then this is consistent with the report. Oh, it is. Okay, that is the... Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the... His cell is around the corner? Yes. Okay. That would be consistent then with the... I think they have a... I think they even draw a diagram. Let me see if I can find it. Yes. About half of the cameras in this prison weren't recording, and the only footage that they had recorded was from around the... Well, I guess you see it in this footage here. But like I think his cell is like one of these, and this camera that we're looking at right now must be running like over here or something. So you could kind of see like across the hall or something, but you can't see right outside of his jail cell. If you change to video 2, you get a slightly different video without the filter. Weird. Go to figure 6.2 on page 87. Oh, this is the camera we're looking out. Is it? Is this the one? 46 here, 46 here. So we're looking at this camera here, and then Epstein's cell is across the hallway to the right. Correct. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's consistent, I guess, then with... Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just watch the abridged version. 7:49 p.m. Jeffrey Epstein in orange jumpsuit is led to his cell by guards on August 9th, 2019. 10:38 p.m. Guard walks in the direction of Epstein's cell. Guard reappears from area of Epstein's cell, believed to be the last time anyone saw Epstein alive. 6:28 a.m. Guard delivers what appears to be food trays. Guards seen moving back and forth between the area of Epstein's cell and the common area. More guards enter the common area, presumably after the discovery of the body. Wow. That's crazy, chat.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today...
I'm good. Okay, what's the conspiracy that we're doing here?
Talking about the 1 minute that's missing from Jeffrey Epstein's footage. We're talking about the mystery man that appears after lockdown. Who is it? We'll try to get into it because it's not mentioned in the 2023 OIG report. Now, just yesterday, we already talked about the DOJ FBI memo that was obtained by Axios saying that Epstein himself, that you guys should stop making conspiracy theories because Kash Patel and Dan Bongino would never lie to you. Even though previously they said, yeah, it's probably, there's a cover-up. Now they're saying there definitely is no cover-up. And
the thing that's going to be frustrating, it's not frustrating anymore because I don't give a fuck anymore about anything. If I'd still cared, the frustrating thing would be you guys should be mad about the Epstein stuff. But what you should be mad about isn't that, wow, oof, they're in government now and they control all of it and they can't blame the deep state anymore. So looks like there's no more conspiracy. What you should be mad about is all the they said before with no evidence, right? Remember, I said there's a significant difference between what you say under oath or when you're being scrutinized versus what you say in the media. What you say in the media is whatever the f you want to say, whatever's like the coolest, most juicy thing to say at that particular point in time.
We got a lot to talk. This Epstein thing really kind of like...
This is the deputy director of the FBI, or the guy right underneath Kash Patel now, right?
It's like a tick burrowing under my skin. I get a call. Let's go. Yeah, this is gonna get hairy. You guys ready? Yes. No more super. This is like live YouTube. You ready for this? I don't know if you guys are ready. I get a call, I don't know, about 4 years ago from, let's say, a friend. Prior line of work thing, right? Guy says, listen, and this guy who calls me is an unimpeachable source. This guy's not like some ham and egg or tomato can guy throwing out some theory about a UFO he saw 72 years ago, whatever. This is like a legit no-nonsense guy.
guy you trust with your wife, kid, and car, right? He says, I got sent on a temporary assignment once, and on that assignment, I got sent out with on the WCD detail, William Clinton detail, and I knew this guy well. And he says, Dan, I got to share this with someone. He's like, go on a plane, and Bill, Clinton gets on the plane with this guy, and it turns out later the guy's Epstein. Now, this guy I'm talking to, this source, he don't know who, Jeffrey Epstein is. He's just getting on the plane doing the thing, the whole, protection gig, right? He says, I get on the plane, and there's these girls who are obviously not of age who are on this plane. They're clearly young. These are not women. These are girls. And he says, I see Clinton, disappear into the back. He goes, I don't know what happened. I'm not saying what happened because all I know is he disappeared, and these girls were back there or whatever. And he said they landed at the next stop, wherever it was. And he goes up to the boss on the detail, and he says, I ain't getting back on this plane. Because he's a temp.
Not to be... again, listen, I'm not here to virtue signal. I don't give a f any of that shit, okay? Are there older guys who will... 18, 19-year-olds, for sure. Of course. Are there older guys that'll 16 or 17-year-olds that look, like they could be 18, 19? Yeah, there are. Whether people are willing to admit it or not, it's probably a decent chunk of the male population. I'll take the Mr. Girl position there. But when you start talking about now he's saying obviously on girls, I don't know what it is. When you start talking about preteens, actual file this is not, I don't think a majority of men, I don't think over 5% of men are gonna be like, oh yeah, I'll that 11 or 12 year. That's a totally different level of crazy weird This idea that there are so many of these billionaire super files is just we haven't found any of them yet, really.
He's not used to whatever Clinton was up to with the whole shenanigans thing. And this guy's clear as the driven snowman. He don't want to mess around with this. He says whatever just happened back there, I don't want any piece of it. They sent him home. They sent that guy home, and he was never tempted that detail again. Now remember all those Blackberries on that detail. Here's where it sort of gets super weird.
I'm sorry, I'm half following this. This guy was what, Secret Service or FBI or what? They have random people on detail watching the president of the United States kids, and that was their cover-up, is to just, oh, don't worry, we won't make you watch him or know that he's f***ing kids again. What?
The guy tells me, months or a couple weeks later, when you lose property in the Secret Service, an email goes out, say hey, I lost his phone, and it gets logged into NCIC or whatever it is, and everybody knows. So basically, if you find this guy's gun, God forbid, or his phone, it's now effectively stolen property, right? All of a sudden, all the Blackberries on that detail for the agents start showing up oh, this guy lost his Blackberry. Holy, wow, that's so crazy. How'd that happen? I'm like, no. He says, yes. He says it was the craziest thing. Oh, look, Agent Joey Bag of Donuts, missing Blackberry, missing Blackberry. This is around the whole time, the Clinton thing's going on. So fast forward this story, right? He tells me that. About a year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it, but the short story, but not who they are. It says, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is I'm absolutely sure of that. That he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset. Meaning, his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know, but this person, who's a very, very good reporter, aces, right, swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence.
Keep in mind that when these guys are saying this is a trustworthy person, this guy was a good reporter, they could literally be talking about a dude that writes for Breitbart, right? These guys think that those people are really great, really good reporters. They could be talking about people think that Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger are still phenomenal reporters, okay? They think that Glenn Greenwald is a phenomenal reporter. So
and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, how do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right? How do you know?
100%. Let's get personal with Mr. Gates, though. If this is a story of an adult man having adult relations with an adult female outside of his marriage, is it the biggest deal in the world that needs to be made public? You know what I mean? What I'm interested in is the underage stuff, the creepos, that evidence coming out. I'm worried that they're doing this with the Bill Gates thing as red meat, oh, look, oh, yeah. And it's not a criminal issue. It's a personal scandal. It's oh, wow, Bill Gates looks bad. But what about the Maxwell stuff? What about the actual client list? I don't think we should be satisfied by what we're hearing, and we should obviously want more.
I think you're totally right. I think that the actual crimes that they committed, while they are bad, I don't think that's the worst thing that's going on. I think the things that they're being blackmailed to cover up is probably worse than the crimes that they committed. Well, as bad as they are,
Cash and Dan are being largely discredited as well as Pam Bondi. So I have no idea what this is or what's really going on. I think the best estimate, the best estimate is, I think Cernovich was saying this. What do you think they were doing the past several years? The reason there's no evidence is not that Pam and Cash and Dan are covering it up.
Oh, it said it was all being deleted or something, maybe. Was that it?
It's that The Democrats covered it up a long time ago.
Like, just think about how fucking stupid this is. So, we're powerful enough to... It can't be everything. You can't have all the power at some times and then none of the power other times. So we're powerful enough to have a billionaire, get him out of jail for free in 2000 or whatever when he got caught the first time. He's blackmailed all the rich people. He's able to stay out of prison and cover everything up. We're able to kill him in federal prison when we need him executed, even though I don't know why he would have even been arrested. I don't know why we ever arrested him. Can't we just tell the cops not to arrest him? Why would we do that? Or why would we charge him with ththese big crimes? Can't we make up like an IRS crime? Why would we charge him publicly with the pedophile thing, letting everybody know the pedophile list exists? And then, but then, okay, fine, well, we'll murder him in prison because we have the power to kill him in a federal prison, but we don't have the power to tell the feds not to arrest him, I guess? That seems like it'd be a lot easier. Why wouldn't we just kill him in his house? Why wouldn't we just throw him out of his plane or make his plane crash or a million other ways to kill him less conspicuously than in a federal prison? Okay, well, whatever, so, fine, we do that. Okay, well, we kill him, so we took care of that. Oh, but what about all of the ongoing investigation stuff? Well, we're gonna have to delete the evidence of that, but not all the evidence. But we're strong enough to get rid of most of the evidence, but not all of it. And then somehow Pam Bondi gets wind that there was like, it's just so stupid. Like, none of this makes, like, what's happening here? Hello? And keep in mind, none of this is being pinned on Trump, who was president when Epstein died. Like, whatever.
In fact, the FBI director, Kash Patel, went on Joe Rogan to tell everybody, you guys are crazy, and we're going to release the inside the jail cell footage proving it.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Ooh, I didn't hear him say that originally. Conservatives could have roasted me on that because, like I said, I read that federal prisons report, and they said they didn't have that footage. And if they would have had that footage, that would have been kind of weird. I don't know why they would have it now when they said it before, but they don't have that footage. So he's lying here. He either hasn't seen it, he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's...
So apparently, we're going to get footage of the cell, which is why when the DOJ dropped a 10-hour video during the...
Is Coffee Zillino Epstein crazy since Red Cabinet? No, most people just don't know any of the facts about anything, unfortunately. I want to talk to that Peter guy so badly. The same thing with this COVID stuff. Like, nobody knows the facts about anything. So it's very easy for everything to be a conspiracy when you don't know the facts. Like I said, if you've read that FBI, or I keep saying FBI, I need to start doing this. If you've read that federal... Stop! You don't need to be up there! Why do you need to be up there? Hey, there's literally nothing up there. There was no reason for you to jump on that. Stop. You're trying to traumatize me. Don't do it. Jesus. Sorry if I'm spamming this question, but why are lefties and fellow libs like CoffeeZilla now trying to say the conspiracy is true? It's so stupid. Well, no, I think everybody believes this conspiracy. Everybody hates billionaires and rich people and the wealthy elite, and so it's a story that everybody wants. But if you read the, this Office of Inspector General report on the prison stuff, it's like, I get it. Yeah, it's not satisfying, or well, it's not. It doesn't satisfy the conspiratorial part, but it's like the Peter guy knows about AJW. Oh no, does he praise AJW? And before the guy's a massive Trump supporter somehow. But like when you read it, it's like, oh, that prison sucked. That prison was... There was a lot of dumb shit going on.
Jesus.
They interviewed a lot of other cellmates. They find out that finally the medical examiner who performed the autopsy detailed for the OAG why Epstein's injuries were more consistent with and indicative of a suicide by hanging rather than a homicide by strangulation. The medical examiner also told the OIG that the ligature furrow was too broad to have been caused by the electrical cord of the medical device in Epstein's cell, and that blood toxicology tests revealed no medications or illegal substances were in Epstein's system. The medical examiner also noted the absence of debris under Epstein's fingernails, marks on his hands, contusions to his knuckles, or bruises on his body that would have indicated Epstein had been a struggle. Which would be expected if Epstein's death had been a homicide by strangulation. It's not the first time that the OIG has found significant job performance and management failures on the part of BOP, which I believe is the Federal Bureau of Prisons, personnel, and widespread disregard for BOP policies that are designed to ensure that inmates are safe, secure, and in good health. For instance, the OIG's December 2022 investigation and review of the BOP's handling of the transfer of James Whitey Bulger identified serious job performance and management failures at multiple levels within the BOP. Similar to the Bulger report, the numerous and serious transgressions that occurred in this matter came to light largely because they involved a high-profile inmate. The fact that serious deficiencies occurred in connection with high-profile inmates like Epstein and Bulger is especially concerning, given that the BOP would presumably take particular care in handling the custody and care of such inmates. Regrettably, the OIG has encountered similar issues on many other occasions. For example, the OIG has investigated numerous allegations related to the falsification of official BOP documentation concerning inmate counts and rounds, several of which have resulted in criminal prosecution, meaning that they would so some people were like, they lied. They said that they went to check on them and they lied about it. And it's like, yeah, they do that all the time, apparently, right? They interviewed other inmates and they're like, yeah, these motherfuckers never come around or ask, oh, Bulger's the pronunciation? Yeah. Or like sometimes the guards will give a that we're not supposed to have or whatever. It's just like dumb shit. The OIG currently has 2 open investigations into allegations of falsified inmate count and round documentation, each involving an inmate death by and homicide or escape from a BOP facility. The investigation interview also revealed the direct impact of insufficient staffing levels on inmate safety. Witnesses repeatedly told the OIG that counts, rounds, cell searches, and other methods of inmate accountability were not undertaken because correctional staff were working multiple shifts, including one staff member who worked 24 hours straight, who were tired and overwhelmed with other duties. As discussed in greater detail in our recommendations, the OIG has repeatedly found the need for BOP to address staffing shortages. Most recently, in March 2023, the OIG found that the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the effects of pre-existing BOP medical and non-medical staffing shortages, an issue the OIG has identified as a concern for the BOP since at least 2015. Further, the OIG has repeatedly found that BOP personnel have not consistently been attentive to the needs of inmates at risk for suicide. In this investigation, that inattention manifested in the failure of MCC New York staff and supervisors to ensure that Epstein was assigned a cellmate as required by the MCC New York Psychology Department directive issued after the July 23, 2019 incident in which Epstein was discovered in his cell with an orange cloth around his neck. In a March 2023 report, the OIG found that BOP psychology staff did not assess the suitability of single cell assignments for 5 of the 7 inmates who died while in COVID-19 quarantine units between March 2020 and April 2021. The OIG's 2017 report on the BOP's use of restrictive housing for inmates with mental illnesses also note that single celling may present risks to inmate mental health, and both of the recommendations from that report regarding the use and oversight of single celling remain open as of March 2023. But yeah, the whole report is like, it is. But if you know, like, if you've even, I say know the underlying facts. If you've just read this report, it's like, oof, okay. But nobody knows any of these facts. Everybody thinks that Epstein was in a cell, the cameras turned off just outside of his cell for a minute while he killed himself. There were marks all over his body because the autopsy showed it was a homicide and a struggle. He was given a ton of things that he shouldn't have by officials that wanted him dead, that cops like covered it. Like, it's just like a whole bunch of like bad facts, unfortunately. But
footage of the cell, which is why when the DOJ dropped a 10-hour video.
Oh, so like for this, like there was, well, see, what CoffeeZilla should point out here is they said that there was no footage of the cell because those SHU, the recording units, weren't active for like half the cameras. Like they only had one in Epstein's area that could even film anything, and it was, you couldn't even see a cell from there. But he doesn't know the underlying report. And again, I don't necessarily fault CoffeeZilla for this. I don't expect him to read through it like this, but
during the time of Epstein's death, people understandably thought this was footage of his cell. Here's what this looks like. It's CCTV footage, but this is not actually Epstein's cell, nor is this door. This is footage of a common area. Epstein's door is way back over here in the corner. You can't see it from this footage angle, but you'd understandably not know that because of the way Kash Patel made it sound. He made it sound like, we're definitely dropping the real video. You're gonna get outside a periscope view of Epstein's cell.
Because Kash probably just didn't know. He hadn't checked into it yet. Or he's just, I don't know.
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in. If they had gotten into the cell, you...
What? Jake the Ace, what's up? What do you want? With the Joe Rogan clip, wasn't he already the FBI director? Yeah, but that doesn't guarantee that he's looked into it at all. What's up?
What's up? I think you should take some more time to look into this.
What's give me the single most compelling piece of evidence?
No, I don't. I think you're 100% right on like everything, like on the main points. But I think you should just take time to be able to debate it more if you're going on Pierce tomorrow.
Well, I don't think this is coming up at all. It's going to be about the lake.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel
If
like
I was
this
going to
is gonna
hardcore debate this, I would probably revisit that FBI report, and I would go through the first case or whatever. And then I think if I was going to debate it, I think the most fun thing to do is if you want to build a conspiracy that Epstein was killed, it would 100% have been Donald Trump that did it, guaranteed, 100%.
No, absolutely, yeah. And you had the good list yesterday. You ran it down pretty well.
Yeah, 100%.
So if it does come up to you, that yeah. All right. Okay, that was it.
Okay, love you.
Have a good day. Bye.
He didn't say it back.
You would see it.
But we were
They
told
never
that
do.
the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that. Dog, it was in the... Was he already the FBI director at this point? Does nobody read anything at all anymore? Like, now I'm not even sure, like, if PhDs or if... Like, does anybody ever read anything? Or who writes anything? Like, how much of a loser are you if you're writing these massive reports that literally not a single... I guess just me. I'm here to make your job matter. I will read. It's one of the narrow subjects we cover. I will try to read, okay, what you write. My God.
It was in the news. It's also in the OIG's actual report, like the government report. And
Oh, that's nice. At least I'll cite this. Okay.
admit that most of the cameras were not recording. Now, I'm going to show...
Oh, and he gets that right, too. All of the cameras were supposedly running, but I think half or less were recording.
You which cameras were and were not reporting. I'm going to show you the exact angles of these cameras. But I want to draw your attention to one of the weirdest things in all of this footage, which is just the fact that there's a minute of it missing. You're going to want to look at this time, and you'll see in about 3 seconds it will jump, and the framing will change. So there you can see there was a cut or some kind of edited footage. And it obviously begs the question, why is there a minute missing from the FBI's, like, prove it tape? But also, what does this tape even prove? As I said, this is not Epstein's cell, nor is this his cell. We're going to show you what that actually looks like.
Like, the fact that this is happening right at midnight, I'm going to assume there's some software thing or whatever. Like, would they really explicitly and deliberately cut that 1 minute of footage and leave it in? That would just be so stupid. I don't know.
Here's the framing we see, and now we're going to compare that to the official report, June 2023, of Epstein's cell. They lay out a structure of the jail cell and the jail itself, and here you can see it's a two-leveled system. There's a lower tier, there's an upper tier, and Epstein was in the L tier, okay? Here is where...
So is it the theory that they went into a cell, killed him, and then staged this in a minute? It's kind of like Lab Leak. There's always like 4 or 5 theories that people are jumping back and forth between at any point in time. I've heard everything from an inmate killed him, like opened a cell door, went and killed him. The cops went over and killed him, like the prison guards. He killed himself, but he was forced to do it by somebody threatening him. Like, people will retreat or move between very fluidly every conspiracy theory simultaneously, depending upon what part of the, like, who they're arguing against.
The camera actually was that we're seeing. We're going to go ahead and go through this so you can see that's what it looks like. There's upper floor, lower floor.
Consider that someone who would try to exploit the cameras being down every day between 11 and 12 a.m., if this is in fact a regular maintenance process, you really think you could run into somebody's cell and then strangle them, not like snap their neck, but just strangle them with no struggle signs and get out and everything in under 60 seconds?
Epstein was located on the upper floor in what's called the L tier, okay, which is right here. You can see it even better from...
Imagine yourself in the L tier, me, dude.
Here's Epstein's cell. Here's the hallway. And right here is the camera, which was not recording. Unlike what Kash Patel sort of insinuates, that they're going to release that footage. They don't have that footage. According to them, the recording wasn't working. It was streaming, but not recording. The footage apparently had the DVR system stopped working about 10 days before all of this happened.
Be Epstein, chilling in his cell. Clintons come in, forcibly cover you in oil. They leave. That was weird, but okay. At least they didn't kill me. The sprinkler turns on. Shoot upwards and breakneck on ceiling.
you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein. Back to you on that.
Good one.
This is in their own report. That's not me saying that.
Remember, please explain how he got the knife. Well, he hung himself. What are we talking about? Was there a knife in the cell? I don't remember if that was the case or not. Are you talking about the pen? Because I think he had a couple pens that he wasn't supposed to have. No knife. Was it a pen or a writing utensil? I thought he had something that he wasn't supposed to have. Oh yeah. Inmate 3 told the OIG that Epstein was allowed to sleep on the floor, which he said was unusual for the SHU, where that was not normally allowed. Inmate 3 said Epstein also had 2 extra blankets, which no other inmate had. You're not supposed to give people blankets because they can hang themselves with them, as well as 2 pens, which other inmates were not allowed to have. Epstein would ask for things, and if the CO said no, Epstein would tell them that he was writing down their name and providing the information to his lawyer. According to Inmate 3, the COs were on eggshells around Epstein. Inmate 3 said that when he left the SHU on August 9, 2019, there was an orange cloth twisted around the ladder, strings on the side of the ladder, and a string tied across the bed. According to Inmate 3, one night he woke up, saw Epstein fidgeting with the clothesline. I was like, bro, what are you up to? Epstein said, nothing much, dog. Just trying to fix my clothesline. But Inmate 3 told him no and flushed the clothesline down the toilet. Epstein's return. Hold on. Epstein first became cellmates upon Epstein's return to the SHU following watch and psychological observation. Inmate 3 asked Epstein, please don't kill yourself, while Inmate 3 was his cellmate because Inmate 3 had a chance to go home soon. In response, Epstein told Inmate 3 not to worry, and that he's not going to kill himself right now. He's going to wait and see how Destiny responds to his $5 million demand, and then he'll decide after the holidays. Wow, what? Crazy. What?
All of this happened. This is in their own report. That's not me saying that. Around July 29th, I believe, it stopped recording.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say this before, because I will remind you every single time. None of the conspiracies were true. All of them were lies. Every deep state conspiracy was bullshit. There was no Hunter Biden, Ukraine. That was all bullshit. There was no Biden, show cop, whatever bullshit. That was all bullshit. All of this Epstein was all bullshit. There is no Fauci, coronavirus. All of that was bullshit. Every single one of these conspiracies, no voter fraud, that was bullshit. All of them were bullshit. Every deep state conspiracy was bullshit. There is no military-industrial complex. Clearly, that's it. There was no. It's all of it was bullshit. All of it was bullshit.
That around July 29th, I believe, it stopped recording as it was supposed to. Now, here's where you can see what actually was recording the day of. So you can see this is the camera that we have access to, and it's looking this way. So that camera footage we see is not of Epstein's cell at all. You can't see it. Instead, this is the guard station over here, and the staircase is like this little, like 3 pixels right there. So it's an actual joke if you think that this footage somehow had a perfect line of sight of Epstein's jail cell, and you couldn't have run an op right, even during the...
Oh, apparently people did recover. Somebody has posted the original footage with that minute added back. What is this? Who's that? What the how did she get in there? Holy shit. Please explain how the military-industrial complex is bullshit. Because if they were running things, we'd still be shipping unlimited weapons to Ukraine. So apparently all that was just a f***ing lie.
The missing 1 minute window because, oh, we had a perfect line of sight on his door. They don't, and the cameras were not recording. That's right here, and it's crazy. The FBI director is spreading misinformation going, oh, I don't know who told you that. You guys told us that.
Super interested in all the COVID stuff. Worked in a research lab working on antiviral therapeutics, so it's right up my alley. Can I just say, okay, the first job I ever wanted when I was thinking of a career when in grade school, what I want to be when I grow up, I played this game called Parasite Eve, and I was like, I want to be a microbiologist because I thought cells were cool. Obviously, there are degrees of complexity that you can get into when you study anything, but even in just the little bit that I've looked at COVID, can I just say that the whole virus process, my God, it's crazy interesting. I guess I didn't think about it much. I thought the virus came in and then it used your RNA to produce more virus RNA, and then I don't know, that just goes to the other cells and blows your shit up. But it's the fact that the way that it gets into the cell is really interesting. The fact that it goes in and then starts shutting off your other ribosomes, and then the fact that when the RNA goes in, it starts printing basically like like oppositional ribosomes. Like it makes its own little proteins to come together to print off its own RNA, and like a little secluded bubble that it makes. The way that it works is just super interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's really, really, really fascinating. Holy shit. Where did the first viruses come from, though? Well, like, why? Whoever started that seems kind of cringe. Like, why would there be these like insanely intricate, complicated strands? Oh, I bet they grew up with us. They must have, because way back in the day, creatures and everything would have been incredibly simple, and so an early virus would probably be like 100 nucleotides wrong. Like it's some foreign RNA that gets in your body and then like makes you gay or something. It's like, oh, I got, because it was like single cell creatures, probably without even nucleuses or whatever, or nuclei.
These cameras right here are streaming, but not recording. You can see it right there. There's Epstein's cell. That's the camera that would have been on him. It's not there. And yet he goes in front of millions of people and tells people otherwise. It's so irresponsible.
And if they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Yeah, again, it wasn't just in the news. It was in the government's report. Okay.
Bro. Kelly Jean is cringing right now. Okay, I will say, because I tried to go over stuff yesterday and I suck at I just suck at science. Kelly did destroy me, okay? I didn't know anything about chemistry or whatever, and finally she's educated me. Do you guys know when you talk about whether or not a thing is volatile, do you know what that means, guys?
Sodium's not highly volatile. It's like if you were going to put all of the elements in a line of volatility, it's somewhere in the middle.
Fluorine was like his ops communities and that they were better LeMayo. He called his community highly unstable and highly volatile sodium, and then said the other communities were less like this. This is
like highly volatile things are like things that are already a gas at like room temperature, right?
Oh, I didn't see. I learn something new every day, you know?
So that's that. So now we're going to see the camera that we're actually getting footage of, right? So this is a video. You can see that's cell 46. Here's the camera that was recording, and you can see it highlighted here. You'll also be able to see that the staircase is partially obstructed because of this wall right here, okay? So these tiny 3 pixels are seeing the edge of the staircase. Here's where they even highlight it for you. Again, this is not my diagram. This is the government's own diagram. This is the stairway to Epstein's cell.
Cool.
Here's the officer station, as we stated. And here's the non-recording camera. Again, this is the government, and looking at Epstein's cell.
I had to write a whole subreddit, Schizo Post. Oh, are you cynical Brit? Or I don't know why I just asked that. I didn't know you posted on the subreddit. Somebody sent me a big-ass email about you. Guys, I don't profess to know anything about chemistry. It's not a subject that I liked at school. I've explicitly said I hated it. Somebody sent me a big old email about a whole bunch of chemistry that I don't know. I don't care. Okay. But
to them, there had been catastrophic disk failures, and no recordings would have been available after July 29th, 2019. And of course, all this happened on August 9th to the 10th, 2019. Now, an important thing is this mystery man that comes up in the footage.
Mystery man.
Previously, I was kind of thinking this footage kind of didn't show anything. It definitely doesn't show that nobody was there because you can't really see it. The important cameras are missing, and there are ways to get in or through the staircase without.
Schizo posting, PhD chemistry. Yes, we do use the word stability for chemical stability. Just to be clear, when I said stable, I was just thinking like reactive or not reactive. That's all I was thinking of. I wasn't like I was using a layman's term because I wasn't publishing a paper. But also, if I'm talking about that group, I feel like it's pretty obvious what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure that is the most reactive group on the periodic table of elements because of the electron bullshit reasons, I think. That's it. I'm not professing to know anything more about chemistry than I was just making a joke about communities being unstable, because a community being unreactive doesn't really make much sense.
People seeing you, which we'll kind of go over here. I think the idea that this was a perfect view of the staircase is just completely wrong, obviously. But there was also a whole narrative by the government that everybody was in their jail cell by 8 p.m. This is according to the staff. They say at approximately 8 p.m., August 9th, all inmates were locked in their cells for the evening, and there's no indication that any other inmate could have gotten out of their cells. Epstein didn't have an inmate, so hence the idea is there's no way anyone could have gotten in there because everyone was locked up, right? Of course, we know now that some of the guards allegedly were either asleep or they deny that and they say they may have dozed off. Either way, what is for sure is that they didn't perform their checkups on the inmates.
Not hating, but why do we even care about the Epstein shit? For a few reasons. So the reason why people cared before is because everybody wants to believe there's some grand conspiracy of billionaires raping kids. It's just everybody's obsessed. I don't know. It's like the new anti-Semitism, where for some reason in all of it, well, I guess anti-Semitism is also the new anti-Semitism because a lot of it involves the Mossad and Jews as well. So I don't know. Maybe this all rolled into it. But just this idea that there's this huge group of billionaire people who are like kids all the time, and they're like, people were obsessed with it. Remember the Podesta stuff when they talked about cheese pizza, and if they're who's ordering that much cheese pizza? This must be coded slang for child porn or for children, or they're talking about like ordering kids for the Clintons to feast upon and murder and drink their blood, and like everybody's, and the Diddy stuff is more evidence that there's a giant billionaire conspiracy ring. It's just people are obsessed. People are obsessed with those types of stories. So the Trump admin, no, I shouldn't say the Trump admin. A lot of MAGA people floated these conspiracies for a long time because they thought they could rope the Clintons into it. People on the far left like the idea that billionaires are evil, so they bought into it. And now that Trump is in the government, remember one of the things I said? Remember what I screeched about at the beginning of the term? They cannot cry about the deep state anymore. They are the deep state. They can't cry like they did in term 1, where they said, oh, the deep state's still controlling them, because now it's Trump's people, his cabinet members, his government. He gets to do everything that he wants. He's fired all the people he wants. He's got Elon going through everything. They can't blame the deep state anymore. And now that they can't blame the deep state, now they have to come out and kind of be honest about some things. Like, okay, guys, we got nothing on the Epstein.
In fact, they falsified records to this, and they say no CO had checked on Epstein from approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. when Epstein was found. But this 10:40 p.m. is going to become extremely important because it turns out there was someone, what looks to be an inmate, out of his cell at 10:40 p.m. And the question is, who is that person? You can see this at 10:38 p.m. Remember, everyone's supposed to have been in their jail cell for 2.5 hours at this point. No prisoners. You can see a guard goes over to somewhere out of sight. We can't see it. None of the cameras were recording except for this one. And then moments later, we see a little bit of orange near the staircase. Now I'm gonna have to zoom into this. It's extremely hard to see, but you can see a little pixel of orange makes its way up the staircase, right? And then we're gonna see the guard return to his chair, ostensibly locking someone up maybe at that time. But who? Who is that person, right? Because previously we were told that everyone was in their jail cell at 8 p.m. 2.5 hours later, the guards take someone up, or it looks like that.
Jesus Christ. Is this supposed to be lab, or is this supposed to be... Jesus.
You know, it's hard to see, but there's some sort of orange something going...
That's Kelly? Oh, god damn.
...up the staircase to Epstein's cell block. But then if we cross-reference that with this recent memo, we can surmise who that was. It says the FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. Nobody entered any of the tiers of the shoe. So we're supposed to believe that Epstein now is that guy, the mystery man, who's outside of his cell 2.5 hours after lockdown. It's just sort of tossed in this memo here without any explanation, but it's never mentioned in the OIG's original report in 2023. In fact, the only thing that is mentioned is that Epstein was allowed an unmonitored phone call, which was against the rules, but he was allowed it anyways, and he returned to his cell after the call, which was at 7 p.m. So again, we were led to believe he was in his jail cell at 8 p.m. by the official report, and then now the FBI kind of come out and in one line said something quite remarkable, which is that several hours later, Epstein's returning to his cell, or somebody is. All we know, at least from this footage, all you can actually surmise from this is that somebody walked up those stairs at 10:40 p.m. with...
That is actually a discrepancy. That is a big deal that the OIG should explain. I wonder how they figured out. I wonder if they just interviewed the staff. Well, no, they couldn't have, because they knew that the staff was lying about it. The OIG also found the SHU staff did not conduct any 30-minute rounds after 10:40. At approximately 8 p.m. on August 9th, SHU inmates were locked in their cells for the night, including Epstein, who was without a cellmate. Research for Epstein's cell following his death revealed Epstein had excess prison blankets, linens, and clothing in his cell, and that some had been ripped to create nooses. The OIG also found that SHU did not conduct any 30-minute rounds after about 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, and that none of the required SHU inmate counts were conducted after 4 p.m. on August 9th. This 10:40 p.m. thing. The OIG reviewed the video and found that between approximately 10:40 on August 9th and about 6:30, no one was seen entering Epstein's cell tier from the SHU common area. All SHU inmates after 8 p.m., including Epstein, were locked in their cells for the evening, and we found no evidence to the contrary. Wait, can somebody link me that FBI report?
All you can actually surmise are Epstein's returning.
Oh my god. I wonder if this is just sloppy writing from the FBI, where they're just like, the FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 on August 9, 2019 until around 6:30 a.m. the next morning, nobody entered any of the tiers in the SHU. I wonder if this is sloppy writing, where they're like, Epstein was locked in his cell, and then the last guard did the round at 10:40. Like, Epstein got locked in his cell at 8 or 7, and then the guard did his round at 10:40, and between 10:40 and 6:30, nobody entered any of the tiers. I wonder if this is sloppy writing more so than them saying that they had evidence of him outside of his cell there, unless they actually make an because that would be a weird thing. That would be a big discrepancy. Oh, it's a 2-page report. So this is even a real report. That's a really big discrepancy to just orange man in the vid. The problem is I don't know if we know this is an orange guy.
Around 10:40 that my thing, obviously we locking someone up, maybe, right? Really hard to see, but you can see of orange near the staircase. Now I'm gonna have to zoom in.
It's so hard to tell what the f is happening here because like the bit rate on this video is so bad.
Extremely hard to.
Like this could be artifacting from a different color or something like that.
And then moments later,
somebody said that on the actual website where they released the video, that you could look at video 2, and video 2 looked a little different. I wonder if we can see if it looks the exact same. This is at 10:40 p.m. Okay. Oh look, there's a thing there. Oh wait, is that the exact same thing? Wait, hold on. If we see a similar artifact like that going up the stairs over and over again, then I think we can safely say that is an inmate walking up the stairs. I think this is 10:33. Come on, what is the date on these fucking cameras that the resolution and the bitrate is this poor? Oh, like we see like that orange thing appears here and then it appears down here. Like what's happening there? Hold on. So it's 10:39:22. Okay. Wait, where are we at? I don't even know if this video is playing right now. Oh yeah, it is. So like it disappears there. Like there's another orange thing that appears up there. Like it seems appropriately like a person walking, maybe like the speed. You need like a video analyzer. Like look at like when are the keyframes starting to see if it could be an artifacting error, or find out if there's another person that walks up the stairs. If we could get like if it looks the same, would be interesting. This is at 2:58:20. So this video is brightened a bit. I don't know why. Like a thing, like that little orange thing appears up there, and then it goes like it seems like it's moving, like it's walking, like the step, maybe, and then it keeps going up. I don't know how high up these stairs go. I don't know. The FBI needs to follow up on this 2-page report. Whatever. I wouldn't even call this a report. Like this looks more like shoddy writing than anything else. I don't think they're saying that they saw somebody else moving up the stairs. They're just saying that from the time that he was locked in his cell, and then at like from 10:40 to 6:30, nobody entered any of the tiers in the. That's what this reads like. They just wrote this sloppily, but they should clarify.
We see a little bit of orange near the staircase. Now I'm gonna have to zoom into this. It's extremely hard to see, but you can see a little pixel of orange makes its way up the staircase, right? And then we're gonna see the guard return to his chair, ostensibly locking someone up maybe at that time. But who? Who is that person, right? Because previously we were told that everyone was in their jail cell at 8 p.m. 2.5 hours later, the guards take someone up, or it looks like that. You know, it's hard to see, but there's some sort of orange something going up the staircase to Epstein's cell block. But then if we cross-reference that with this recent memo, we can surmise who that was. It says the FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10.
Oh my God, I was about to say Epstein. CoffeeZilla makes the same kind of conclusion that I did. Correction, at 11:51, I stated the FBI's narrative is that Epstein was locked in his cell at around 10:40, and imply that means that he was put there at 10:40, linking it to the orange we see at the stairs at 10:38. It is possible the FBI only means he was in his cell and was locked there at 10:40, having already been in the cell since 8. That's what I think it was. It's just sloppily written. But I am curious, like the thing that does look like something moving up the stairs. It could be artifacting on the video compression, or it could be something else. But
40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m., nobody entered any of the tiers of the shoe. So we're supposed to believe that Epstein now is that guy, the mystery man, who's outside of his cell 2.5 hours after lockdown. It's just sort of tossed in this memo here without any explanation, but it's never mentioned in the OIG's original report in 2023. In fact, the only thing that is mentioned is that Epstein was allowed an unmonitored phone call, which was against the rules, but he was allowed it anyways, and he returned to his cell after the call, which was at 7 p.m. So again, we were led to believe he was in his jail cell at 8 p.m. by the
orange is Trump's hair.
Official report, and then now the FBI's kind of come out and in one line said something quite remarkable, which is that several hours later, Epstein's returning to his cell, or somebody is. All we know, at least from this footage, all you can actually surmise from this is that somebody walked up those stairs at 10:40 p.m. with the guard, because the guard leaves his desk, some orange jumpsuit goes up there, and then the guard comes back to his desk. Now, I want to be clear. The
I don't even pretend to try to talk. Video compression is like, it is insanely complex tech, and like everything, or not complex, but there's like a lot that goes into video compression. I don't know. It could be a lot. Who knows?
IG report mentions 10:40 p.m. several times as basically the last time that a CEO checked on Epstein. That's how it originally was framed.
But the biggest argument, in my opinion, against it being an artifact is that it seems to move like somebody walking up the stairs, I think. Like, it looks like it. Like, that's what it That's what it does look like, somebody walking up the stairs, like it's moving at the appropriate speed. I'm guessing so.
In fact, instead, they basically say that Noel, one of the guards, was actually carrying linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time an ECO approached the only entrance to the shoe tier in which Epstein was housed. So their theory at the time, I guess the theory was they were carrying up, they say inmate clothing. Basically, the idea is they're carrying up an orange jumpsuit. And that's why you see orange there at 10:40 p.m. That's the official story in 2023, was that they were carrying Epstein, somebody's clothing up. Now we are finding out that that wasn't carrying clothing up. That was actually Epstein himself.
Oh, okay. Well, then that would just explain who it was. Wait, but then should we see him on camera after 10:40 moving to some other place? Is that...
For some reason...
Oh, God, true. Is Kelly Jane about to become an expert on video compression?
Clothing up. Now we are finding out that that wasn't carrying clothing up. That was actually Epstein himself, for some reason, was locked in his cell at 10:40 p.m.
My only hesitation when it comes to the subject is that Trump seems particularly vulnerable and sensitive whenever it's brought up to him. I'll accept the facts of the matter, but I don't know. I think that's also very easily explained. It's because Trump was friends with him. Epstein was a billionaire, dude. He was friends with a lot of people. Like, my guess is most billionaires are going to be connected to a lot of people around the world. Trump was friends with him. He absolutely was. Trump also probably thought that young girls were hot. The guy is literally, you know, talking about raping women in audio. And I'm sure he made what we would say inappropriate comments now about, you know, younger women. I seriously doubt Trump had any kids, because I think that would have came out by now. This guy has so many enemies that if Trump was kids, we would absolutely have heard about it by now. But like, it kind of looks bad, you know, like when everybody disavows me and donut operators like, oh yeah, we hated him when he was here. People just want to like distance themselves from kind of like weird if they don't want to be associated. So I think that's why Trump doesn't like talking about the Epstein stuff at all.
Way after lockdown, and we don't know why or how any of this happened. And then we know from the same report that the guards made false statements and falsified records saying that they had made mandatory rounds and inmate counts when in fact they had not. So does any of this mean for sure that the conspiracy theorists are right? No. It just means that this footage that they released and they hyped up and they said on the biggest podcast platform in the world was going to prove everything, proves nothing, and actually raises more questions because it contradicts the official narrative that has been said, which is that everyone was in lockdown when they should have been and no one could have possibly entered the cell block. But actually someone did. Now they're saying that's Epstein in a memo. After hours, for some mysterious reason.
Looks like it, seems like it, seems a little like a, it looks like what, wait, what part?
The night of his death. Why? No answers. But don't look into it. You're conspiracy. You're crazy guy. By the way, got a shout out. Last chance to get the merch. We've only got a few days left on it. If you want Crime is Legal merch, I think it's a fitting video to put this in. Go to coffeezilla.store, coffeezilla.store. Okay, bye.
Jesus. What happened to the window in Epstein's cell door? It's not the same door. Yeah, read the number, dip. It's not the same door. She knew she had to deceive the public, so she rather took off the cross that she was so proud of. Okay. Given the evidence my investigators have seen, this reeks of a cover-up. Your investigators? From a U.S. Senator from Oregon? What does that even mean? Okay. All I'm saying is, I don't think today would have happened if this was our Attorney General. Oh my God. If Dems messaged them getting in power, they would prosecute and fully release the files, then that would be a big win politically. Well, or it would be a big loss in the same way that it's been a big loss for the Republicans, right? Republicans thought that there was some huge shit with the Epstein files. They get into power. There's not. They have nothing to prosecute. And now they look fucking retarded and horrible for it. But you could play the same thing on the Democrats. It's like, oh shit, there must be a ton of stuff. Maybe they get back into power. The DOJ looks in and is like, there's not even like really anything here for us to prosecute. Like, it's a bunch of emails. We can't, there's no subpoenaing we can do to figure out the truthfulness of any, like, oh fuck. And now we look fucked again. Like, why? But I'm never convincing most people against this. I just don't usually talk about them. There's no, the people who are bought into the global pedo conspiracy ring are never being persuaded otherwise. But hey, if I'm wrong and some smoking gun evidence comes out, then fine, then let it go. We'll go over it then. But this type of speculation is the most boring. What would an example of smoking gun evidence be? Well, I mean, really strong circumstantial evidence would help. If somebody said, like, 2 men raped this girl in an email, and then there's, like, this girl filed a police report that coincides with information that wasn't previously made public or something like that would be, like, stuff leading in this direction. You don't technically need, like, videos or eyewitness testimony or whatever, but the strongest was probably the one case from that girl who killed herself, right? I don't know if she implicated anybody else in improper behavior, though, or if it was just Epstein himself. I'm not sure. There are accounts like that, Stephen. Okay, JBUE6LF. Give me the strongest one right now. Don't name a random thing, and then when I go through it and it's bullshit, like, okay, wait, what about this? Give me the strongest, the absolute strongest one right now. Go ahead. JBUE6LF. And I'll look at it right now. I implore you, this is not a nothing burger. There is smoking guns on these files. Please, man, we need you on this one. Why? Everybody in the world is covering these. Why do you need me on this one? Are you just blackpilled that we won't get anything relevant to the Epstein investigation while Trump's out of office? I don't think there's anything chargeable. That's my take. That's been my take for 2 years. I don't think I don't think there's anything chargeable. I think they probably investigated what they could. There was nothing chargeable, and that's it. And now people are just going to start combing through every email in the court of public opinion to say, well, isn't this kind of weird? And then all the conspiracy theorists are going to run crazy. People love the concept of the global billionaire celebrity pedo conspiracy ring, politician conspiracy ring. Like, that's what people love, this concept. I don't know why, but people are fascinated with it. They're obsessed with it. They wanted it to be true for the Diddy stuff. They wanted it to be true for prior to the Epstein stuff, before MAGA found out that I guess Trump was in so many of the things. Ted Gunderson, former head of the FBI. Oh God, how all great conspiracies start. The former head of the CIA. So is this just going to be him saying things like the investigation was? I'm saying, like, in the emails, is there like a thing that points to something specific that happened that can be corroborated by something? So what am I looking up? Okay, what does this guy say? This guy died in 2011. Why did he die? Because he was investigating the Epstein stuff. What about the supposedly dead bodies in the golf course in Mar-a-Lago? That should definitely be looked into. Well, aren't there at least some people buried there because he wanted to get like an exemption for a cemetery? Didn't he do that with like his ex-wife? Am I making that up? Trump wife buried golf course. How did you know? What do you mean? This was talked about like years ago. Hold on, these are the most low IQ takes ever. In before Destiny skims it, calls it a nothing burger, and then acts shocked in 3 years. If in 3 years people have put together or cobbled together some incredibly convincing stuff, and then it turns out to be like a real thing, they're like, oh shit, like, yeah, we should look at this. But that doesn't justify digging into every single thing before that happens. This is like one of the lowest IQ takes you could possibly give. Oh my God. Is it not plausible that the grab him by the pussy guy that was besties with Epstein and bought a teen beauty pageant didn't sample the goods a little bit? I feel like this one is much more than a shitty Pizzagate conspiracy and shouldn't be in the same box with that retard shit. Just turn your brain off. Honest to God, you want the honest take? I don't think Trump enjoys or cares about any of that shit at all. I think he's kind of a fucking loser. I don't think he says he doesn't do any drugs at all, doesn't even fucking drink. I bet that when he was paying Stormy Daniels and shit, he just wanted people to say like, I fucked a porn star or whatever. I'm sure he quote unquote enjoyed looking at the fucking teen models or whatever the fuck, but I don't know if he would have been so sex crazed that he wanted to go and start fucking them or whatever. It seems like a guy who's like super obsessed with status and obsessed with the things surrounding status. I don't know if I've ever seen evidence of or feel like Trump is like necessarily like this huge sex pervert. Maybe the Eugene Carroll, the E. Carroll case. I don't know the details of that. Maybe I should have if I read that. But just listen to how he talks about everything else. He seems like a crazy fucking buzzkill on fucking everything. I feel like if he would have been fucking all these kids, or if he would have been doing like crazy shit, I feel like we would have so many stories of that. The idea that that could be kept under wraps for so long. I don't know. That maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. That's just the impression I have. But what if he was just filtering kids to Epstein and not fucking them? That might be true. I could believe that to some extent. But that Mar-a-Lago shit that he admitted, but he literally admitted that, like on the tarmac or whatever. That was crazy. Like, well, we took one kid. We said no more, and then he took a second one, and then we banned him. So I mean, that might be, but yeah. Wouldn't emails kind of stories in this case and the FBI tips? Yeah, they could, but these aren't things that are like said or alleged under oath, right? They could make people's statements might change a lot when you actually, yeah. Let me attempt to clarify for chat. You have no issue with people going through the files and looking into this. You just don't want to do it personally, correct? Why do you have to clarify that? What do you think? Have I said anything differently? Nobody should go through the apps. Nobody should even look at it. Protect them all. Don't look at anything. If journalists want to go through it or people want to go through it, that's fine. I don't care. They should. They probably should. It's a huge treasure trove of information. Even if there aren't any crazy pedo allegations made, I think there could be a lot of interesting social connections made between how many of these people knew each other behind the scenes and we're all working together on a lot. I think there's a lot of weird conservative shit that's come out about that. What about the American tech billionaires like Peter Thiel and how they try to manipulate people in politics in America and other countries? I think that's an interesting story, yeah. But, and I think, like I said, I think there's like been a lot of weird connections that I think people are starting to establish and who was communicating with who. Maybe the Mueller report can move forward with this. I don't. The Mueller report is done, my dude. Destiny, Melinda Gates divorced Bill over this. Your threshold for what could be considered a scandalous enough for political blackmail operations not a reality. There could be stuff blackmail worthy in here that doesn't necessarily have your kids. I just don't care. Oh my God. I will never, ever, ever, ever care about shit like this. When there's like an actual more concrete stuff to go over, that stuff is interesting to me. I don't like the cobbling together from 50 trillion random pieces. I don't like to look at the sky and try to draw constellations. It's just not enjoyable for me. I don't enjoy it. I've never enjoyed it. I never will enjoy it. If other people figure some compelling shit out, then I'll probably look into it. I'll probably listen to videos or read articles or whatever about it. But until then, it's just that is the least enjoyable thing. And there are so many people. There are so many people that do this already. Why would you watch me do it? I'm never going to comb through all these documents. Fuck that. Or even any percentage of them. There are so many other people that are doing this. Go watch them do it. There are so many people that do it. Watch them do it. Everybody talks about this shit. Why do you need me to talk about it? You enjoyed looking into Aegon Chalakian. Yeah, for like 4 hours. Like, I looked into the Epstein death stuff. I read that whole, the Federal Bureau of Prisons report. That was more time than I put into the Aegon shit or whatever. Okay.
I really need to get a new mouse.
Jesus, I can't read the rest of this tonight. I'm dying. My voice is dying. You could have made the same argument about covering Charlie Kirk, and you covered that plenty. What? Why not be the person that actually goes through them, and you'll be able to speak of it more? This is a topic that isn't going away, and eventually, I think it is. I think it will go away. That's my whole point. And someone will make you look bad based on it. Make me look bad because I wasn't willing to go through the trove of all the fucking Epstein emails? Bro, I'd rather kill myself. What a retarded fucking... Why? Jesus. Would you look more into it, Epstein, if it continues to be a massive topic of conversation going forward in debates, combos? Maybe. I mean, like, if there's criminal cases filed or something, because then we have a real indictment to look over, real evidence that people are presenting to try to convince a jury. That would be more interesting, but... Can you at least admit that they destroyed evidence? Didn't they ask them to redact some files or whatever based on if Trump was in them? Don't we already know that? But it would have been investigated already under Biden's DOJ, so it's not like that destruction of evidence would be relevant to anything, no? It's the biggest story right now, but I want to hear your opinion. I've given my opinion on it. My opinion is everybody is obsessed with there being a global pedo whatever fucking ring, and people will do anything to get that story. People love that story. But until a smoking gun or something comes out, I don't give a fuck about it. That's one of the most boring conspiracies in the universe to me, okay? I don't care about the obsession with the global pedo billionaire celebrity politician ring. Thoughts on the bodies of victims said to be buried at Mar-a-Lago in the files. Why would you bury your victims on your own property? Yes. Listen, then get a court order and go dig them up. Fuck. Jesus. How is this less relevant? Oh, message retracted, good one. Than reading this shit? Because this is about a streamer that's literally qualifies as a colleague of mine that's like directly within my industry. And there's at least court transcripts on it, so it's more interesting to me. And there was an order issued from the court relating to this. I was in your perspective until the last drop. There's still 3 million files not released. Then, listen, when they're released, I will spend the rest of my life going over every single file. I will sit here on stream every single day. We'll read every email. It was not Mar-a-Lago. It was the Cali golf course. Okay, then go dig up that one. Okay. Okay. What is the... Somebody said that Tectone's cross-examination was interesting for this. Oh, Jesus. 112 more pages. Actually, hold on. I'm doing a poll and I should read the rest of this. Why do you think the admin is doing so much to cover it up? I already said it, because any relation or any name drop in anywhere is going to make you look bad. Publicly, it's always going to be a thing that looks bad, regardless of if there's any criminal behavior or not. Hold on, I have to wait for... Falling a DGG chat on this. You motherfuckers. We want to hear your level-headed analysis for at least an hour because you're the only person with the take. It's just a conspiracy. Even if they're all fake, it would be so much more entertaining than this. Well, you lost the poll. Also, I'm not even saying that it's just a conspiracy and it's all bullshit, although I personally lean that way. Even if there is bad stuff that happened, my guess is going to be there's nothing in the emails that's going to lead you to that. Like, you're not going to have enough information to have a smoking gun conclusion there. It's just going to be a bunch of stuff that looks weird, and there's not going to be anything further. I mean, the FBI has more tools to investigate than we do, arguably, and if they couldn't find anything, then... But hey, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm not even going to say if I'm wrong. It's not even about me being wrong. If something comes out that's solid on any of this stuff, and they publish it or report it, they won't go with that or whatever. I'm with you on the no pedo ring shit, but some of these emails just look horrible and hard to defend. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Like, dude, I don't know if we want to do this, because then all of chat, like, boomers say retarded fucking shit. And this could mean a billion retarded fucking things. But I mean, like, people have set their mind in one direction, and it's like all pedophile shit. Maybe that was this email. Thank you for a fun night. The child that you gave me was a super naughty child rape. Like, new Brazilian just arrived. Sexy and cute equals 9 years old. Best regards. This is a weird one. Don't know what that is. Don't know what these attached pictures are. Did the FBI investigate it? Let them investigate. What am I, like, let's say there's like a million emails like this. What am I supposed to do with this? Like, looks bad. I hope that somebody investigated it. What am I supposed to say? What do you, like, wow, crazy. That's crazy. Not good. I feel like you are giving the most charitable possible explanation for every single email. I'm not. It could be. This could be some fucking pedophile shit. It could be. I'm not. Nobody can understand not having a position on something. You either are affirmative or you're negative. You're either yes or no. I'm not either. I don't know. This could be pedophile shit. It could be bad, or it could not be. I don't have the information to say. That's the whole point. If I don't have the information to make a conclusion, I just don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I don't know what I'm like, let's sit here and speculate, guys. Let's go through and speculate on the. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. This is not entertaining or exciting to me. It's not fun to sit here and speculate on this shit. This could be really bad. I'm not saying there's no chance it is. I'm saying I don't have the information to make a conclusion about it. Or to even speculate that much about it. I have no fucking idea. My guess is going to be, if the FBI has this email, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute equals 9 years old, best regards, whatever. There are picture attachments to this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures. I imagine the FBI or whoever's investigating this probably has these attachments. I don't know. Why were there no criminal charges filed? I don't know if there's I don't know if Brazilian can refer to some other fucking bullshit, or if this is some retarded guy who's, I don't know. I just have no idea. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to speculate from this. This is boring to me. I don't care. What's the good interpretation of this email? I guess the only interpretation is that this is an international sex pedophile, whatever, trafficking ring, and that all of these people were involved in it, and they all knew, and they all covered it up. There you go. Okay? I believe you. There, I believe it. There, I said it. Okay? That's what's happened. Go get them all. Okay? Go do it. Go get them. All of these people. All of them. There is enough information to suggest a cover-up of co-conspirator. To suggest? That's not... Okay. Watch the CoffeeZilla. Okay, we'll watch the CoffeeZilla people. The Epstein files are getting way worse. All
it
right.
only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents.
I hate all of you so much. Oh my god. It's okay. All right, let's go.
So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein. and/or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter-accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter-accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title, you've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links, but in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind
Stuff in other countries could could be things like people could take actions in those countries, because my guess would be there's a lot that would probably be the most interesting stuff, because our FBI would have access to everything in the Epstein files, obviously, but the other countries might not have had access to any of that information. It could just be that they think it looks bad enough that they don't want to be associated with it, or they may have more information that makes it more credible or whatever, and we should ask them to release stuff. That should be, for people that are firing people based on what's in the Epstein files in other countries, you should ask them, why did you fire him? Release more information. Maybe they have more shit. Who knows?
of accountability. I think Larry...
Go to move. Dude, fuck, my voice is... I shouldn't have read that whole fucking transcript. My voice is dying. What?
I'm just hanging out.
Good, okay.
Just hanging around.
Larry
So you don't
Summers
think this
stepped
is a burger at all?
If it is, and I'm sure somebody will make a good video and report on it, and there's gonna be some crazy shit to come out.
So you don't care about pedophiles?
I love memes. Good one.
voluntarily, but other...
Let me figure out how to make this fucking work. Hold on.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I was in the bathtub and you were having a hard set. I mean, they're getting to you. Don't let them get to you, Steven. Don't let them get you.
You're gonna die. Fuck, what is it, 5 and 6? Is this even active right now?
Yeah.
Does that show anything on?
Hold on, I'm waiting.
Good luck.
That it's hard to think of anyone who's faced
Yeah.
any kind of justice.
Volume?
In fact, arguably,
it's good.
Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine, all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and, like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel described as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2, okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body, and then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sort of details here. They comment about her body extensively, and then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come, and this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed...
Jesus, what was that? She is nice, her boobs are awful.
Request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday.
They will have to be redone. Oh, fake boobs.
He says, I will invite to come, and this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeff.
Wait, how old was this girl? Was she 15 or 16 with a boob job? Is that, or just complaining about her boobs in general?
Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports, and how it worked. Epstein says, her body, and then
she was 18 or something.
He says, "2, okay, thank you.
Oh, did
Full
it?
body if possible." And then Jeffrey Epstein says, "Doesn't look too happy." Comments on her body and.
She regrets it when she was 18. Oh, that's when she got the surgery, so we don't know how old this person was. Okay, well, she was at least 18, but okay.
And he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively, and then Jeffrey Epstein says he sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, "I will invite to come," and this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact his name, but I'm going to do it. He says, "Very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai." He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against
Is this trafficking at least? It seems like sex trafficking, right? If you're paying money to ship a girl to another country for the purposes of fucking her eventually, yeah, I think pretty sure it's fine.
Your issue is you just don't believe in the idea that it's like there's some billionaire pedophile ring out there.
It's Epstein almost certainly, and he killed himself, I think, over it. Almost certainly, or it seems like was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I have to see exactly what the criminal charges were. Was getting a bunch of people to find him young and sometimes underage girls to fuck. That seems like incontrovertible. I think nobody disagrees with that. But that's not what anybody talks about when they talk about the Epstein files. They're saying that the strong claim is, and this is what most of my chat even believes, and if they try to phrase this as a straw man or something different, they're fucking lying because they just don't want to admit it. But what they believe is that Epstein was bringing young girls to a variety of billionaires, politicians, and celebrities, watching them fuck said young girls while recording it so that he could have blackmail on all these people, so that there was a giant pedo blackmail ring created that was able to force these people to cover for each other and do a whole bunch of other bad shit in finance and billionaire shit, in politics, with the political people they have, or with celebrities to get more people involved. That's like the strong claim, and that's what most people believe with this, and that it impacts everybody, all the billionaires and all the politicians, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and all of the, and whatever celebrities are involved as well. But it's like, I don't know if I've ever seen strong evidence
Man,
that
I'm just
like a
unlocking
single
all
other
the
person
penances.
besides, oh, and then also there's something for the Mossad is in here apparently, and the Russian compromise is in here and everything else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any strong evidence that he was like feeding girls to another person, especially for blackmail purposes. But I mean, that's like the claim that everybody goes with. But I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being true. Maybe there's information that people can connect in the emails, and then they can go and do investigative journalist work that the FBI couldn't get to for whatever reason, or because other countries decide to start contributing shit to it. Maybe. But my guess is that there wasn't enough to find anything here to charge anybody. So it's probably not going to be anything in the emails for us to draw strong conclusions from. But there's going to be a ton of juicy stuff for people to make a lot of theories or whatever.
People think they're gonna go through this and like connect the fucking dots that the FBI couldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Or, well, no, their claim is that the reason why the FBI didn't charge any of this was because everybody was telling them to cover for the wealthy billionaire, political, and celebrity friends. That's why nothing was charged. So for some reason, all the files exist, and the investigation happened, and nothing was deleted or destroyed, or at least most of it wasn't, but they were also strong enough to keep any charges.
Sure, if they were gonna keep everything like hidden or whatever, then do they not think that they would just destroy everything? That was like,
well, I don't know, or never even do the investigation, I guess. Okay.
charge third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah.
Mike 514 spends $15 and kick to ask if you will watch the full Bannon Epstein interview. Maybe in the future. We'll see.
One of the scouts was like this, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge. You couldn't argue those are victims, but
so he's close with presidents, prime ministers all over the world, but yeah, the FBI is going to stop him. Do you hear yourself, Destiny? Yeah, but do you understand how retarded you are? Because then it's like, because you probably believe then that he was murdered by Trump or whatever, or that somebody went and killed him. Why would anybody kill this guy if he was part of a big blackmail ring? The whole point of getting the blackmail is so that you don't get murdered, or even arrested, or even investigated. That's the whole point of having the blackmail.
So
was
this guy
getting
was
the
so
blackmail.
powerful that this guy could influence the entire investigation from the FBI and all these other departments and everybody else who was doing research. He could do all that, but he couldn't keep himself from getting arrested and thrown in prison. What a fucking retard! Even Assange avoided the fucking police for longer than that. Come on.
But the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one.
He was the fall guy. Oh God.
But not the other,
He worked
letting
for
you
Mossad.
see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name, or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not.
Because he can't release the blackmail. Holy shit. What? Because he's dead? There's no way. There's no dead man switch? What a great idea for blackmail. I've got the strongest blackmail ever. Really? Where is it? It's on this phone right here, and I'm the only person that can unlock it. Really? So if you died, nobody would be able to release it? That's right. Guess what happens right now? Yeah, what the fuck?
A victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies and crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that? Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here. But
The fuck is this email chain about?
trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well,
We need to work. We need to work around your 38. First, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. What is work around your 38? What is that a reference to?
we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me that any of these people are trying to rebuild his reputation. The guy's a billionaire. If you can manage to launder his reputation, whoo, that potentially is a whole bunch of fun. Supposedly, I don't even know if that's fucking true, but I probably.
That Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies and crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So, Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is, and then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to.
You're talking about billionaires, man. What's the failsafe? Who's going to release the information? What he has a fucking switch connected to his heart, and if it stops, the files are released. You can't think of another way to release. Hold on. Then what's the point? Then you understand that you're defeating your entire conspiracy, right? If having compromising information on billionaires is worthless because nobody's going to release it, then there's no point in having compromising information on billionaires. That undermines the entirety of your conspiracy. Then there'd be no point in doing any of this.
Wouldn't the dead man switch just be like, if I die, then
yeah, this is all getting released. I got a friend or somebody who's going to literally, publish all this shit. Yeah.
Comment on is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure are they supposed to be redacted because they're redacted over here. They're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce.
Destiny, not saying every single person who had contact with him knew or condoned or whatever, but Trump clearly had more than a business relationship with the guy, and he clearly knew. Yeah, no shit. If the guy was really wealthy, I'm sure there's a lot of people willing to look past some fucked up behavior or some pedophile shit. Yeah, for sure. That's not surprising at all. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But this is what I've said from the beginning. There's probably a lot of stuff that makes people look really bad, and public opinion is going to crucify them for it, but it doesn't mean they were part of like a give me young girls as well, like child pedophile, international, billionaire, political, celebrity, sex trafficking ring. But that wouldn't surprise me at all if there were a lot of people that knew he was a fucking pedophile, but because this guy was so connected and, had wealth and everything else, they're like, fuck it, I can look the other way or whatever.
A co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stablecoin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled.
The more sober take is that the blackmail entity and the child prostitution entity, Epstein, are not the same group. Trump was caught with Epstein's Russian prostitutes, but Putin got the blackmail independent. Oh, true. That's the 20 million IQ. You can say that in chat from now on. Destiny. Of course it was a massive child pedophilia trafficking circle.
Epstein wasn't the perpetrator, though. He was just one of the victims. There's another guy controlling everything. And the reason why all the compromat wasn't released when Epstein died is because Epstein was killed by the guy who actually controls it. That's what was actually going to happen. Epstein was actually about to release a ton of information, and that's why the guy who actually controls everything, at the request of every other billionaire involved, had Epstein secretly killed. That's the thing. Okay, thank you. Boom. The Mossad or Putin or whoever. There we go. We're just one layer removed. Yes.
Titled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square. I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. It's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this is not
How much
good.
money will it take, name your price? $1 trillion. $1 trillion, and I will watch it.
But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his we're going to crush the trafficking narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally
Just be that guy. If the people paid off the kill switch guy before offing Epstein, that takes care of the problem. Why would you tell people who your kill switch guy is? Why? That sounds like the dumbest thing ever. If you guys fuck with me, I just want you to know that Juan over there is going to release everything. Really? Juan, the guy who lives in Mexico City, Mexico, at the address 478 Pueblo Avenue? Yeah, that guy. He's going to fuck your guys' lives up. Really? The guy who has no home security and everything? Okay, gotcha. Like,
Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like an old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, you think I can...
Ghislaine?
Ghislaine. Yeah, why is she still alive?
She's alive.
Who knows? I'm sure there's a reason. Yeah, why is Ghislaine alive? Maybe because she doesn't know.
Oh, she was the real one. Maybe she's the one who was controlling Epstein.
Yeah, because who would ever guess that the leader of the pedo ring is in jail right now?
Holy shit.
And do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube. No sandbagging. Interview format or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make. But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein should have been an interview format, interviewed by me. They start talking about, like, how do we do this?
God, there's so many spaces after all their punctuate. This is the most boomer. What is he, triple spacing? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. Their brainstorm, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what...
But like... never mind. Yeah, okay.
He meant by that, to be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who, at this point, has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along, though, anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary, and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube...
Hold on, is this true? Destiny, regardless of criminal charges, you don't want to know who's sexually assaulting children in the highest level of society. The DOJ accidentally uploaded over 100,000 images of child porn, some of them showing hardcore sexual assault of children of pretty rich people. Is that true? Did the government upload pictures of children being raped with well-known, wealthy people in the same picture watching?
Clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even call Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obvious.
I mean, if he's got this operation set up, I'm just kidding.
the smartest man in the room. You can tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations.
Just
Places
be
like
on Wall
Rockefeller
Street with
needed
a
someone to say,
fucking
look, we're entering a different
Well, I don't like to look at this and defend any of this shit. I don't know how training. Wait, if you're a person who does fucking loser math and you've got like a fucking TI-83 or something, and it's the first time you've touched a graphic calculator, yeah, these things are fucking magic compared to an ordinary ass fucking calculator. To be able to graph functions or to change the rating, there's a ton of crazy shit. You get a TI-85, you can load video games out of those fucking beige motherfuckers. Okay.
Hell yeah.
I don't know how relevant this was back in the day to being a fucking trader or whatever. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't fucking know.
Really now going to
It's
calculations.
funny to think
Places
about
like
a trader being on the fucking floor, just looking at the next guy. Fuck, he's got a calculator.
Not the
I can't get one of
TI-80.
those.
Oh no.
Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got into this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways,
I think Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman and were punished for it, that you've more than learnt your lesson. Is this him saying harem with regards to underage prostitutes? Or I don't even know what the allegation Coffee is making here. I don't know, whatever. I don't know, man.
he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I love you. You can come back anytime with your harem.
What do you think they mean by harem? Women that you're fucking, or women that look attractive that are willing to make it look like they're fucking you? But are these underage women or just like women that... Harem is a group of women under your control. Yeah, women. Yeah, but is it... Billionaire sharing a harem? No, okay, true. That's what he meant. Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing
his mobile sex slave group. True. Yes. Kings.
Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero...
Wait, how are those messages contradictory? Wouldn't those coincide with each other? I didn't spend any time with him, and he's also the greatest blackmailer ever? Like, do those...
time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was...
Jesus Christ.
I mean, these people...
And you're defending this guy.
True. In 2012, he emailed with Mr. Epstein to arrange a visit with his wife and children to Mr. Epstein's private island just before Christmas. And his assistant, Mr. Milley, forwarded Lutnick a message and I saying, okay, so he did see him. He probably lied about that. That wouldn't surprise me.
Not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something, but either way, he also sends some
You are literally defending him? I don't know how to unbreak your brain on this one. I'm sorry. My position on it is neutral. I haven't dug into any of this. Like a lot of the people talking about it obsessively are retarded. I'm sorry they are. That doesn't speak to the credibility of the stuff. And there might be a lot of fuck shit or whatever. I don't care about it, like researching this independently. When all the dust is settled, when all the reporting is said and done, when all the new investigations or investigative media people have looked at it, then fine, I'll read shit. I'm sure there'll be some interesting shit here. But the fact that I'm not willing to sit here and jerk off over every new fucking child porn email that you obsessively want to find some celebrity's fucking name in, I just don't care.
care that much about this type of shit. I just don't. I never have. I literally never have.
Reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press.
Yes, because I've been bullied by Chad into watching it.
Public's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it when the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless...
Just say Epstein was a pedo. I don't know about anything. He was a fucking pedo. Epstein, I don't even say Epstein was a child rapist. Wasn't he convicted of rape? He wasn't even convicted of being a pedophile. He was fucking raping a kid, right? Or fucking somebody her age. You can make a stronger statement than that about Epstein. I just don't know about the global pedophile, child trading, harem, whatever ring. Like...
Directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center.
Meanwhile, Destiny spends 12 hours looking at Google Maps and sun positions for a YouTube video about a daycare because Nick Shirley's video that he made about that daycare was going wildly viral at the time, included dozens of immediately provable false claims, and led to the mass fucking deployment of ICE to a state that just resulted in multiple fucking homicides that is like shaping the entire discourse on the appropriateness of ICE and the deployment of federal agents to different states, and it's having a huge impact on where the American public is seeing the current administration, and is playing hopefully positively for Democrats. Like, that's an impactful, immediately relevant, important news story. Him going to California is an important thing. No, the Epstein shit is just like the jerk off fantasizing about the global pedo rings. There's people have been fantasizing and jerking off about this shit for a decade. They're gonna jerk off about it for a decade more. It's holy shit.
Trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday.
Isn't this Epstein conspiracy good for Dems since it's about Trump? No, because all you fucking retards that think that it involves all the Democrats and Bill Gates and everybody too. The majority of people, if you ask them in real life, what do you think about, is there a way to prove this? Is there polling data on this? If you were to pull over a normie in real life and go, what do you think about the Epstein files? My guess is out of 100 of them, one will say, wow, really bad for Trump. And the other 99 will go, I can't believe all these wealthy politicians and billionaires all protected each other. Both sides. That's my guess.
I think he's
birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or...
Put a percentage chance that you think Trump raped or molested a minor? My guess would be less than 1% would be my guess. I don't know how that information wouldn't have leaked by now. I would have to think of an exceptional chain of custody of those videos, of that information, of whatever. None of his actions are... I just can't think of it. I just can't think of how that would be possible.
You know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now again,
not anymore. They're literally talking about evil globalists. It's not both sides anymore. Evil globalist is both sides. Or it's against the left more than the right.
Was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails, and all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out
Why
is
does he give a fuck? Just show the fucking name. If they didn't redact it, then fucking show it, retard.
Whoa, careful. What about groping any minors? For Trump groping a minor, my guess for that would be 85% plus that he's fucking groping minors or whatever, because he's a creepy fucking loser. Or more.
A little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this, but now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, question mark. And she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's. Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear.
Why do you think it can't be kept secret until now? I mean, their Lake Michigan baby corpse story was heard what is the Lake Michigan baby corpse story? What is?
It might be the one where somebody gave an FBI tip and accused Trump of like killing a baby and putting it in Lake Michigan and telling a girl if she told anybody he'd do it to her? Something along those lines? I don't remember.
Has this been verified at all, or?
I think it was an anonymous tip. You don't believe all women now?
That's what the Kanye song is about. Let me get my food use restroom. 1 second. Jesus.
Clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations, we're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro, he's a longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's gonna come into play here in a second.
Odds on
because,
Trump having raped
oh
a
boy,
child?
did I get some additional
100%.
context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or
Come
the
on,
life
Peter.
that Epstein leads? And then we get another
I feel like I listened to this
redacted
earlier,
photo.
and none of it
Right?
stuck. I might
And
have
then
just
some
been-
more images, and Peter says,
Was I
please
pissed off
tell
when
me
we
that's
listened
not
to
where
this
you
earlier, Chad?
actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more
Yeah?
interesting
Okay, I don't
life
remember
than the
any
Dos
of it.
Equis guy. Is this
I
off
was
the
bullying
coast
Dan.
of France?
He deserved it.
No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James.
Did he get my 9
Beautiful.
Brazilians I sent?
Isn't that nice?
What?
Did you get my 9 Brazilians I sent out?
I got them.
It's behind closed doors. It's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that. Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that...
I mean, no, I'm not trying to... Are we assuming that every reference people hear, what do you do? And he's like, hey, that that's supposed to be fucking kids? Or that just he fucks a lot of girls, fucks a lot of, young women? Are we supposed to be assuming that every reference is I know what you're really doing?
The FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize, I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology, you know, he addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his Got a Fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, you know, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction, because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide...
Wait, who's this guy right now? The only thing I wouldn't believe for any of these other billionaire people or wealthy people talking, they would have known exactly what he did. There's no shot that they wouldn't have an assistant, an advisor, or that they themselves wouldn't at least read the charging documents or something. That's a fucking lie.
Therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, you know, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this whole you gotta provide therapy to, you know, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, you know, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough.
Fighter versus fighter, baby.
But
Let's
the
go.
level is just, you've never seen anything
They're
like
winning.
it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor.
Were all these people lying about their relationship with him? It's crazy. Bro, how many people lied about their relationship with me after I tweeted about the fucking firefighter? People do this shit all the time. Yeah, no shit. If something comes out that a dude is fucked, they're all gonna be like, oh, I didn't like that guy. I wasn't like the conspiracy shit makes your guy's brain so fucking retarded. Like, well, isn't it weird that everybody's lying now about being friends with him? You think it's weird that people were in private wanting to be friends with a guy who was insanely well connected and super wealthy, but publicly, after he gets outed as a pedophile and fucking kills himself, they're like, oh, I was never friends with that guy. No, that's not weird at all. That's like the most normal, ordinary thing ever. That totally tracks with how much people would act publicly versus privately. Yeah.
Doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up. Because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. You know, he's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now again, I'm not gonna get into the details here because, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017. 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this.
You think Billy Eaters can have someone whacked, like pay a hitman and get away with it, or is that fantasy? Maybe with like much poorer people, but among like the ultra wealthy, my guess is that's probably like assassinating people from country to country. You wouldn't do that because that shit would get crazy real fast. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I could be wrong, but.
Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it into the book. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see. I was actually, one of the things I needed to do. My important work was.
Wait, what am I misunderstanding something? Hold on.
Days following week, 10 days later. He did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11, 2017. 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket.
It's not. Were they doing does he do a podcast or something? I have a hard stop. Hard stop is usually what you say for like we're gonna go film something or do something. Is it that he was hanging?
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
His wife had some medical emergency and he was hanging out with Epstein. He had a hard stop for when.
Jesus. A hard stop at 10. Let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation.
The data aligns with his child's medical emergency.
For this.
Does it 100%? I hate this shit. Hold on. On Tuesday, July 11th, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in blank. Okay, so July 11th. This is July 13th. See, it does not come home for 10 days. Okay. So, is none of this would be... Isn't he saying in the book that he feels like he worked too much and he should have spent more time with his family, especially after an event? And there's a video of him doing a podcast. Is this not just correct? Or what's the lie? Or what's the...
Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't...
In his own book, he said he was working, and that's why he missed it. It took 10 days before he saw his wife again. 2 days after the 11th, the news about the baby, he was with Epstein. Well, it sounds like he's doing other stuff as well, no? Are we just assuming that every single meeting, every single hangout with Epstein was always to fuck kids? That's every single meeting with Epstein. All of them are just kitty fucking missions? Is that... Okay, base, got it. Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay.
I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book. Is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. You know, I didn't see. I was actually, you know, one of the things I needed to do. My important work was seeing or talking to.
Hard stop is used referring to a meeting. We have some other meeting coming up. Typically, I forgot Destiny's never worked for a corporation before, and obviously, neither has CoffeeZilla. Yeah, but like, you wouldn't use this as a hangout, would you? Wouldn't you say, I don't believe you have. I don't even know why I'm believing the chatter. I feel like if it was a hangout and you had a meeting at 10, you would say, hey, we can hang out. I got a meeting at 10. Do people who work in corporations literally say, yo, we can hang out tomorrow at 9. I got a hard stop on our hangout, though, at 10 o'clock? Or, I got a hard stop on our pedophile adventures at 10? I got a hard stop there? I got a hard out?
To Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, that's the simping that I'm talking about. Is these people love this guy. Or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing protecting him?
Yes, all the time, especially if it's in relation to fucking kids. Then they always use hard stop.
Issuing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell us all. I mean, what is going on?
I work at a company and have the business cards to prove it. The more powerful they are, the more I have a hard stop comes out because they are busy.
Here. And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, you know, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on.
Is the claim that his son had a medical emergency and he was in New York with Epstein and decided instead of going back home to spend time with the kids in the hospital, he decides to stay in New York with Epstein? But it sounds like he met and did a lot of things in New York. I don't see the claim substantiated that he hung out with Epstein for 10 days. If anything, that one email makes it sound like they hung out for a single night, no? For a short period of time, no? Or maybe they did other times as well, like...
And there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge-nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? How do we... Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying, Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence? Got no evidence. Go on.
This is not evidence of a crime. Yeah, people say retarded shit in emails, but it's not evidence of a fucking crime.
No evidence, really now?
I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le file convention. And Jeffrey says, I think file is the plural.
Defend it, Steven.
I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
If I die, I hope they subpoena all of our logs from fucking Discord, okay? So here, Mr. Mooten and Destiny talk about the pedo rap tapes when they were in Hawaii with Dan. What was that referring to? Here, Dan says to Mr. Mooten and Destiny, do you guys want to hang out? And Mr. Mooten replies, not if there aren't any 6-year-olds. What did he mean by that?
It's nothing. We don't even want to question.
What did he mean?
These people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how. Look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning. Thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny. But here, Elon Musk lays out the.
But Woody and Epstein are both actual pedos. It lands differently. Yeah, sure. Those guys are fucking. I don't know who was convicted of what. So people in chat said that Woody Allen was convicted of fucking a minor or whatever. Yeah, then they probably shouldn't be joking about shit like that. Or maybe they're not joking. Maybe it all is actual, not even thinly veiled references, almost explicit references to their pedophile ongoing activities, maybe.
The playbook, apparently for our guys, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. All of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently. Like, no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at...
Do you actually think it's the same context? I don't know, bro. I don't know these people. I've made like a million jokes to even friends personally, like, oh, don't go in my bedroom, my cameras are running. Like, I mean, Jesus, I'm in a court case for this. I don't know. Joan is filing this right now.
Joan is running right now, dude. She's got the flash drive.
Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untoward about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means, and I don't want to be seen.
Hold on. Your frustration at people being brain broken on this is legit making you seem optically badly male. If people want to look into it, I don't care. I just don't know why you want me. I don't care that much about it. I've never cared about shit like this. I don't care. If there's something more concrete, we'll go over indictments and all that. I don't care. That's interesting to me. But fucking emails and shit.
They need you, Steven.
I don't even think I read the full fucking... I don't even think I read the full Steele dossier. And that was what? Like 10 pages? I didn't think I read that because it was all unsubstantiated claims about Trump. I didn't even read that full fucking thing. Like, Jesus.
As I'm saying stuff, I'm reading the files, I'm giving my personal opinion, but ultimately this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on in some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right, and unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Drew. From Jeffrey Epstein. Try Jax, League of Legends. Seemed cool. What do you build on him? Is this a real email? It wouldn't surprise me. He was banned from Xbox Live, right?
What are you talking about?
Was Epstein a Jax main?
He gives me Timo, man.
What? He tweeted out about an hour ago. My wife divorced me and took my kids, and I have no idea where they are. I'm sober, I'm sad. I have good support. Thank you for everyone supporting me during this rough season. I'll get through it. I don't know how much. Jesus Christ. What a fucking dump. Big dumps. From Milo. So take everything with a grain of salt. Milo has a lot of info on people behind the scenes just because he's a super gossiper, but he also lies a lot, unfortunately. So he can either dump like really revealing stuff that's epic, or he can just like make a bunch of shit up. It's hard to tell with Milo. So I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple of weeks and to go to rehab. It's better for everyone to just rip the band-aid off, so I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least what I've been able to confirm. I've seen a dossier someone put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details, and it's going to require sympathy. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. You may wish to be offline for the next week or two. What do you mean? Cease and desisting people right now. But I got my car back, so that's good. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane that people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Rift's collapse, your drinking and substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits and perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for divorce, and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her. Is that true, or are there two different? That should be all public record, no? Let's start with Sarah. If your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Don't let him find out from somebody else. If he had proof that they were sleeping together, he would post it. The problem is this is one of like the go-tos for Milo when he's making shit up about people. I wouldn't put it past Elijah to try to fuck Sarah if he could, 100%. But like if he doesn't post proof, I don't know how true it could be, but... In February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer began sleeping together. The affair ended on the day she got engaged, about 6 months later. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference, and recordings of Stock confessing the affair. She claims large amounts of alcohol were involved, like recordings where if they existed, he would have them. I don't believe this. He did below. Oh, okay. If he posted, because I'm saying if he has these receipts, he's posting them. But maybe he does though. Okay. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference. Blah blah blah. They told each other they loved one another. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his
BRB.
ex-wife for her. Stock's husband has met Schaefer many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting to the affair, adding that she does not plan to tell her husband about it.
Take any accountability at all because, like, I don't take any accountability at all because, like, it obviously was my fault too. What happened between us, but even that was like not. Like, I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember most of it. And I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights.
That Sarah Stock woman is a crazy gossiper too. She talks a lot of shit about you too. How? Why? All of our. She DM'd me to set up that abortion debate. It was like 5 messages. I think we saw each other in person at the abortion debate. Said hi and left. That's it. There ain't nothing there. So you talk all the shit she wants.
You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash. And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like sent me a bunch of shots and stuff. And like obviously that's like stupid on my part. To like go along with that, you know.
Who's she talking to here? Do we know who that voice was?
But at the same time, it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases like the toxicity or something? Like, gets you really screwed?
Like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
When was what was it? CPAC?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was CPAC? I don't even remember this. Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl for a breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, he. I know
Once
how.
again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it like definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's it's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you don't. That you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like I just.
I get you. I totally get you. What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though?
Jesus.
Like, how would he justify that?
This guy's mining for that info. Wait, do we know who she's talking to on this?
He was like, oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as I like take such good care of her. She just lets me be a man and like do what I want and blah blah blah. Like he was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
Says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So he has an open relationship, huh? That's crazy.
Which I mean.
Do you ever question that or like?
I was like, that's definitely not. Like I like realize it's not true.
Right.
But also like. At the time, like, it seemed like, I don't know, just like the way he acted and everyone acted around him, the things he would say around girls, it almost like seemed like that was true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And like, obviously, like, I deeply regret that, but also, like, I'm not as, like, I mean, that's like a horrible thing, but it's not like I really am, like, sleeping around or half then, so.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to defend yourself.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's kind of just, like, not even true for, like, anyone who knows me, so.
Yeah, I mean, you just had a fling with Elijah, and that's, I don't know, I guess he got upset about it, he's just exaggerating, yeah. I mean, I guess you're not gonna tell anyone, huh? Or, I guess I was gonna ask, like, did you tell your husband? I guess, this is before your husband, right?
Yeah, no, we weren't engaged.
Oh, okay.
We weren't engaged. Why'd she tell him? Oh no.
Like I said, like, very intoxicated.
Well, he said, like, it was a couple times, like, you were traveling around, and, like, maybe in DC and New York and stuff like that. I'm not trying to...
No.
Rip. Stock alleges that Schaefer got me like very intoxicated. Schaefer constantly questioned Stock's faith at the time. Elijah Schaefer's affair with Sarah Stock will come as a surprise to some observers, many of whom are convinced that Schaefer is, or at least was, gay. Others regard him as a cookie-cutter, drunken womanizer. Both groups are correct. Schaefer says he had a twink phase before he got married. A twink is a slender, young homosexual male who enjoys being aggressively anally penetrated by an older, active, usually more muscular partner. This period seems to coincide with Schaefer's time as a youth pastor. He grew up around Benny Johnson, at whose house Schaefer attended sleepovers while they both attended Calvary Chapel.
I'm dead.
Like, I feel like he's constantly, like, Nick for clout while bringing on one of his enemies or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, Beardson did a little bit of a stream and talked a lot of shit about Elijah for saying, like, oh, like, I feel like he's constantly, like, subtweeting the Groupers and, like, trying to talk shit about Groupers without saying anything directly. And, but it's, like, kind of weird because even Beardson's like, yeah, like, I like Elijah, though. Like, I don't have a reason to, like, dislike him, but, like, this needs to stop. Like, it's cringe. I don't know, he was kind of, like, in the middle like that. So Beardson didn't even have, like, any of the examples where Elijah said, like, so much worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't even aware of this.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm saying, like, even Beardson did a whole stream about this, he didn't even, like, he was barely do anything about it. So I just kind of feel like most of them, I don't know.
I guess it's.
Thinking, like, if Nick knew, like, how much shit Elijah's talked about him. Like, Elijah will go around, like, telling people Nick's gay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's, like, said that before in, like, a room. Be like, yeah, I mean, like, I think it's definitely true that he is, you know, gay or whatever, but he has his own things. Like, he's, like, totally said that before.
Huh. Because I'm saying, like, those things make me. I don't want to believe Nick's gay. Like, you know how I feel, but those things, like those clues that Elijah's leaving, and always these comments, and then the fact that, like, Nick doesn't just crush him when he, like, counter signals or whatever. It's like, I just feel like, does he know something?
Hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take. I think I said this before. I think Nick Fuentes' mannerisms are a little bit effeminate, and I think he's asexual. That's my feeling from seeing him in real life and everything and seeing him interact online. I feel like the whole gay speculation stuff is kind of cringe. Although I guess if you're super homophobic, it's maybe warranted. I don't know, but I don't know. I feel like if Nick was actually gay, I feel like that would have come out by now. I feel like somebody would have some evidence or something of it.
Think, like, what does Elijah have that he's allowed to exist this long? Because, and maybe you're right, nobody's just paying attention, but some of the tweets, like.
I just think that, like, no one's paid attention to Elijah and they don't care what he says about Nick.
So then why does he want to go around saying he's gay? Like, why would he say that?
Because he talks shit, because he's jealous of Nick. He's extremely jealous of him.
Yeah.
Like, obvious. Like, he's, like, talks so much shit about Nick for no reason.
Why? Why do you think he's jealous?
Because Nick's way more popular.
Yeah.
And he's on his generational run.
Wow.
And then, like, Elijah will say things like, well, you know, Nick is, like, he's better doing the show than me, but I'm the one who's, like, way better at running a business. And he doesn't know how to run a business.
Bruh.
Like, he says all these, like, hopes, basically. Because he sees himself as in competition with him. And then he would get, like, so jealous when, like, I obviously, like, would say, like, no, like, Nick's, like, the leader of the movement. Like, he, like, literally crashed out because I said to him that, like, oh, like, Nick's the leader of the movement, you're not.
Would you ever cover the Epstein files now? Maybe watch a YouTube video on it. All of it is super boring to me, though. I have no desire. I think it's the biggest red herring, like, mindfuck waste of time in the universe. Maybe I'll listen to something later on it. I don't know. I have zero interest. Until something, like, more solid comes out, I have zero interest in unverified, unauthenticated emails that are just showing crazy shit. It's just the most boring thing in the world to me. And there's, like, a billion other people that are going over it, so.
Now that's starting to make a little more sense because I couldn't understand, like, where there was this switch where he was, like, condemning anybody in the company that was like Nick or watched his clips or was, like, even just, like, mildly supportive, just like, you're either on my side or Nick's side, and they were crashing about you and Mike and anybody else that whatever, and then they were trying to say, like, you're a groiper too, you're, like, to me, and I was like, no, I mean, he's just right about stuff. I don't even watch his stuff, but, like, whenever I see his stuff, like, he is right and he's better than you, like, that's just, like, a fact. But it was like, you're either on my side or his side, and now it makes more sense, like, if you had said that to him, I can understand why he would have got even more jealous. That makes okay. That now that makes more sense about the crash out because I remember confronting him one time and be like, dude, aren't you friends with this guy? Like, why do you keep this up? You know, like every show was like a dig, like, yeah, but they're all like incels and you know none of them are white and they're not chads like me. It was like every time I was like, why do you care so much?
There was like a while. I mean, I haven't even watched this show in a long time, but like the last time I was watching it, or I would like check in, every single time just seething about. And like, you know, it was totally like he was like genuinely. Like, I don't think there was any other time he was like genuinely mad at me when I said that. But I think he was just like it was when, like it was after SAS and Kevin Sovic came on the show and then we all went out to dinner. And then I was kind of like trying to convince Kevin to be like a Groiper.
Yeah.
Basically, because he was asking me these questions about Nick, and I'm thinking like, dude, we can convince like Kevin to be based in Red Pill, then maybe he can like convince his brother. Like I'm thinking like that way, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, no, that's not true about Nick. This is like what really happened or whatever. And I'm like trying to explain things to him, and then Elijah's like, well, the entire conversation be like, oh no, but.
How can you say the emails are non-verified? The FBI released parts of Epstein's private emails. No, can you explain? When I say unverified, I mean like we don't know the authenticity of any of the claims made in the emails. Like people can talk shit or say a bunch of random crazy shit in the emails. I assume the FBI would have ran a lot of these down. Like I just have no interest in reading through like a million crazy emails to see a bunch of crazy things. I was like, I don't know how to validate or verify if any of these accusations are true. If anything comes of it that's actually true, I imagine or I hope that some investigative journalist figures it out, or maybe there's a fucking there's never a DOJ thing, not under this administration. But otherwise, it's just super the most boring thing in the universe, right?
Like Nick is like he's probably gay, I think, and like yeah, and like just like saying all stuff, and then so I'm just like defending Nick, and then Elijah gets all mad. He's like, oh, why are you defending him so hard? You act like he's your boyfriend, like you have a crush on him. He's like genuinely like upset at me. And
Whoa.
that made me kind of mad. I'm like.
It's certainly more relevant and impactful than this. No shade. I do agree with you that it's more relevant and more impactful, but I would say in the worst thing ever. I think that the Epstein files right now, like we've gone through the damage to the other side, I think it is probably one of the worst things that can happen on the Democratic side, because I think it is a mindfuck, neck yoink towards something that is ultimately never going to result in any kind of criminal charges ever, and it plays into the ultimate retard narrative of both sides are pedophiles, Bill Clinton, all these people, both sides are pedophiles, all of them, they're all pedophiles, the pedophile ring. This weird obsession that people have with the billionaire politician's secret pedophile ring is one of the most mind-wrought, cancerous fucking accusations, because no matter what you show them, they're always going to believe it, and it's always a both sides thing, and it's always the billionaires and the deep state, and it's so boring. If something solid with evidence comes out, then fine, but until then, my position is the same as it was a year or two ago. I think it's a bunch of shit that could look bad, and some of it maybe sounds bad in context, and people are hanging out with him, and it's like, ooh, like, damn, you guys should have known, or something like that, but there's not going to be like a smoking gun or a crazy, like, oh shit, this guy actually did something fucked up or wrong. That's my guess. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, then something will change in the future, but until then, I'm not going through every single retarded fucking look in this email, they say torture video, and it's like, okay, I don't know what the fuck, I have no idea.
I'm like, basically I like told him to like humble himself, and I'm like, sorry, like Nick's the leader of the movement, like no one even knows what RISPD is. I think I like said to the next time, like I'm not seeing it as like a part to play or anything, but like don't pretend like you have more influence than him.
Yeah.
And then because that's what he was trying to claim, is that like he has no real influence or something. Like he clearly has like way more influence. He has like all these loyal followers, and like all of them are infiltrating, like I know them.
He has a ton of influence. It's just like, it's undeniable. Even if you hate it, it's undeniable. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And then he was like denying this and whatever. And then after, he was like genuinely kind of mad at me. And the next day, he like sat me down, gave me a talk about like bad mouthing the company in front of people who aren't in it or something.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's kind of good, sure, but there's probably nothing in it. But the Dem using a conspiracy against MAGA is a win to me. My guess would be the vast majority of the people that believe the Epstein files is some massive thing or whatever, like my guess would be 75 to 85% of the people who believe that think it equally impacts or close to equally impacts both sides. So I don't even know if that's like a huge win or whatever. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on it. Maybe, I don't know if there's like polling on that. I kind of agree, but it seems like you're turning your brain off because conspiracy theorists are retarded. Both can be true. No, I'm not. I'm open to if somebody like finds something that seems credible and fine, but I'm not going to go through all the emails or watch like amateur random reporting because it's not interesting to me. Why, if something comes out, I'm fully open to like, oh shit, that's some crazy shit. But reading like emails that say a thing and it's like, is there any way to verify that this actually happened or whatever? Is just super not. It's just not interesting. I've never been interested in anything like this ever. Like I don't do breaking news stuff generally, or like for this reason exactly. It's just super boring to me. Like there's the same take I've had on these for like a year or 2 years or whatever. Sarah Stock's husband believed he was marrying a virgin. Oh no. Schaefer owns his own electric dildo, which he's taken with him on vacations to El Salvador and other places. On these trips, he hires and brags about hiring female prostitutes to spend much of their time together, being anally, mechanically penetrated. Jesus Christ. What is this?
Say this, I can't make you admit anything, say anything, but I will admit that I am playing a role in this, and that I am
Who is this?
immature, and that it should be dealt with differently. And I will also admit, outside of work, that yeah, my personal life, I'm having a hard time.
Oh, is this Eliza Schaefer talking?
I'm trying to like figure it out, but obviously I am stressed, and I'm not dealing with it the way I should be, and I'm not, and it's not always I'm up till 12. Like oftentimes it's the same thing. If I don't drink, then I can't sleep. I can't sleep more than an hour. I'm tossing. I fall asleep at 6, and it's like it may look like I was drinking the same thing or not. Do I drink sometimes and too much? Absolutely. I consider myself more like having a binge problem. Even if it is only a couple times in a week, it's like yeah, I'll black out or whatever, and so that is problematic. And I'll just.
What do I even need? I feel like all the shit that I need now is like I have to be in a team. Who the fuck is it? Hi, what's up?
Hey, how do I pop this out in such a way? Well, all right, so I guess the thing that I wanted to ask is, we have the new revelations from today, and by the way, these are like with redactions. These are attempting to comply with the law, but obviously the law is not perfectly being fulfilled, and we're still getting stuff like Jeffrey Epstein writing a letter to Larry Nassar, another convicted ephebophilic sex predator, saying, oh, well, you know, the world is unjust because you, me, and Donald Trump share our love of young nubile women, but he's president of the United States, and we're, you know, we're in here, you know, being punished. You know, like is that not wild as shit? Is that not changing your calculation for the Epstein files?
What is the calculation that's changing? What's the claim you're making?
Well, I thought I've heard that in several streams, which I
Or no, I know my claims, but I'm curious what your claim is. I'm just curious what the big, because like there's a couple of big. Well, actually, let me back up and let's just start here. First, can you assure me that you care about this conversation ethically? I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. My bad. I'm done. Hold on, stop. No, I'm sorry. I'm stop. No, so there's some big claims. So like the claims
did you Pisco me?
Yeah,
Was
I
that
did.
the Pisco me?
Sorry, yeah. The claims go anywhere from there was like the biggest one is like there's a huge blackmail pedo ring where billionaires and politicians are brought in, made to fuck kids so that they're on the blackmail list and blah blah blah. And then this extends to like all politicians, celebrities, whatever else. And then there's like the middle claim of like Epstein had some men that were coming over and he was like providing underage women for them to fuck, and Donald Trump might have been one of these people. And then there's just like Epstein was, well, no, that's the strong one, and then kind of like the medium or weak one, I think, yeah. And I don't really think there's evidence for either of those, but I understand maybe your view is moved at least on the weaker one, if not on the stronger one. Yeah, but
Yeah, so my opinion, I think the weaker one is pretty decently substantiated at this point. I mean, I have a mind map that I could show you if you would ever be interested in it. But effectively, we have like Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell using modeling agencies to recruit young girls from, you know, flyover states in order to go participate in modeling gigs, party after that, and then those parties turning into orgies. And then for those people to be encouraged to sleep with rich and powerful men. And
is
particularly with,
on that back on the last one or whatever, and I really two things. Okay, one, I view this as relatively apolitical. I think you do too, right? Like if well, I know you do, right? If conservatives or liberals were part of this, like we would agree that it's bad no matter what, right?
Yeah, anybody who's engaged in underage sex trafficking should be burned. It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or
True, and people should never provide cover for those people either. Just kidding. Sorry, no, I'm not kidding. Okay, so there's that part, and then also I know that some people have very, very, very strong opinions on this. I don't think I've seen like strong evidence for it, but I'm not like super attached to anything one way or the other. I swear to God. Okay, so if new stuff comes out or the stuff I've missed, which there could be, then I'm like, oh, okay, I would change my mind. Okay, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not like married to a position on this. So I'm just saying that to ask that last part. You said that there was like a modeling agency where people are being drafted to go to parties, and then at the parties, those girls are being encouraged to like fuck wealthy people. Is this a thing that has been like super substantiated, or is this a thing that's showing up in like complaints and civil suits? Not to say that that makes it false, but just that it's like just a kind of an allegation that we don't really have any proof for yet.
Complaints, civil suits, and victim testimony. That's the evidence.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
And yeah, so sorry, continuing with the theorizing, and you can poke holes in the evidence if you want. But so for instance, like Katie Collins is one of the people who described in detail like the recruitment and grooming process. She's one of the girls from a flyover state that was allegedly recruited into the sex trafficking ring. She also
wait, real quick, just to be clear, this is not the reporter person, right? This is a different girl.
No, this is a alleged victim.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
And so, according to this alleged victim, and who knows what's hyperbole, who knows what's true, who knows what's real, you know, we really just have her testimony. But according to her, you know, what would happen, and she said that she voluntarily went to these events, being flown out multiple times. And this is kind of where it gets, like, groomy to me, is that she was, like, 14 or 15 at the time of recruitment. She was being flown out for real modeling jobs where she was actually getting paid to do work. And then once it was done, that's where things got kind of like, you go to the party, and then there's just the social pressure to drink underage, party underage, do coke, hang out with these rich and powerful people, rub elbows. And then effectively, you're kind of told like the future of your career is reliant on you being amenable to this orgiastic party scene.
Ooh, okay.
Well, and so, I mean, regardless of whether or not we have, like, really strong evidence, I mean, that does sound like if you were going to do this, that's how you would do it.
Sure.
And this also seems to be corroborated by other victim testimony.
Mhm.
This also seems to be corroborated by, for instance, some of the details released today was that there was a party that this girl went to in Mar-a-Lago. She went to Jeffrey Epstein's house first, and then people were going to be moving to Mar-a-Lago, and one of her friends stopped her and was basically like, hey, we can't go to that party because that party is for girls who are interested in participating in an orgy.
Mm-hmm. So there's 3 really difficult topics here to disentangle, and depending on people's perspectives, they're going to want to acknowledge some or not acknowledge some, and that makes it really hard to navigate this particular story. So from in no particular order. So the first one would be like grooming women explicitly for like pedophilic purposes. This is I think we all agree this would be a bad thing. Or any minor, like under 18, regardless, right? This is not a good thing. 2 and 3 are going to be weird. So for 2, do you ever watch House, the TV show?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I just use that as a reference for like pop culture stuff sometimes. So men, it's a relatively recent phenomenon, maybe in the last 20 years, where we've like kind of said it's like really not acceptable to be talking about how like hot and fuckable like 15 and 16-year-olds are. So it doesn't surprise me at all if people were saying, I don't know if they would have, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all if like 30 years ago, like people were talking about, like when they say young and nubile, they don't necessarily mean like 18, 19. They could mean 14, 15, 16. And back then they might have even been like open about it. Not to say that doesn't make it acceptable. Obviously that's not good. So there's that at play, that like it was more socially okay for men to be creepy as fuck to younger women. And then the third thing is that an unfortunate reality that probably persists to this day, maybe not quite as strong, is that if you're an attractive woman and you're working in a field with a lot of men that are kind of like operating in that field, especially in more managerial roles, you're almost, I don't want to say you're expected to fuck them, but it's like almost always going to be like this thing that is always hanging over you, sometimes for a career advancement. So I guess all that to say, it wouldn't surprise me if a thing like this like existed in practice. I don't necessarily know if it would have been like Epstein is like, I'm going to recruit minors because I want to fuck kids or whatever, but more so that like I'm recruiting girls of all ages. I know these girls when they go to these parties and they want to advance, like they're going to be fucking, and I could set up, friends or whatever might want to come here. Like, yeah, that like on its face, that's all like pretty believable to me. Yeah. Not that any of it's okay. I'm not saying that's okay. It's really bad and really gross. And even today, persistent form, not good. Yeah.
But so here's where the rubber hits the road for me though, because even if let's say that the cultural taboos around late teenage girls was different in the 80s and 90s than it was in the thousands, and let's say that male sexual aggression was also viewed differently in the 80s and 90s. Okay, I think that's like. Descriptively, you could just look at pop media and see that that's true. I think in the 60s and 70s, an example that somebody brought up was that Richard Pryor apparently had jokes about Spanish fly, which was like a drug that you put in a woman's drink to, basically, I would say we would understand it as rape in the modern context, but apparently just like drugging women so they were out of their minds was just a thing at the time, I guess.
Weren't there jokes on like the Cosby shows, like even related to like Quaaludes and shit? Am I making this up? Like, yeah.
Well, that's what Bill Cosby was accused of. He was accused of using Rofinol.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I know that he was accused of it, but I think that there were even like jokes about like, oh, I put this in mom's drink and she gets a little woozy or whatever. Like I like it's kind of fucking crazy / disgusting / insane at kind of just what was acceptable, and to some extent even today for what women are just have to deal with in terms of like male sexuality. But yeah.
But where the rubber hits the road for me is that these people knowingly engaged in like criminal behavior. And what I mean by that is Alan Dershowitz in 1997 wrote an op-ed about why he thinks the age of consent should be dropped to 15, which basically just shows that he knew that the age of consent was 18. Some of the photos that have been released in the past 24 to 48 hours were Jeffrey Epstein writing quotes from the book Lolita on allegedly an underage girl.
Sure.
So I mean, there's no world we could say that like.
I mean, we know that Epstein was like willing to have sex with underage people, right? Below the age of 18. I don't know how low, but we know that, right? That's like beyond. I mean, he was
and the allegations go as low as 13, but it seems like there's like a threshold there. Although we also have testimony, maybe not testimony is the wrong word, but we have statements from Pam Bondi that he was engaged in like younger CSAM material, like he possessed pre-adolescent CSAM material. I think there's a quote into that effect.
Sure. But I would say I would trust whatever was in the indictments, whatever was convicted of. I wouldn't trust anything fucking Pam Bondi says, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, sure.
Well, right, but at some point, when, as an example, we have Alex Acosta allegedly flubbing up and saying that he never read, this is the prosecuting attorney for the federal district that was responsible for the original Sweetheart deal, that he never actually read the 40 sworn written affidavits from the victim. I think at one point he flubbed and he said like, oh, well, part of the reason why we prosecuted it the way that he did is because allegedly he had intel ties. Then we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in photographs, partying with Epstein, hanging out with Epstein, socializing with Epstein. When we have Virginia Giuffre saying that she had sex with Prime Minister Ehud Barak. When we have allegedly Mossad agents using Epstein's properties for operations, like at what point do we say, oh yeah, there's enough smoke here for fire?
That's a good question. I think that I feel like you and me approach these things in a very different way, so I don't know if we're ever gonna see eye to eye on these. I would need something stronger linking these things, just because the guy was so wealthy and so influential. Well, maybe not influential, but definitely wealthy. I'm sure this guy talked with fucking everybody. So I don't know if I would say that, like, are you basically saying that there was like a broader, like, Israel intelligence involved conspiracy to keep this guy out of jail or something? Is that
potentially, or he just flexed nuts that like, oh well, I have all this compromising material on a whole bunch of powerful people, and we wouldn't want that to go anywhere, would we? And you know, maybe Mossad or CIA vouched for that.
The hardest part for me to get over is, why was he ever arrested and put in prison if that was the case? I've never understood that.
Because if it was so egregious and the feds didn't take action, the state probably would have. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office basically said, like, we are horrified by the deal that the feds have negotiated, and you know that basically they took it off of our hands.
I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about like
differently.
Yeah, but you're talking about like the most powerful blackmail in the world wouldn't be able to make like a state case go away. Like, this is some real like renegade agent. Like, I'm going off the grid and I'm really going after this guy. I don't care what the feds say. Like, LAPD is taking care of this one. Like, it's not impossible, I guess, but it's.
Well, but this is where I like our system. So so for instance, in the state of Florida, something that we were told when we were going through the police academy is that the state police specifically are hired and trained to arrest local cops. So if you're a local cop and you do domestic violence battery, or you get a DUI, or you get a traffic ticket, or you get into a bar fight, or something like that, you better pray that it's like, let's say you commit a crime, you better pray that it's somebody from like the local jurisdiction who is friends with your chief, who will help you sweep it. Because if a state police shows up, the state police are effectively trained to fuck everyone, including state attorneys, including prosecutors, including cops, because they view it as a viable anti-corruption measure to keep the state police separate and not to have them be part of the thin blue line.
Yeah, that makes sense,
I think
right?
It's entirely possible that state authorities wouldn't sweep for a federal crime.
But you're talking about that goes the other way there, right? Like, it wouldn't surprise me that state authorities get that type of training, because local police dealing with local police is always going to be kind of like a weird conflict of interest. So you're going to want the higher entity to deal with it. But like state police wrestling something away from federal police, it's not impossible, I guess.
No, I think it's unlikely. That's probably why PBSO, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, is probably why they didn't do it, is because it went up to the feds, and it's up to the feds to figure out what they're doing, and the feds figured it out, and they wanted to keep their jobs, so they made a little bit of noise about it, but they didn't make that much noise about it because technically it's not their responsibility anymore.
Sure.
So
yeah, go ahead.
But that's kind of my point, is that like we have the sworn written testimony of 40 victims for the federal case from Alex Acosta. We have Alex Acosta. What is it? He had like a 1.5-year prison sentence with work release where he was able to go to his job. Then Alex Acosta, somebody would have to look up the exact appointment that he got. But as a part of the Trump administration, he got an appointment, and I think it was like Department of Transportation or something.
Or
like
Department
that.
of Labor,
And
yeah.
then-
That was really dumb, yeah.
and then he ultimately had to resign because of the pressure, because of the public pressure.
Wait, did he?
And then not
wait.
just that,
He resigned because of that? Is that really true?
he resigned. How quickly did he resign? He only resigned a few months into his job.
But why would he have? How would he have survived appointment? I don't know if he. No, I think he was Secretary of Labor for 2 years.
I mean, I would have to look it up in order to get the exact details. But I remember.
Oh no! Following
that guy
Jeffrey Epstein's
effectively
arrest in July of
continually
2019
fielding-
on sex trafficking charges, Alex Acosta faced fresh calls for resign. Okay, it was after he was arrested again. So okay, so it was 2 years, and it was after Epstein was arrested again. Then he resigned. Okay, gotcha.
Well, so Alex Acosta, but also the other thing that I find weird or creepy is we have these communications between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, where apparently once he was dismissed from the Trump campaign and no longer as good at boys with Trump, he got hired or accepted a job or suggested a job for Jeffrey Epstein of, hey, let's try to rehabilitate your image. And allegedly, that's where these photos are coming from, where Steve Bannon is hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. But one of their communications and text messages was like, hey, you were the guy that I was worried about most during the campaign, potentially tanking the Trump administration.
Oh, I think
and
I
when
saw
Jeffrey
these a while
Epstein
ago,
texts
yeah.
back, he's like, yeah, I was the guy. I could have.
Sure. This is like the world's best kept secret, though. If this is the case, I feel like there would be.
Why would it be the world's best kept secret if we've already kind of known about it for 20 or 30 years? What are we talking
that Trump was fucking kids?
Well, to be clear, you said that he's, well, and we're being descriptive here. I'm not assigning moral weight, all right?
Well, no. Wait, hold on, wait. Just to realize a quick thing. Fucking kids is bad. We both agree with that, right? Just as, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think that what you said earlier is descriptively true, which late teenagers in the 80s, 90s, and 1000s and male predatory sexual behavior was
a lot more
viewed
normalized.
differently.
Yeah.
Was culturally different. So even if it was illegal, it was perceived differently. So I don't think that when Jeffrey Epstein was throwing these parties or whatever, that everybody was going to the parties and they're like, ha ha, we're a bunch of pedophiles, ha, like they were probably thinking like, oh, I'm going to party with a bunch of attractive
Party
models
like a
and we're doing these
Yeah.
things and we're doing
So
XYZ,
real
ABC.
quick. So while that's possible, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like necessarily.
Sorry, 1 second. I got to mute myself.
Okay.
Sorry. Need to talk to the wife for a second. So,
Yeah, you're good.
So
Oh, real quick,
anyways,
wait,
the cultural perception might have been different, even
real
if
quick,
the
real
legality
quick.
was the same.
The reason why I don't like the
Wild goose chases?
Goose chases. There we go. Not goose trail. Is because it's so easy to connect the dots and to make stuff fit. Okay, this is kind of my issue. But like, so for what you're saying here, and that it was more socially acceptable, like a guy saying that, like he would fuck a 16-year-old or 15-year-old, that would just be like a thing that a guy would brag about or whatever back then.
Or they would claim ignorance.
Well, I think they would just, brag about it. Because
Jeffrey Epstein himself could not have claimed ignorance, but if somebody was going to a Mar-a-Lago party, or a Jeffrey Epstein party, and they were like a rich and powerful person, and they were doing drugs and whatever, they could claim ignorance.
Sure, they could, but I'm saying like that would be all the more reason in my mind why it would have definitely come out by now, because even more people would know about it, because it's not like the person would even try to necessarily hide it. Whereas like today they might be like really secretive about like fucking a 16-year-old. Back then, people in chat, I haven't looked this up, but people in chat were saying that apparently Jeffrey Seinfeld's fucking girlfriend was
he was dating a 17-year-old.
Yeah, when he was 38. I think even more people would have seen it if that was the case.
Sure. And by the way, this is where Megyn Kelly got in trouble, right? Where she's like, actually, it's not pedophilia, it's a phebophilia. Herk to dirt. Like,
sure.
But that's where I think the modern instinct, maybe I'm being too progressive here, but the modern instinct that the reason why we have the age of consent is because, yes, people might be physically more mature, but they are intellectually and maturity-wise, emotionally, they're stupid as fuck. Like, we've all met 18-year-olds, we've all met 19-year-olds, they're dumb as fuck. And then also, there's a huge maturity thing that happens between 18 and 25. And then not just that, like we understand that people will be sexual at that age, but that's why we have the Romeo and Juliet exception, where if you're within, depending on the state,
I don't know what
5 years or 3 years, then we don't care, because we
Sure.
just don't want a 50-year-old taking advantage of a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old.
Yeah, sure. Wait, I don't know what this argument is for. I don't disagree with any of this, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying is that attitude has shifted in the past 20 or 30 years, where these people knew that they were probably doing something illegal, but it was more socially acceptable.
Well, I don't even know if it would have been illegal, right? Like what? Like.
Well, why would Alan Dershowitz write an op-ed to reduce the age of consent to 15 unless there was some law standing in the way of him doing this legally?
Well, and I don't know what the laws are today. I don't have my libertarian card anymore. But like, isn't somebody in chat put the age of consent in Florida was 16? Is it now, or is it? I don't know what it is now, or if
we
it's
would
18
have to take a look at it, because basically I don't think that a 16-year-old can hook up with a 50-year-old in the state of Florida. I still think it's 18, but I think 16 is like the Romeo Juliet stuff.
Maybe. I don't know 100%. I think the thing for the people that are talking about the ephebophilia, pedophilia thing or whatever, if I ever threw this up, which I might have, I think the annoyance that I had a long time ago, minor, I don't know that much, whatever, but is that when I heard about all the Epstein stuff initially, before I looked into any of it, I thought that Epstein was like flying out fucking like 8 and 9-year-olds. I thought he was on some crazy pedophilia shit. 13 is really bad. 14, 15, 16 is really bad, especially if these are older guys. I think that I think it's fundamentally a different conversation, though, one that's still really bad. But I think it needs to fixate on how predatory and strange, especially like wealthy and powerful men, can be around younger women, and that can go up to through early 20s, depending on the environment. It's still really bad, and obviously in this case, if anything comes out,
200 years ago, Edgar Allan Poe married his cousin who was like 13 or something. I forget the exact details, but obviously, like our perspectives on maturity and sex and all that kind of stuff have evolved over time.
The issue with Megyn Kelly throwing up the ephebophilia thing is I don't think she's doing it to say there's a huge other problem that we should focus on. She probably is just throwing it up more as like a defense of the behavior, period, which is probably not good. Yeah, that'd be my guess if she was.
Regardless of whether or not how she's intended it, that's obviously how it was read.
Sure.
Because what it seemed like was more stuff was coming out, and she wanted to make a differentiation so people could make moral excuses if powerful people had participated in the behavior.
Sure.
Even if that's not how she intended it, that's definitely how it felt.
Sure.
So, well, hold on though. So here's the thing though, is we have so much smoke. I understand that we don't have fire, but we have Jeffrey Epstein allegedly well, I mean, I guess confirmed in a lot of degrees.
Oh, there's also, just as a quick thing, because like fuck me, all of these words are so fucking loaded. Another thing that's a little bit annoying is when you say sex trafficking. My understanding, I could be wrong with this, my understanding is for the charge of sex trafficking is literally if you've paid for a girl to go or travel between state lines and then you have sex with her if she's underage, that constitutes trafficking. And I can agree in terms of like criminal stuff that would be like adequate to charge the crime. But again, a much different connotation between like this girl is like taken, is like kidnapped, drugged, and then like sent to some guy to go have sex with, versus like a 17 or 16-year-old was flown out for some modeling event, and then guys were fucking her too, and that was kind of the expectation. Again, not good, but one is like way more
that's actually exactly what Katie Collins' testimony is, because she went back after the initial event, so clearly there was some enticement of money, professional opportunity, clout, power. These were used as leverage because they I think one of the interviewer or whatever, or she just mentioned it voluntarily. They were like, well, why didn't you tell your parents? Like, why didn't you tell your parents that you were being flown out to New York in order to participate in orgies and do drugs and all this kind of stuff after your modeling gig? And I think a direct quote from Katie Collins is, well, they if they had found out that that's what was happening, they would have never let me. And consciously or subconsciously, clearly what's happened is, even though she's being violated legally, even though her lack of maturity is being taken advantage of, she, in her youthful state, 14, 15 years old, she was hoping for clout, money, power, access, which is exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was using in order to get these girls to effectively volunteer to participate in this.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I get so triggered when I hear this. And fucking Doobie, the dipshit, try to pull this out. If a kid does a bad thing, it is very easy for that kid to get roped into doing more bad things because, for whatever fucking reason, and I remember being like this, like it's just stupid. Kids, like the worst thing in the world is like getting in trouble with your parents for some reason. You just don't ever want like mom and dad to find out you've done something bad. So like if a kid has done a bad, and especially an older person who's in a position to flip that on them knows it, you can leverage that into getting the kid to continue to do bad things, especially if the kid ever thinks that they benefit in any way, size, shape, or form. So if you get one of these young girls to fly out and do some gig or whatever, and she also had sex with an older guy while she was there, like it's probably pretty easy for those men, not only offering her future opportunities, but to, to say, well, if any of your parents find out, like your whole shit is over, they're going to hate you. Like, yeah, and anybody that questions that is such a fucking retarded piece of shit. Like, kids can so easily be manipulated and shit like that because they're like the number one concern in a kid's life is getting in trouble. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, and that echoes, of course, like, I treat, as a former law enforcement officer, I treat testimony as something that can be used as evidence, but always needs to be corroborated. Sure. And so, as an example, something that goes along with what you just said is that there was a girl in Palm Beach who was hanging out with Jeffrey. I don't remember the exact details, but it was one of the FBI reports. And effectively what happened was Jeffrey Epstein stole photographs, like bathing suit photographs, model posing photographs of this girl's sisters. And she thought it was super creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And then not just that, he was asking her to take more nude or semi-nude or bathing suit photos of other girls that she knew.
Mm-hmm.
And she reported that to law enforcement, but what she reported Jeffrey Epstein said when she was thinking about going to law enforcement is, you better not tell anybody, because if you tell anybody, I'm going to burn down your fucking house.
Sure.
And so that's where there's this threat of coercion. And this is a time before cell phones, audio recording, video recording.
Mm-hmm.
It's infinitely more difficult to corroborate these statements,
especially from a kid. Yeah,
compared to now.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't have as far as I know, there's not a serious contention besides the fact that I think there's a shitload of smoke to the point that I'm more willing to believe more extreme claims, and you're not willing to do it without hard evidence. But I mean, this has been our dynamic through several.
Sure. It also depends on what type of accountability are we looking for. I think it is probably important to protect the criminal standard. I think is totally fair. To say that well, there's probably not enough here to indict somebody on a crime. But there are civil cases that these people are, well, they can't bring up against Epstein, I guess. People have brought up against Trump. And then there are obviously our public accountability standards, right? Should Republicans support Donald Trump if they feel like he was kind of involved in this type of stuff, or if so many men look the other way? But yeah, I really do feel like young girls is the slavery of our past generation, where you look back on it and, in our current day, it's Jesus, can you really own slaves? That's crazy. Did anybody support that? And I think to our credit, socially, we have progressed quite a bit on some male-female issues, and one of those issues is just how acceptable it was for people who are directly in positions of employer relationships or talent management relationships to be fucking very young girls. It's very insane. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Look at That 70s Show, which was made in the thousands, but it was documenting the 70s. Or look at what's the one with Al Bundy, the shoe salesman? I forget. But the whole joke is that Al Bundy's boy is a gooner creep who can't get laid.
Sure.
And then Al Bundy's daughter is a hot teenager.
Sure.
That's the entire series of jokes, is the sexual weirdness of teenagehood.
Yeah. I remember watching a movie, I think a year ago, called Waiters. Have you ever seen this before? It has Ryan Reynolds in it.
Wait, hold on. Waiting?
Oh, Waiting, yeah.
And I think like isn't
I fucking yeah.
I think one of the running jokes for this whole thing is him wanting to fuck the 17-year-old like server girl or whatever. Yeah, the host. I don't know if he does at the end or not, but like the whole joke is like it's like it's her birthday in 3 days, 2 days. What? And this is like a hilarious gag, and this is like a 2000s movie, I think, right? Like.
Well, in Monty's defense, and I do encourage people to go watch that movie. In Monty's defense, at the end, he doesn't do it, and he tells everybody, or he tells her, because she wants to hook up. He tells her, if anybody asks you, tell them I broke the law twice, but if you want to hook up, let's wait. And so, like, yeah, it is a running gag that the 17-year-old with 363 days wants to hook up, but Monty knows it's illegal. Yeah, it's 90 minutes of that.
Sure. What are you talking about?
Anyways,
Wait, are you talking about the movie I'm talking about?
Yeah, Waiting with Ryan Reynolds and also Jason, whatever his name is, and they're both serving in a restaurant.
Yeah, no, okay. You keep saying Monty. I get. Is that just the name of the character?
Yeah, and also like the way that they play a game is by flashing their genitals at each other.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I mean it's probably the most accurate restaurant industry movie I've ever seen. But all right, moving past that. So I think all I wanted to talk about was I wanted to see, for me, I'm willing to believe more of the extreme claims because of the evidence that's out there, because where there's smoke, there's fire. It seems like you're still being very casual, that you just, not casual, but you're still, you want to see the evidence before you make broad claims. And then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, I guess, is like moral systems, because I wanted to articulate this to you because I think I learned something recently.
Sure. Oh, and then one quick thing, and then we can
Unless you have more Epstein stuff, we could talk about more Epstein stuff. I was just saying.
Just one quick thing I wish that people would kind of like keep in mind. One of the reasons why I don't like to view the Epstein stuff is, for what Epstein did in terms of fucking that many young women or bringing that many young women around is maybe exceptional, but like people should be aware that like that male behavior was not that exceptional back then, and a lot of it unfortunately still carries over kind of today in some ways, and I think people need to be more aware of that sometimes. Not to take away from the badness of it if it's happened, but to like that people should be aware that like there's still this like very weird like sexual expectation that can be placed on women in certain industries, or that young women. I remember it was some actress who did a whole thing about how like she felt like she was getting jobs over better actresses just because she came in and she was like 23, 24. I think it was the woman who played the Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises. I always forget her fucking name. But
is it Zoe something Kravitz?
No. Dark Knight Rises. Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I think it was an interview from her a while ago. But yeah, so it's not good, and it happens, and it shows up a lot, and it's not just by like creepy pedophile old men. It's unfortunately built into like a lot of industry stuff, and it's not good. But yeah, okay, go ahead. Moral system stuff. Yeah. And all you have to do is you have to watch pop media at the time. Another one that people could reference, which I think is interesting, go watch the original American Pie. Effectively, the original American Pie is like, I would say it's a encapsulation of the sex culture of the 2000s, for wrong or right. And the climax of the movie is like digital voyeurism. Sure.
The climax of the movie is he's trying to hook up with the hot foreign exchange student and live stream it to his friends, but he accidentally sends the live stream key out to everybody. And so, as a result, everybody's committing like a digital child porn crime. And it's all done for a laugh.
Okay. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, so anyways, and obviously difference between teenagers and kids, blah, 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 blah. But the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is the moral systems, because this is something that's come up repeatedly, which I'm sure you're familiar, but I'll ask anyways. Are you familiar with like the difference between like, and I'm probably gonna fuck this up, but dignity and honor culture?
I've heard the term honor culture before. Generally it's associated with cultures in high poverty, where the only thing that you have to represent your honor is your name and your reputation, and it leads to a lot of like physical violence and fighting, because it's the only way to assert yourself, because you don't have like a material way to do so. I don't know what dignity culture is, unless it's the same thing.
No, I mean, that's the way that I understand it too. Bear in mind, I'm going to use lay definitions.
Mhm.
So honor, I think the way that I would define it is it's esteem, right? It's like social esteem. There's an internal sense of honor. There's an external sense of honor. And so it is kind of like perception of the community over how virtuous you are. And so as a result, you can gain and lose honor. And so when somebody violates you, let's say they have sex with your daughter, or they beat up your son, or they kill a family member, then your honor has been insulted, your esteem has been insulted, and so you must respond, right? And then we have different ways to respond to that.
Okay.
Okay, so using that definition, I'm probably using this incorrectly from the sociological standpoint. However, I would say what I would call barbaric retributive violence and eye for an eye are rooted in honor culture, and I think it's important to distinguish them. So do you have any objections so far, or are you okay if I continue distinguishing them?
I don't know how heavily historically I would agree, but for the purpose of this conversation, yeah, sure, yeah. I don't know, yeah, I don't know enough to say, but yeah, sure, okay.
Okay, so the way that I would distinguish these things is barbarian retributive violence is that somebody kills a member of your family or something like that. Let's say it's the Viking days. And in response, you just like slaughter their entire family, kidnap all the women, enslave all the children, this, that, the other.
Sure.
And so that is barbarian retributive violence because the punishment is not proportional to the original offense.
Sure. Wait, can I ask real quick, where are you getting this from, or where did you stumble on this?
Weirdly enough, I got it largely from a community member of yours, Reason Riffs. We talked about tit for tat.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, go for it. Yeah, I'm
And
listening.
So eye for an eye, I think you might have said this, by the way, is that eye for an eye is technically a step in a more just direction, because if somebody pokes out your eye, you're either entitled to poke out their eye, or you're entitled to some kind of compensation equivalent to that of your eye.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to put this aside, and realistically, this is all in the backdrop of the doxing drama, but I want to continue because there's two other points that I want to make. So in reference to dignity culture, I think it's argued that the United States is a dignity culture, where we believe that every human being is entitled to a certain amount of dignity, including bad people and our enemies. Do you object to anything I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody has rights, basically, yeah.
Okay, and then within dignity culture, I think there's tit for tat, and I think that there's turning the other cheek. And so I'll start with turning the other cheek because I think it's the least morally probable. So turning the other cheek is operating with another person in the ultimate good faith, where effectively, like, let's say that you slap me on the face. Well, I go, well, damn, we're, both brothers or sisters in Christ, or maybe you could become a brother in Christ, and you have hurt me, but I'm not going to hurt you back because ultimately I want to seek cooperation with you in the future. And so I'm not going to hurt you back. Any objections so far?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then tit for tat, what I've heard you argue, and I've heard other people argue, is that you can't constantly turn the other cheek, because if somebody slaps you on the other cheek, or slaps you on the cheek, you turn your other one, they slap you on the other one, you turn it back, they slap you again. Well, very clearly you're not getting that positive reciprocation. So within game theory, what you do is you impose not the same consequence. It's not eye for an eye. It's not that, you murder one of my family members and then I murder you, or murder one of your family members. It's basically like, I get that person, I get whoever you hired to kill my family member, I get them incarcerated.
Sure.
Or I get them fired, or I get them this, or I get them that.
Yeah.
And so there is a negative consequence to your bad behavior, but then 5 to 10% of the time, I engage in turning the other cheek, hoping that we can build a reciprocal and positive relationship.
Sure. This is like, I'm sure you guys talk about it, right? This is like tit for tat with like 5% forgiveness built in or whatever, yeah.
Right. So, okay. So we've landed here descriptively. I think I've articulated the ideas where anybody with above 80 IQ could understand them. The reason why I think Israel is catching shit is because they're not engaged in eye for an eye, turning the other cheek, or tit for tat. Based off of this model, they're engaged in barbarian retributive violence. And then also, I would say the reason why a lot of your critics, even if I don't necessarily agree with them wholeheartedly, the reason why they're critics of you and DGG and doxing is because you're not engaged in turning the other cheek. You're not engaged in tit for tat according to them. You're engaged in barbarian retributive violence.
Sure.
I mean, that's it. That's the whole argument.
Destiny
Okay.
doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, like I can see where people are coming from. I think the main issue, there's like this third layer that exists now that we have to talk about a lot today, because the ability for us to have an incorrect view of the world in some ways is like stronger than it ever has been, because you can make shit up, put it online or whatever, and you have the ability to do that in ways that maybe people in the past didn't quite have the ability to do that. So one of the biggest issues that I'll have when it comes to communicating like what's been done to me is that it's a lot of stuff to keep up with. And then typically, just because of the way that the communities kind of like function, usually the only type of response that I can do is probably going to be fairly direct, fairly brutal, and fairly easy to understand. I don't have like the same type of, I'll call it like snark communities that can operate symmetrically with other, like, I guess I call them snark communities, like Justical or whatever, towards me. So it's very easy for them to play the plausible deniability game on everything. And then for me, obviously, I just own anything that I do. So yeah, the perception is, building to what you're saying, the perception is that like, oh wow, like Destiny is being really unhinged against this person, and you can't prove that, for instance, like they've done anything like unhinged towards him. So it can come off as disproportionate. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I mean that was the main thrust of it, to be honest. And at the risk of repeating myself, the way that JStock or Doobie or Queeman or anybody who said like, hey, if these people get doxxed, that's based or whatever.
Yep.
The whole thing is they're appealing to almost like an individualist sense of dignity culture, which I do find sympathetic.
God,
I do think
fucking
ideally
stupid
we would turn
ass
the other
team.
cheek. I do think ideally we would engage in tit for tat. However, they're appealing to that sense.
Like, why are
of
you all going that way?
dignity, Whereas I think what you're kind of saying is like, listen, man, like these people are doing barbaric fucked up shit to me in a collective sense of maybe it's not Queeman, maybe it's not JStock, maybe it's not, I can't think of the third person, but effectively like the swatting, the doxing, the digital harassment, the porn leaks, this, that, the other. You're effectively at the mercy of an army of digital schizophrenics, and you don't really have a clear way to punch back, which is why you're doing what you're doing, or at least that's the steal man
after this one. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I do think there is an interesting phenomenon though when it comes to like ongoing harm. You would agree that the punishment for punching somebody shouldn't be execution, right? Like we shouldn't put somebody on death row if they punched somebody, right?
Right. Yeah, it has to be proportional.
Yeah, but let's say somebody punched you, and then let's say they said they were going to punch you again, and you took out a gun and you're like stop, or I'm going to shoot you, and they're like, I don't care, I'm going to punch you again, right? You could argue, right, in these circumstances, assuming it's not a 2-year-old child or something, right, that like, okay, well, you probably could, shoot this person here, you could defend yourself here, right?
Yeah, that's the basis of self-defense.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting world when we're talking about like ongoing harms. I think that the calculation for like what kind of retribution, it's not even really retribution, but what kind of like action is justified on the other end, I think changes quite a bit, right? Like if I was doing this in response to like stuff that they'd done a long time ago, I mean, one, I just wouldn't. I just don't have the attention span for it. I don't care. Then I think that the argument would be a lot different there. And then two, if the other party was looking for any type of reciprocation, I think it would be different as well, but like they're not, right? The other parties basically deny all wrongdoing, ascribe to me way more wrongdoing than any of them have ever been able to substantiate. And then as a result of both of these things are able to like indefinitely justify like a continued, real life harassment campaign. that I think is a little bit unhinged. Yeah.
But then the plausible deniability enters it because we're treating these things, I guess, in this like collective responsibility sense. We're treating them as tribes, where effectively, and I've heard you argue this in the past, because there's cross-pollination between the Snarker Discords and Kiwi Farms and Doxbin and this, that, the other, of the people who are constantly saying Steven's a bad guy, he needs to get taken down, he needs to be canceled, he's done all these evil shit, he's going to do evil shit in the future, fuck him, blah 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 blah, let's ruin his life. Even if they're saying that on stream and they're not individually doxing you, harassing you, swatting you, etc., you're going to hold them responsible for the outgrowths of that, which is dox information, swatting, and harassment.
Well,
and their argument.
Well, a
Sorry,
couple
go ahead.
things. Yeah. So, firstly, I no longer buy this argument. I used to be. I'm too charitable. I'm still too charitable, really. But like, I no longer buy the argument of like my community just happens to resemble one-to-one every single unhinged person in this other community. I think the overlap is, if not intentional, like every person in these communities is aware of it and they are okay with it and supportive of it, and they all like play into it and feed into it. So like this idea that like, oh, we just happen to be in some of the same places, I don't accept that anymore. I think that's crazy. Number one. And then number two, my issue is not with people who are just like critical of me or who speak up about me or whatever. I know that people like to present it that way because it underplays or downplays their